turns 10 in another week or so, but she's definitely destined to be a displacement boat driver. The way she corners that little blue machine, it's like it's on rails every time she comes around a corner. So staggered starts in the J1s. That's probably to help us in the commentary box, mate, because I made such a mess of that last one.
The young Sienna didn't put a foot wrong yesterday. Every corner was superb, holding the line, going really, really well.
Done a great job of it.
I believe it's the first year or first 6 months in the sport, so being coached all by Dad.
So Tatum very nicely around the corner there in the attitude. Boat number 999 is away now. So Cooper Smith out on the water in TNT. This is the white machine. He's obviously a J3 boat, so the 15 horsepower, hence those speed differentials we're seeing out there right now. Really like the attitude of this this boat coming through now. This is Tatum, Dad Roger down there in the water without any waders actually, so he's got the courage of a lion today. It'll be pretty chilly. But this is attitude J1. Tatum Teflovic comes through and picks up the yellow flag for his last lap. Bit of a move coming through now from Sienna King in the cool runnings. Boat number 99, the little blue machine. Look at the way she power slides that machine through this bottom end turn. Right behind her, Logan Jeffrey, the hands working hard on the wheel. Cracking young lad, met him in pit lane yesterday, and he had a smile that was like a Cheshire cat. In fact, he's so excited to be here and be part of the racing program at Dargle, all the way from the Gold Coast, this crew. So that's yellow flag done. Cooper Smith, boat number 999 will pick up the checkered flag. So that's, I'll be honest, that's the one that I don't understand here in the commentary box, the combination of those three, but that's all right. I'll try and get an update from the tower. We might be actually running a handicap out of that one, but just judging on what's happening here. So this is the sprint to the flag now. The young man out in front, attitude, Tatum, is being pursued, hunted down by the ruthless Sienna King from Tennyson. There's going to be nothing in this one. Those little 8 horsepower Mercury engines be screaming for their lives. If it is a handicap race, the handicappers have got this absolutely on the money. On the inside, Tatum. On the outside, Sienna King. It's going to come down to the absolute wire, Jono, and it's a photo finish. Oh, I tell you what, I reckon Tatum on the inside. Dead heat, it's been called from the tower. It is a dead heat. We're going to need an extra trophy. Wowee, congratulations to the handicappers. That's what you want to see. And coming in for a second spot, he's just jumped a spot up on the trophy, is Mr. Logan Jeffrey, ladies and gentlemen. A big checkered flag run. Put your hands together for him as well. His first ever race meeting. Looks across at the tower, has picked up his checkered flag. They'll be wrapped as they head out for their cool down lap. What do you reckon, John? I reckon the handicappers absolutely got that one on the money.
Absolutely, but we have the technology here for the photo finish, so we'll see who comes out.
Yeah, we're going straight to the iPhone.
I'm sure one of the parents would have it for sure.
It really is an important part of the Australian Powerboat Racing Association program, Formula Futures. It's teaching these young drivers racecraft. Responsibility is a huge thing. They're out there making their own decisions. They've got to be looking for red flags. They've got to be looking for other boat traffic, and it really does step them in. And so many of our senior drivers have spent time and come through this program and gone on to great level of success. So I can think of, even here, I can think of 3 or 4 people that have won Australian championships that did their time in the Formula Futures.
Where Troy Mullen started, to say no more. Funnily enough, Nathan Mills come across. I don't know if you heard him or not yesterday. Asked us to announce all our senior drivers come down and watch the Formula Futures so they can learn how to use the rules. You know?
Yeah,
watch flags. And
there is one race when the junior boats are driven very, very badly a year, and it's called the Andrew Page Memorial, where a junior goes out and runs in their 15 horsepower J3, and then they hand the reins over to a senior driver. So it's a team event. The juniors always do it faultlessly. There's never been a drama. We put the seniors in it and it all goes wrong. The red flags get ignored. They crash into each other. So yeah, these young guns really are the future of what we do here. They're very tough boats to drive too. When you get into this J3 category and you watch their hands on the wheel, you'll see what I'm talking about. To keep the boat fast and straight, you've got to be constantly working the wheel as the boat, in the cross washes particularly. So yeah, it really is an unbelievable grounding in powerboat racing, and that's why we love it. The gear is phenomenal. I sit there looking at airbrushed and this and that. We mentioned yesterday, a propeller for one of these things is $900. It's
you can pay up to $2,000 for it, I think. But, you know,
yeah, when you want to get to the pointy end. The reality of it is, it's handicap racing. The checkered flag is one thing, but to get the trophy at the end of the weekend, you've got to be clean, you've got to be consistent. You don't have to have the fastest boat, and that's what's so important out there. All right, so Dylan Wood is away, double trouble. He's our J2. So stepped up an engine class here. We're now talking 9.9 horsepower Mercury. To put it into perspective, the pace in these boats, if you put a 15 horsepower on your family tinny, you're probably going to get about 25, 26 mile an hour out of it. These things are good for nearly 50 mile an hour. Some of them will do more than 50 on the right day. This is a tough starting grid. Have a look at the crosswash as they head out. Let's have a look and see who goes through first. Whoa! Riley Bride gets through pole 1, looks through inside, looks through outside. Just great racecraft. You can see her awareness, phenomenal. But there's a big, big push by Lucas Millington in the Blue Eagle. Just to his outside is Jack Hockley in the Crackerjack. Needs to settle it down. We saw him half round the boat up. First time through turn at number 1. Let's watch them now as the big field of J2s. Out in front, Millington is around clean. So is Hockley. Riley Bride, she's through beautifully on the inside, sitting just off the inside wash. A little bit further out is Oliver Connor. Adam Frankham getting a clean run now in the black wing boat, and just behind this field, tucked in there, is Cooper Smith in TNT. Right, the big pace is on, so Crackerjack. He's going to make the corner first, and he's going to leave a bit of room there. He's done it nicely, got a good run out, so that slows Millington up a little bit on the inside. Riley, little Bridie, she turns on a dime. That boat's set up for the tough, rough Victorian lake racing and doing it beautifully in this river course. Looks to her right, Adam Frankham, Quiver Jr., the black boat now ranging up to his outside, and the battle on at the rear of field continues between Cooper Smith and Oliver Connor. Through clean at the front of the field, he's found flat water. This is Jack Hockley from Currajong. It's a Medill wing boat running the 15 horsepower Merc. He's third in the Glenn Blakes Trophy in 2021 and has got MJH Transport on board as his major sponsor, and he's looking very, very nice now. Watch the hands on the wheel. Feather the boat around. Oh, a bit of rough water. Hang on to it, son. He gets it through nicely. Millington, tighter line. Oh, loses a lot of momentum there, so stalls the boat up. Frankham, a little bit wider line. He's going to make up some time. Riley Bride, she makes gains through the corner. Beautifully done to her outside now. The white machine of Cooper Smith. Backflick Constructions getting their money's worth on board young Cooper. and Oliver Connor in the Conman. I heard him down here on the beach. He's losing engine rev, so they think they've got a problem with their little Merc 15 horsepower. So Oliver Connor in the Little Black Chance boat, doing it a little bit tough in race number 2. Yellow flag for these two right now. The first boat through is Crackerjack, Jack Hockley, Mick and Rachel Hockley as his crew here this weekend. Much nicer through that time. Oh, a little bit of a bite in the back part of the course, but looks to his inside. Through goes our day 2 in double trouble. Dylan Wood, look at the battle here. The black machine is through. That's Quiver Jr., Adam Frankham. Just to his outside is Millington in the Blue Eagle decked machine of Attitude. Cooper Smith making gains now in TNT, the white wing boat, having to deal with the crosswash of all 4 competitors in front of him. Riley Bride looking very strong, and Oliver Connor doing it very, very tough in that little chance boat right now. The boat seems to have picked up a little bit of pace, so maybe a little bit of a carby drama for Oliver Connor, but the checkered flag now at the tower. And this man has had a cracking drive. Put your hands together and welcome him home. Jack Hockley in the Crackerjack. The kid from Currajong getting it done, and a second spot is going the way of Quiver Jr. from Silverdale in New South Wales, Mr. Adam Frankham, ladies and gents. The battle for third, there's nothing on the... Oh, on the inside is Millington, the outside was Cooper Smith. I think Cooper Smith might have just got there, and there's another front on. Oh, I'll tell you what, Riley Bride on the inside checked up a little bit, and I reckon Oliver Connor might have just picked up that spot off her, and double trouble with Dylan Wood. Guaranteed of a big spot on the podium, Jono. He's the only J2 here, so he's getting a bag of points for his championship series. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. As some people wouldn't know, there's a national series for the juniors, Formula Futures, at the end of the year. The people go to most of the competitors' most events and accumulate the most points. Win at the Glenbanks Trophy, which was instigated a few years ago now. That's a great reward for number one, reliability and going around and supporting all these events.
Certainly is, and they do. Obviously, it doesn't cost a lot when you get here. You know, the entry fees are subsidised by the APBA, so lower licensing fees. You probably use about 5-6 litres of fuel, but you certainly do a lot of travelling when you're a team owner of a Formula Future boat. I've chased my son around all around Australia to the Australian titles and, when he was a junior, and it was such a good time spent together, and that's what we love to see. It's a family sport at this level, and it just gives them a great grounding as drivers.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of camaraderie in the ranks as well with the Formula Futures, as there is in the seniors as well. Most people will lend a hand and help out their fellow competitor to get them on the water. So yeah, unlike a lot of other sports, everybody likes to help each other out, which makes it easy, especially when you're away somewhere and you've lost something or left something at home, and your main opposition's got it, and they will lend you one. So
yeah, it's interesting just looking at these J1 drivers down here. I can see Sienna King. She's lining up next to Explicit, the blown alcohol boat sitting next to her, and I reckon she fancies her chances. If she can get a decent start, she might be able to. She's got the courage of a lion, and I reckon our Gold Coast player, he'll be ready to go. Give them a round of applause, our big, bad, and ugly two J3s as they make their way back to the boat ramp. So that is Double Trouble, Dylan Wood, Crackerjack, Jack Hockley, Quiver Jr., Adam Frankham, Conman is Oliver Connor, Fat Chance, the beautiful Riley Bride, Attitude, Lucas Millington, and Cooper Smith in TNT. All right, so here we go. This is the final of our J1, J2. J1's away. First boat out on the water is Tatum Teflovic in Attitude. Big shout to the team. With that boat handling very, very poorly yesterday. It was bouncing all over the place for them, and they've really settled it down. So changing the trim angle on that boat to get the boat settled nicely. Logan Jeffrey, the Silver Machine, taking a bit of a leaf out of the Shenanigans book maybe, thinking silver is fast, and worked for Mercedes for a long time as well. The Gold Coast superstar, he's off. Oh, now Sienna King, she's got a pretty decent handicap, and she's going to have to run over a jet ski. So Sienna King, we saw that handicap race last time through with a photo finish and declared a dead heat by the tower. up or down? So let's watch young Tatum as he makes it through that turn. Nicely done. Really clean on the way through. The three-boy turn is probably a little bit easier at this end. At the upstream end of the course, the left-hand side if you're here on the bank. But down here at the junior course, they've got a single boy turn. Very easy to get it wrong. Turn the boat too hard and slide around. So a bit of a battle going on now. Tatum Teflovic out of number 1, the red machine. He's gradually being overhauled by the silver Gold Coast machine of Logan Jeffrey. And a long way back right now is the smiling assassin, Sienna King in Cool Runnings. This is going to be good for Logan. He hasn't spent a lot of time racing next to boats, so he's got to leave plenty of room. The tower will be watching it closely. Tatum around nicely on the inside. Just actually had to come out of the throttle a little bit there, so had to do a real tight turn, and it took a bit of his away. But I said, this is, I think, his first race meeting. I've got to get the age of this young fella. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's only just gone 8 years of age. So, and now very happy sitting in the wash of Logan in front of him. Sienna copping a few big hits, the little blue machine, sitting right in the crosswash of those two boats in front. And she will be 110% foot nailed to the floor, this young lady. Absolutely loves driving this boat. Been lucky enough to see her race at quite a few venues throughout New South Wales and down on the Victorian border as well. She has been competing in the Australian Formula GP series. Logan Jeffrey through nice in the Silver Chance boat out in front. Tatum sitting just onside the wash. That's a really good spot. Just putting the nose of the boat on the inside wake. It helps the boat get round the corner, but outside now, Sienna King. This is a yellow flag run. So there's one more lap to go. So Sienna having to go the long way around, but she's found a little bit more clean water. So that's going to help her settle the little Cool Runnings machine down. Driver profile when she's not actually racing a powerboat exceptionally well. She's a distance runner. Her legs are about half the size of my arm, and she runs 2 kilometres. 2,000 metres is her favourite race, and she's very, very good at it. Went to regionals recently. Beautiful corner, just love the way she pedals that boat. Just feathers the throttle on the way into the corner, gets the boat to slide, and then slams the foot down hard and powers out the back end. Won't be too long before we see her stepping up in the engine categories. As I mentioned earlier, restricted in their engine category by age, so between the ages of 8 and 10, you're only permitted to run the 8 horsepower. Maximum, you then step up to 9.9 between 10 and 12, and then you get the 15 horsepower option when you get 12 to 16. If you're here with your kids and your family and you want to get more involved in Formula Future, just jump onto the APBA New South Wales website. You'll find a list of clubs. And send a message out, because there are quite a few Formula Future boats around and available. It's a really low-cost form of motorsport. Teaches the kids great boat handling skills that they'll keep with them for life. So checkered flag now down here on the tower. This beautiful blue sky sunshine day. A big shout to the Dargle Valley Boat Club supporting this series of the Formula Future in memory of Joan and Warren Kemp. And it's Sienna King, ladies and gents, boat number 99, the little blue flyer of Cool Runnings, to take the checkered flag. And she heads off on her cool down lap. Logan Jeffrey did not put a foot wrong in that one, got a good clean start. All the way from the Gold Coast, you see the helmet turns, looks across at the tower. That's great racecraft. Acknowledges his checkered flag, and Tatum Teflovic is through nicely as well. Loves the corner, that young fella. You just sense it in him. So we'll bring them back to the bank, ladies and gents, and that wraps up our Formula Future program for this morning. We're going to get serious straight away, straight after this one, because we have got the final of the Stuart Doyle Cup. New South Wales APBA Unlimited Displacement Championships. Out of pole number 1, we will see Mr. Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed. Pole 2 now should qualify. This is actually based on race time. So pole 2 is the real culprit. 3, Reckless. 4 is Destiny. 5, Bad Influence. And 6 is Explicit. So this is going to be big. Now this is unofficial stuff from the commentary box, but the times that I've got here between the second place boat and for the next 3, there is less than 2 seconds in their final race time. So Unleashed with about a 8-9 second buffer on the real culprit, but after the culprit, you've really got Culprit, Reckless, Destiny, all within an absolute nothing of each other. Don't have the qualifying times for Influence and Explicit. So this is going to be a big pole position, though, a big advantage for the big 21-footer from Victoria. We saw him take out the trophy yesterday. And can they back it up this morning? No dramas out of this crew. They're pretty happy with the way the boat was performing yesterday. No major changes. Reckless, as I said, in a constant development stage. At this point, coming off the back of the winning the Marge Watch in the Australasian Unlimited Displacement there in Adelaide, took the win away from Brett Shepherd with some spirited driving, to say the least, and we're expecting some pretty strong performances here. Big improver as well is Blake Ramsey in the sister ship, the Destiny Machine. First event with the new wing on the back of the boat. You can see it down there in pit lane in your, on your live stream right now. So the team choosing to try and settle the back of these boats down. They've got ample horsepower in the boats, but not happy with the handling. So the wing has definitely changed the dynamic.
Oh, just waiting for the start here, Murph. I've got a been handed some paperwork from our national president, also heavily involved with the St George Motorboat Club, Jeff Duval. The 2023 Australian Formula Future titles will be held at St George Powerboat Club on the Cogra Bay on Saturday and Sunday, the 24th and 25th of June. There's only a couple of weeks to go, and these great ambassadors to our sport strut their stuff on the waters of Sydney Cogra Bay, competing for the Australian Formula Future Championships. There'll be events for the J1s, J2s, and the very competitive J3 class. All events will be on a handicap basis, where drivers complete a time and an attempt to match that time. It's tricky, but some of these young champions just nail it every time, as we were talking about earlier, Merv. The outcome is awesome racing. The St George Club has a great setup at San Susi for the whole family, with a very large clubhouse catering for all the needs. And the waters of Cogra Bay are made exciting with its close racing in these young championships. If you're interested in competing, entries must go to the New South Wales APBA licensing at gmail.com. All the information will be there. Jeff Duval is here today. If anyone wants to talk to Jeff about this event, just come up to the control tower here if you can, or yell out to us, and we'll get Jeff to come and have a chat to you. But Saturday and Sunday, the 24th and 25th of June, the 2023 Australian Formula Future titles. It'll be a great event.
Certainly will. Thanks for that, Jono. This big field lined up here for this Stuart Doyle Cup. Some of the best in the country, without doubt. Actually, as I look at that list right now, we're talking the best in the country now. Withdrawal was shenanigans. They actually did qualify. The 6-litre qualified into this final, 147.53. So they actually would have put them in a 4th spot, but they have withdrawn from this one, saving their powder for a little bit later on in the day. And unfortunately, Toxic, who also qualified, having hurt an engine, so not here with us today. So big field, Bad Influence. We know they were chasing some revs, Darryl Quinn and the crew, so they're they're coming from a wider pole, but they will have found some pace. And also, don't discount the guys from Explicit from a wide lane if they get a clean run and get into some of that clean water. This is going to be pretty exciting, ladies and gents, so it's going to certainly wake us up and move a few cockatoos and kookaburras out of the trees, Jono. Going to be hard to get past Brett out of pole 1, though.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, probably some of the fastest boats in Australia sitting right in front of us here. As we're saying, they'll be wondering, sitting their drivers wondering what they're going to be, well, not wondering, but thinking how they're going to attack that first straight, where they're going to be. Are they going to get squeezed, or are they going to do the squeezing?
Yeah, certainly.
They're all aware, as of yesterday, that they have a drone flying over the first corner, so any movement down the front straight or around the first corner, they'll be penalised. They've all been told they'll be out straight away.
That's
so
important.
I think that's very, very important. And
drivers briefing, they made a real point of that, didn't they? They actually cautioned a few drivers and gave them the don't argue this morning to say they were unhappy. So the officials were unhappy with the amount of moving left and right in the start, in the front chute. So
look, it is difficult. It isn't a car track, Murph. You haven't got lanes. It's sometimes hard to know exactly where you are. If you can keep an eye on the buoy to your left-hand side, that'll give you some indication that you're in the right lane. And there is a little bit of leniency as well, you know, if you're not impeding someone's progress. But yeah, they're going to really clamp down on it today. So watch this space if anyone does try and impede those rules.
Yeah, and with this lineup too, we've seen obviously Unleashed just great all round. Their launch has been phenomenal. Reckless has been pretty quick early, so they've actually last couple of times we've seen them on the water has probably got the better of the culprit in the first part of the straight. So that puts pressure on Barry out of pole 2. But the back part of the straight, the closing speed, the culprit's been able to find their way back up to almost. We've almost seen some dead heats into turn number 1. So big pressure.
Absolutely.
White flag now. We're about to get noisy, ladies and gents. So Dargle Quinn in the bad influence gets away the black boat. This is explicit. The Barra Turbo, that magnificent machine. Chris Hearn, Liam Hearn, Oxley Park in Sydney. Big shout out to the whole crew. Has won the King of the River Dargle before, champion of champions St George. Don't count them out. Nathan Barry now on the water, the real culprit. The 21-foot Child's Play with their 515 cubic inch Chevrolet sitting right behind that cell.
Two or three of the boats down here electing not to do that extra lap, probably because one or two of them have already had an engine, got some heat into the engine. Destiny, I don't know, still sitting here patiently. I think they're waiting for them to come round. After do their first lap, they'll just follow them around straight up to the start area milling. So.
Can't. Just trying to pick up Unleashed down here from our commentary position. They may be right behind the tower. Can't see them on the water at present. So time will tell. These first few boats having a look at the course. Destiny now pushes out. Blake Ramsey, I beg your pardon. The 18'6" Child's Play. 470 cubic inch big block. Manufactured by B&R Race Engines, Durham Transport, Rob Catala Marine and MSC Sign. The sister ship, Tate Ramsey in Reckless, the reigning Marge Watson Australasian displacement champion. And there is B&R Engines. So we don't have the information to hand up in the commentary box, but we cannot see Unleashed on the water, and we've got B&R Engines in the water.
No, it's a major race, the Stuart Dial. I hope they haven't got too much of an issue or any problems for later on in the day, but we'll see if we can get some confirmation from the Unleashed crew as to why they're not in this event.
And that's a big hat tip to B&R Engines. So obviously they've been first reserve and been able to get a qualifying time down that's put them as next cab off the rank. So that's a big run from the crew from B&R. for this Stuart Doyle Cup. So no Unleashed. We will try and get some more information to you. But
that opens the race right up,
it
doesn't
certainly
it?
changes things from my point of view.
It's the Real Culprit out of 2, Reckless out of 3, Destiny out of 5.
And literally those 3 boats less than a second covering their qualifying time. So there's absolutely nothing in that considering their pole draws. So Culprit's going to get a clean run out of 1 that time. That's going to also change things for Nathan Barry. He won't have the pressure. There we go. So we just have had it confirmed that Unleashed has withdrawn from this race, ladies and gents. Now, we don't think there is a problem. They're just not ready to go out and run in this Stuart Doyle Cup. Big shame for the fans of the Victorian team, the Unleashed crew, but opens this one right up. The Culprit, Reckless, Destiny, Bad Influence, Explicit. Any of those first 5 right up there. I tell you what, it's going to be all on in a very short space of time for the New South Wales APBA Unlimited Displacement Championships, proudly supported and sponsored this weekend by Arcadia Automotive.
We'll soon see if the prop change on Reckless was headed in the right way. It'll be interesting about our commentary position here in front of the control tower is where Reckless will be able to hold the power on a little bit longer. It did look like an improvement to me from yesterday, but we'll soon see with the Real Culprit on the inside and his brother on the outside in Destiny.
Okay, word from the tower. They've just given the start boat to bring him down. They've given the all clear, so the starters did a cracking job yesterday. As I said, the drivers were cautioned. A couple of boats probably almost could have been pinged yesterday, so they were told today it is no nonsense on the start line. If you are in front of the transom of the start boat, you will be penalised with 1 lap penalty. So this is going to clean things up a little bit for us. The racing was phenomenal yesterday in this category, without doubt. Us not able to complete this final yesterday due to some debris in the river. So we're going to open the book with a very, very big championship race.
Walking around calling you Sil.
All right, we've got them in a lineup, Jono. The start flag flying high. Start boat running about 85, 90 mile an hour, so there's a big delta between that and the top speed of these displacements, so they're going to have to get the power down clean. Nathan Barry out of 1. Reckless 2. Destiny 3. 4. Bad Influence 5. Explicit and 6. Brett Nidri and B&R Engines. Big field of boats. Good lineup. Flags down, so got a little bit early. Let's have a look at Nathan Barry with a great start. Has his influence. Reckless is looking good. It's a drag race for turn number 1. Reckless is going to beat him with a corner right out half a boat length. So Barry goes through. Reckless on his outside. They're both going to get a clean water run. Barry got the better of that corner. Oh, we've got a boat around. Destiny goes round mid-corner. Explicit on the outside.
Held out to hard time.
Head of the field now, Nathan Barry looking very, very strong at the front of the field. But the move to the inside now, Reckless. Take landing. He's pushing We're going to both stop that. Influence is out. Destiny is out as well. We've got two boats stopped in the back chute. Barry goes around. Destiny trying to get the power down. Cannot get it done right now. Caution flags flying high. This will be the checkered flag lap, ladies and gentlemen. He's led from the front. Nathan Barry, the real culprit. He's going to get the job done. Put your hands together. The Stewart's World Cup champion. In the second spot. And Chris Hurd in the beautiful Explicit for third place on the podium. Brett Nidgey in B&R Engines, the 6-litre. Getting the job done, so wow, that was a hell of a race time.
Young Nathan, very cool under pressure there from Destiny. Held his cool for the whole 3 laps. Got every corner nailed. Come out. Destiny got a little loose a couple of times. Very hard charging. I think that propeller has made the difference. You can see the speed as it approaches our commentary position here. Really draws back a couple of boat lengths on Nathan. But she's the cold here, the real culprit. But Nathan was able to hold him out for the whole 3 laps.
It certainly was, mate, and it came, that turn 1 drive out of the corner, so they both went in wrestling pretty much even. There was, it was... Okay. So that's Nathan Barry, ladies and gents. Beg your pardon. That is Nathan Barry up there. The boat somehow is turned over. So, that's Nathan Barry.
I don't know what's happened here behind us, but it appears that Nathan Barry is somehow or another after the race. The boat has upside down. I'll give you a confirmation of the...
Nathan's already upside down. Did you see what happened? What happened, Dory? Did he hit something else? He just got out now.
Okay, I can confirm that Nathan's out of the boat. He's clinging onto the side. The divers are with him now.
So we'll try and get a read on what's happened for you, ladies and gents, but post-race, the boat ending up upside down, so not 100% sure. Wasn't even looking in that direction, but good news is that he is out of the boat, and word comes through on radio that he is okay, talking with the dive team down there. Good time to talk about the safety in these boats, mate. Obviously the sailboats introduced into these categories above 105 mile an hour a few years ago. The driver's 5-point harness and harness device, and of course onboard air system. So we saw it took Nathan a little while to get out of there, but that's perfectly normal. The drivers have to undergo a sail test every year. That they practice this exact scenario where they've got to safely extricate themselves and be comfortable breathing strapped in the boat underwater. So, but yeah, that's not what you want to see, and that's I said, we'll wait and see.
No, absolutely not. I really just don't know what's happened. This is after the race is finished. He's just cruising down there at 30-40 mile an hour. So whether it's had some sort of mechanical failure, but getting back to the extracting out of the boat after an accident like that, there is taught a series of manoeuvres to move your steering wheel and move the belts, check your oxygen. Unfortunately, the water would have been absolutely icy cold, which would have given him that sure he's awake and hungry.
Shock therapy.
But Nathan is fairly small by stature, and they're a big cell and a 21-footer, so it would have given him a fair amount of room to move around in there. But as we say, he is out. He's still in the water beside the boat, but all reports are that he is A-OK.
Yeah, he's actually just sent a message through from the radio to tell my father that I am okay. All right, so I know I'm not sure if he's here, but he's he'll be watching the live stream. So tell Dad that I am okay. But unfortunately, not the same can be said for the beautiful machine, the 21-foot Child's Play. So, ladies and gents, that's going to probably that's going to hold us up for a little bit while we recover that boat, get it back over here to the boat ramp, and sort it all out. So. Good time to get up and get down and see one of the many vendors here at the Dargle Valley Motorboat Club. Grab yourself some breakfast. There's a whole lot on offer at both ends of the track. And as I said, we'll get this sorted out, cleaned up, underway, and then we're going to come back with the next race in our program here at the Winter Spectacular. Big thanks to Patterson Built for all your home renovations and new home needs. CF Moto for great prices, service and sales on side-by-sides and ATVs. The team from Hardwood Resources for land clearing, civil works, domestic, and all of your hardwood fencing materials. This is the Dargle Winter Spectacular for 2023. So yeah, just an update. So Nathan's back at the boat ramp, ladies and gents. He's okay. So he's making his own way up the ramp. So we just go through our process. You've got to just go through a check with the paramedics, but not what you want to see. But give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. He's taken out that race. So he's hurt the gear. It's all upside down. It's been a very, very tough day in the office for that team, but drove the wheels off that boat during the race. But won't be too far away. Our rescue crew's getting themselves organised. We'll get this boat moving forward, get it back here to the boat ramp, slam it on a trailer. So if we can get a whole lot of people in waders down to the boat ramp, that would be great. We're going to need a lot of manpower to get this boat back on the water. So can I get some support crew down to the boat ramp, please? Try not to fall over when you're down there. So the more the merrier down here. We've only got 6 right now. That will not be enough. We're going to need more people down here. So can I please get one member from each of the crews down here with waders on to give us a hand to recover this vessel? Thank you.
airbags coming. Put a couple of airbags on it and just chill for a bit.
Hey, Ricky. Ricky, the airbags are in the barge.
Get your radio in the barge. Wayne said they're up there, that's all.
Ricky, what if you've used the barge?
Just to let everybody know, we're still trying to get the real culprit out. It's on the bank here, but we're now attaching some airbags. The divers are down there, so hopefully sooner than later we can resume racing once the boat's extricated from the river. But we've got a team down here, great team, trying to get the boat back on the trail. As I say, it's should not be too long. They might just use this time as well to talk to earlier about the 2023 Formula Future titles on the 24th and 25th of this month down at St George. Later on in the just a public service announcement. We need Heath Davey to come up to the control caravan, please. Heath Davey, thank you. We have another event coming up in July down at the St George Powerboat Club, the Cogra Bay Spectacular. Lots of big events in Powerboat calendar, but you don't want to miss this one. The annual St George Spectacular is only 5 weeks away, and considerable interest has been shown with a huge 2-day event. It's a great time of the year, and the water conditions are at their best. So, as most would know, over the summer months it can blow up in the afternoon there, but winter you should have great water conditions down there. There'll be a lot of classes down there, from unlimited inboard, unlimited outboard, 85 to 105 classes and stock mono. The weekend will feature the prestigious 5-litre Ken Weggett Memorial, along with the running of the Champion of Champions. Can Craig Bailey add to his name on this trophy again? I don't know exactly, but I think it's around 12, 13 times that Craig's won this over the years. In addition, there'll be 5 Australian Championships that are listed to be run. The Hayeswood Unlimited Open Inboard, the Motor Spares 5.2 or 5,200cc normally aspirated displacement, and the Wyingan Cup, the 5.2 carby displacement. Blake's Marine Sports Mono and Mod VP, and the Bert Hines Tennessee Trophy Unlimited Mono. The St George Club has a great setup for the whole family, with a very large clubhouse catering for all needs, from high-end restaurants up on the top floor to your regular motorsport fare downstairs with bacon, egg rolls and sausage sandwiches. If you're interested in competing, you'll need to email the New South Wales APBA licensing at gmail.com. A great event, as I say, 2023 St George Powerboat Spectacular on Cogra Bay at St Susie, Saturday and Sunday the 15th and 16th of July.
It's great to see so many of you joining us down here on the bank, and it takes a whole lot of people to get this event up and running. We've talked about the support for Maritime and all that sort of stuff, but we're also joined here today by the Deputy Mayor of the Hills, Councillor Mitchell Blue. Mate, welcome to Dargle.
Thanks, mate. What a fantastic event to be at here, and what a great day and fantastic weather. This region's really copped a beating in the last couple of years, from the bushfires in 19 and 20 through to the multiple floods we've had, and the flood recovery just doesn't stop. It's still being felt by the community now, but it's great to be back to these sorts of events and trying to get on post-COVID and get back to the stuff we really enjoy about life.
It certainly has been. This event, you know, I know we talked before the interview, but you're not involved personally in powerboat racing. This event is it's called a spectacular for a reason. It's one of the ones that gets looked forward to by so many. Had a good walk through. There's so many people here. There's thousands of people down here joining us on the bank. We've got thousands watching live from all around Australia. Thank you for turning the weather on, the beautiful Hawkesbury River and the Hills region, mate. Obviously, you know, the parish has been through a lot, and it's just so good to see so many people coming here to support a local event.
Oh, look, it really is, mate. The number of people here today is absolutely fantastic to see, and from right across the country, so many competitors, such a big event here in the Hills, and I'm really proud as a Hills councillor to be able to support such an event like this, and really proud to have it here in the Shire, showing off what we've got, the beautiful Hawkesbury River. Yes, it can be mean and rough during a flood, but look at it today. I mean, where would you rather be? It
is incredible. I mean, the credit to the team here, obviously, the farm, the family, the Smith family, this 7 generations. This plot of land has been in their business. We're surrounded by reminders just behind us here. You'll notice there's a a chair stuck in a plastic tree. It's about 25 feet, oh, sorry, a plastic chair stuck in a tree, about 25 feet above the ground level. This area was inundated, and we talked a little bit about it over the weekend. But to us, this signals a bit of a turning point, and you see that all across the community.
Oh, look, for sure. There's still the effects of the flood are still, well, multiple floods are still being felt here in the community today. But people are starting to rebuild, and the resilience in the community in these parts of the Shire is just unbelievable. And I really don't know how the community keep coming back time after time, but that's what builds a community. Everyone comes together, they work with each other, and they get through it. And I'm really starting to see the effects of it now. And I'm pleased with where we're at. We're really starting to get there.
It would have been a tough gig for you in your office as well. Like when the community that you represent is kicked pretty hard in the teeth, and it's just so good. I want to personally thank you for turning the weather on. I know you got a bit of pull in this area. So firstly, the blue sky and sunshine. It's a little bit chilly in the morning, so if you do something about it tomorrow. Powerboat racing, it's a huge part of our lives. This is your first event, I think you've been to. What are your thoughts?
Oh, look, this is fantastic. I mean, that last race was spectacular. The Formula race before that, having such young children involved as well, it's great that they can start off young and follow it through for the rest of their life. But so much skill out there on the water. It's something I've never seen before.
And it is important that, like, obviously, this beautiful river, the Hawkesbury River, is the lifeblood of this community, and people that grow up on its banks, you know, it's in their veins. And we got kids out there 8 years of age just doing what they love on the water. You get involved on the water yourself, mate? Oh,
look, not as much as I'd like, but this is certainly inspiring me to get back out there and do a bit more.
Perfectly. We'll get your checkbook out, Deputy Mayor. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff you can buy. Thank you so much for what you've done for this event, and we look forward to this event and many, many more in the future. Thanks so much for being part of today.
No, not a problem, mate, and thanks for having me out here, and I hope you all have a fantastic day, a great night tonight, and continue tomorrow.
Perfect. There you go. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mitchell Blue of the Hills, one of the many joining us here. We've just got the culprit coming out of the water right now, so it won't be too far away before we get our race program underway. Big thanks to the crews out there, the on-water rescue crews. They're just about to get this boat out, and of course the hardest working members of our crew, when they're working hard, we've had a bad day, is our dive teams. Did a great job in getting there, making sure that Nath was out of the boat, and with just the recovery, you can see we've got airbags in the back. So well done to the dive teams and keeping everybody safe. Our paramedics, our on-water rescue crews for their response times. Won't be too far away, and we're going to launch back into
just to keep everybody informed, we are making big progress down here. The boat is on the trailer. We've got a great team bailing the water out of the boat, so we should be clear of the ramp in the next few minutes and be able to resume racing. So thanks for your patience, and we had to do this properly, obviously, and there's a big chance if you don't do that right that you can actually snap the boat in half. I'm trying to drag it onto the trailer full of water, but it's been done well. Divers did a great job, and as I say, there's a team of guys with buckets emptying most of the water out of the boat now, but should be able to resume racing in 5 to 10 minutes, let's hope. Thank you.
Okay, before we get some noise fired up down here, just a reminder, if you're down here in the pit area, or actually wherever you are watching from the bank, you need to make sure that you're sticking to the mowed grass area. So if you look down and underneath your feet is not mowed green grass, you are too close to the water's edge for our permit. So if you're standing over reeds and bits and pieces, you need to just take a couple of steps back, particularly down towards turn 1, no one on the beach, and appreciate your support with that one. 5.2 litre is going to be the next race on the calendar. Here this morning at the Winter Spectacular, 4-boat field, Melody out of pole number 1, Cranky running out of 2, 3 will be Quiver, and 4 is Mixed Up. Cracking racing from this paddock yesterday. And that beautiful Frankham machine of Quiver was good enough to get the job done. Also had a belting run in the 6 litre Carby Championships up against Shenanigans, so making ground, so cornering the boat beautifully is Justin Frankham. This machine is an absolute work of art. If you get a chance later on today to, once we open pits, to get up and have a good look at this thing, it's an absolute credit to the crew. And the team at Airbrush World deserve every bit of that accolade. Sponsored by Cobb Coatings is the Frankham machine. Ewan, Owen, Blake, Adam and the magnificent Leanne on board as the crew. Cranky is driven by Dave Freeman, the man from Madawi. It's an absolute homemade built boat. It's a credit to the crew. 17'6" runner bottom with a methanol injected 5.2 Chevrolet engine. The big red machine sitting out there. Ron, Pete, Lachlan and Warwick are on board as crew. Always a threat for an outright win and almost always on the podium in this category. Cranky Race Engines and Marine and Lamotti Group are on board as the major sponsors. Big shout to Ron Thomas, Peter Hall, Lockie Freeman, Warwick Lang and Troy Ells. So news from the magnificent John Deville. I've given Melody a wrap up running out of pole number 1, but some news from pit lane, John?
Yeah, I've just been told by some of the pundits down here that Melody is out. If not this race, but the whole day. I'm not quite sure on that, but it's definitely not in the water now. So everyone's pole positions will move up 1.
Right, so that's going to put the crew from Cranky. We just gave a bit of a wrap up. They're going to run out of 1. Out of 2 will be Quiver and 3 will be Mixed Up. So Mick Hockley, the 53-year-old man from Currajong. This new boat, actually, I think the 18-foot Child's Play is a pretty new rig. A 312 cubic inch, 5.2 litre Ford engine. The boat looks magnificent down there. 53 years young is Mick, the man behind the wheel. Rachel, Jack, Chris, Tubber, Lucas and Nathan. They are gonna lead pole 2 and pole 3. Unleashed is around clean. Bulldog on, but Jebben Ugly on the outside. Culprit Sandwich in the middle and out wide. It's Destiny with a great run. He's out wide. Destiny has come from wide and now up in the 3rd spot, but Brett Shepard needs to tidy it up in front. Bulldog in 2nd, John O'Culprit's through, and now Ramsey's moved to the inside.
Jimmy's mirrors on, but we couldn't see what was happening behind. Oh, that looked close from here.
Oh, heartbreak for the crew of Bulldog. They were right on point, putting pressure all over the place, but take nothing away from the man that brought that home, the unleashed of Brett Shepherd. That was an incredible drive, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for him. The Bob Thurger winner for 2023. Brett Shepherd and the team from Unleashed. So yeah, just got to check over our rescue crew, as alluded to by Jono. We also had the ambulance transport had to head away and take Nathan in for a check-up. So we're just waiting for those crew to get back. So we'll be a little bit of time. We'll put some music on for you. Get up, have a wander around, go and see one of the many vendors here. Grab yourself a cold drink, grab yourself a hot drink. The food here is fantastic, I can assure you. If you haven't tried something called the pork belly loaded fries yet, you're really got to get on board that train. That's one hell of a thing. Grab yourself a burger. There's also some breakfast. Bulldog with the better of the mid corner, and they is out in front, but here comes Reckless. Fury so nicely.
Great drive by Bulldog in the first quarter. Right on his tail is Reckless giving it everything. Jamie coming around, can he launch it again for the second time? Does a great job. Gets the power down. Reckless a little bit loose, losing both speed. Down the outside, comes the 5-10, comes along in the third place, looking fantastic. And James still holding a nice line out front. The hard charging Reckless coming up next.
Keep your eyes on Bulldog out the front. They've got a massive amount of vapour in that engine hatch. Hopefully everything's okay, but Bulldog out in front now. He's got this one in the bag. He's got to keep it moving forward. Take into Reckless, challenging hard behind him. Oh, they've got a buzz around. Fury has almost got around in turn number 2. And Ryan Constable up in the third spot. He is flying in the big 5-10. Beautiful through there is Bulldog. Reckless. 6.5 order. This is a cracking race. Brett Injury in B&R Engines continues to circulate. We've got the checkered flag flying. This time through. Start putting your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bulldog. He's got the job done. Jamie McCutcheon holds out the hard charging. Tate Ramsey into Reckless for second. And Ryan Constable's come off the pace. Ryan Constable has come off the pace, so that hands the spot to Fury. Hayden Chesser got very, very untidy on that third lap, but he got it home with third spot on the podium, and Brett Nidry in B&R Engines. Ryan Constable, that was heartbreaking. He was driving beautifully, stayed right, stayed clean, and was right up in third spot.
It just looked like a water thing come up. It's like a spray heading up there. Let's hope it's not too serious. It's absolutely fantastic drive by Jamie. Bulldog, full stride, got it off the line every time, out of every corner. Really hard, held off a hard charging Tate Ramsey, showing a lot of speed as well, but yeah, a great result.
Keep your eyes on Shepherd out wide. Here we go, the flags drop, we've gone. And a huge run down the outside for Brett Shepherd. Nowhere to go. Shepherd out wide, inside Dargle Quinn. They are through, pick him up in the spray. Oh, Shepherd very loose, and Dargle Quinn takes the most of it. Up the inside is Pugsley in third spot. That is a beautiful run as they go up into turn number 2 for the first time. Inside, Bad Influence, outside, Unleashed. There is nothing between them now. Watch them now this time through the straight.
Great corner by both boats. Look at Unleashed down the outside. Goes superior first place. Randy goes very fast corner speed. Darryl loses a little bit of speed there. Unleashed is away. But I'll take the Darryl to slam up. Oh, good. Also, Shenanigans as well. Explicit getting very loose back and forth.
Out in front, the yellow flag now flying. Brett Shepherd, he has made a huge break, but keep your eye on the battle in second and third. Unleashed, absolutely hauling down the main straight. Inside now. Pugsley moves up to the outside. Shenanigans versus Darryl Quinn in Bad Influence. One more lap to go. Brett Shepherd with one more lap to go, turn number 2. But Chris Pugsley now, the 6-litre boat, up in a second spot. He's put Bad Influence in his one. Put your hands together for Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen, what a ride. Can Chris Pugsley get it done? He times up the line. He's diving for it. He's got the gap. He's going to bring it home in second spot for Shenanigans.
Chris Pugsley doing what he does best. Playing with the boat, coming out in second spot. Oh! There's the jet coming across the line there. They're too close to call the third and fourth. But great win to Brett Shepherd. Well driven. Darryl out. They've got on the inside. Down at Hardigan, power down. Chris went round the outside. And the rest is history. One about 5 minutes away.
What a ride. Brett Shepherd Unleashed looking absolutely dangerous. That was a flyer, but I tell you what, Chris Pugsley, he threatened it, we talked about it. How does that mean? Tate Ramsey, Chris Edmonds. Here we go, the battle is on. Beautiful start by the culprit on the inside, so out of pole number 2. Huge charge. Toxic's got to thread the needle. Culprit goes a little bit wide for my liking. They've come a long way out. That's going to split the field a little bit. Toxic getting pushed back in the middle of it all. As we go to turn number 2. Nathan Barry in the culprit now. Tighter on the pins. To his outside is Destiny. The man from Victoria, and Toxic just working hard in the watch there, Jono.
Also from the outside, way outside, Rusty's got a great job with all much. Straight speed, phenomenal, but not making much of it at the moment. But they can carry she's all culprit.
We come right off the pace up there, just for a split second is Toxic, not sure what happened. He's back on the gas now. Yellow flag, we've got one more lap to run. Blake Ramsey on board, Toxic. Mark Edwards will be driving angry after that turn 1. Puts it in and Rastus right on his tail. Massive handfuls out in front, so the man. Nathan Barry, he's got one more corner. Checkered flag now at the tower, Jono. This will finish it off. He's got to get the job done. Absolutely on the hammer. There's the time. Nathan Barry in the culprit. Destiny home second place. And in third place is Chris Edmonds in the Toxic. And coming off the pace, hopefully everything's okay. Canopy lid pops. That's a shame for the crew of Rastus. That boat right up alongside Toxic for the vast majority of that race. I mean, whoa. GP champion Reece Coles. Look at the start, John. We are off and running. Beautiful start from Simon Troy. He's got half a boat length, but here comes that pace in Butler Vehicles on the outside. Hold your breath. They're going to be 1-2. Butler Vehicles by a boat length. Troy's got no one to his inside, so he can run tighter on the pins. He chooses to carry him a little bit wide, a little bit of racecraft there, perfectly legal. And Simon Troy out wide. Watch for the switch from Reece Coles. Paul Sain through clean, and Matt Wassell, a little bit of work to do. Turn number 2 for the first time. Strong turn. Coles moves to the inside, John. Into turn number 1, second time through.
Well, he's Simon's done what Bruce Brawley does. Run the outside, kept the speed up. Reece has chosen to go inside. I don't think it's going to work for him. He's head across. Simon's watching there in the bottom corner. Simon's now pulling away a bit. Well, Reece is trying very, very hard. Never give up on Reece. He never gives up. But Simon having a nice little break now. Back in third and fourth, a great battle between Matty Wassell and Trim King, Paul Sain.
Paul Sain looking a little bit untidy out there, but he's holding off Wassell. But Simon Troy, the mainline dynamo, white and red machine, absolutely flying through here right now. They're just slowly dialing this boat up with this engine combination. And Matt Wassell now is not settling for fourth spot. He moves to the inside. Paul Sain running a 200 XS Optimax. That boat is hauling. He's outgunned by about 2,000 RPM and got some incredible boat pace. This 4-lap race.
It's almost a race, 2 races into 1 race. Simon really showing the clean set of heels now. The moment Reece has no answer. Although he's never giving up. They're actually back on the same straight. This boat's in the third and fourth position. Paul Sain putting a little bit on Matty Wassell now, but then he took the inside line on the top line there, making up a couple of boat lengths there. Paul Sain getting a little bit loose mid-track.
The battle keeps going. Simon Troy out in front. He'll pick up the yellow this time through. I think that's a checkered flag. It certainly is. So checkered flag, Simon Troy, mainline dialogue. Second spot home is Reece Coles in the Butler Vehicles machine. Sure, that's a little bit cautious on that too. A few big holes to drive through. Flags down. Look at the rooster tail go on the boat on the outside, the hydro of Lockie Bella. But the launch from the KT, unbeatable. Like a lightning bolt down here. KT to the inside, displacement splitting the middle. Vella around the outside in Holland. That's a postcard sign, all 3 codes represented. Blake Sherry out in front in wrap racing now. Needs to settle the boat down or pick up the start wash at the mid-corner. So settles the boat nicely through that start wash. Little bobble. Hard on the power and look at $1 million, Jono.
Beautiful corner by Lockie Bella, the cranky. Dave Freeman not giving up on the inside there. Hayden Sherry's moved out. Comfortable looking in, but Hayden, Lockie Bella not giving it away. Not giving up yet. Dave Freeman also, but comes out the door today and getting a nice smooth run on the inside there. Lockie's pulled a bit of a lead now. Dave Freeman comes back up the inside. At the moment, it's all Hayden Sherry out in front of the wrap boat. Big KT, built by his late father, Ryan Sherry, doing an admirable job driving there. Really showing a clean set of heels. Lockie Bella not putting away and flying down the outside. There, hydroplanes spinning there beautifully left to right. Rather mechanical error. He won't catch Hayden Sherry way out in front.
Right, checkered flag now being loaded at the tower. This has been a magnificent run. Comes out wide to run the crowd in the the final straight. Knows he's got it in the bag. Put your hands together. Rap Racing, ladies and gentlemen. Hayden Cherry. The man from Ebenezer, the beautiful Troy Craft. Running the 5.2 LS2. And look at the hauling machine of Rocky Vella. Not one rev left in that boat. And big shout out to the crew from Cranky getting the job done in Heat 1 of the Chiquita. Well, that was an absolute performance from that Rap Racing machine. They've come on leaps and bounds there from Taree a couple of weeks ago. That was a huge run from the Mustache one, Blake Sherry.
Seriously looks like it's made 20 or 30 mile an hour on what it had at Taree. It looked fast at Taree. But also driven very, very well by Hayden. So stage Rocky and Paul and Bode and Cranky gives them no answer at the moment.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem that way. And a big shout out to Nicole Sherry and the whole Sherry race team. They've put together an absolute show with that one. So Craig Scott, Marco, Lenny, Nicole, Blake, Luke. Well done. And a big thanks to Pugs, Wayne, Pat Purcell, Michelle, Pratt. Before you hear it. Holds him for a long time. Bang, we are gone. Simon Troy, a little bit untidy. Reece Coles gets better drive on the inside. So Butler vehicles, maybe 3 boat lengths on the inside. So Simon Troy now, he's got to leave a little window there for Matty Wassell and Paul Sain as they do battle. But Reece Coles like a shot out of a cannon through that corner into the clean water. The Butler vehicles machine is gone, Jono.
That pole makes all the difference for Reece. Probably 10 boat length lead over Simon. Simon not giving up. And as expected, a great drill between Matty Wassell and Paul Sain. The Trim King boat. Simon coming out nice and wide, getting the speed up. Chasing hard. Paul Sain put up a bit of a watch there, getting a bit wriggly.
Picking up the battle now for third. Have a look at this. Outside, Paul Sain, Trim King. Inside, Matt Wassell. Both running the Mercury Optimax 200 XS. Wassell goes in hard on the pins. Sain keeps him honest on the outside. That is good, clean racing. Matty Wassell with some very nice drive. Back to the head of the field now. Reece Coles just drifting this Butler Vehicles TACO. It is absolutely howling. Now, if they finish 1-2 with the reverse grid, it's going to come down to lap time. So he knows he cannot let off. The accumulated lap time will be the decider if they finish this way. Have a look at the battle for third.
So as Paul Sain comes back on the outside, going into the bottom turn. Great job by Matty Wassell holding him out, but Paul coming back on the outside, side by side. Getting out the back straight away. Paul Sain pulling out a boat with three. Simon Troy. Yellow flag.
Keep your eye on the battle here now in third spot. Paul Sain, he's got an overlap. He needs 3 boat lengths to come across and shut the door on Wassell. Is there enough? There's just about Matty Wassell. Good. Simon Troy's come off the power in the back straight. He has lifted. He's got a drama in the mainline Dynalog machine. But the checkered flag flies high now for Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles with the race win. Now Simon Troy, he's got to get home. This is going to come down to lap times. But he's fighting hurt now. Drifts the mainline Dynalog DAC all the way to the line. Oh, you can hear that engine. That is wrong. Eyes forward. The battle still on. Paul Sain, Matt Wassell. It's going to come to the wire. The Silver Trim King on the outside. I think he's done enough. Settle it down, son. You're almost over. What a drive and what a run. That was quality.
Great tussle for third and fourth.
Oh,
great tussle. Driving. Great driving by both competitors.
Oh, now there's a methanol mist pumping out of the back of the mainline Dynalog machine. And as I said, with 1 win each, that's going to come down to race times, and that could make the difference. It's the last time you're going to see these boys today, so give Reece Coles a round of applause and give him a wave as he comes back past you there, as he salutes the tower. He thinks he's got it done. He reckons he's done enough. The reigning Australian Formula GP champion. Only time will tell. It'll go to the tower, Jono. Keep your claws wheels rolling for Simon Troy in the main line. Dynalog machine. 888 Racing. And with a belting
change into that boat, and we think that it's going to be a serious weapon when it comes out, and hopefully we can get some parts very shortly back on the water soon.
I have no doubt the last boat was hit a purple patch near the last probably 12, 18 months before the sale. It just about won everything that it could win, beating the bigger boats. Great driver, your brother Brett, and yeah, we look forward to see the new boat.
Yeah, thanks, Dory, and yeah, like I said, we've done a lot of changes to that one, and we've made I think a better tool. I think a next generation type boat, and we'll just see how we go.
All right, very best of luck for the future.
Thank you, mate.
Racing, nice start out of Quiver on the inside. Shenanigans is away, so is B&R as you call, Jono. Looking very good on the outside. Into turn number one, Shenanigans will get there first. Nice gap left there. So through goes Quiver, beautiful around. B&R out wide, nice clean run as well. But the inside run for Quiver puts Justin Frankham up into a solid second spot. Shenanigans now leads the field into turn number two for the second time. Nice on the power. Frankham now looks to the inside, says staying inside that wash, Jono, and making ground.
Absolutely. All right, Brett. They're calling out wide. It's about 10 buttons behind them. At the moment, it's all out in front. It's Pugsley and Shenanigans leading the way, but must have backed off a little bit. Quiver's having a slip up the inside here. They're within about 4 or 5 boats. Really done a great job at third place, so it's back straight away. Into the corner they go. The yellow flag's out now. 1 lap to go when they go past, but Quiver's doing an absolute fantastic job here. He's pulled about 4 or 5 boat legs back on Chris Buxley and Shenanigans.
1 more lap to run. Pugsley in front, but Frankham is going absolutely nowhere. Keep your eyes peeled. This could be a huge upset. Brett Injury, big mountain in the middle. In B&R engines. Pushing hard down the back straight away. And Quiver is cutting him down the last straight, Jono.
This will be an upset. I think Quiver running the 5-litre engine, so doing a great job. So he's up the inside again. Chris having a look out here. He's having another slip up the inside. Shenanigans by about 4 or 5 lap and B&R engines in third place. Chris had better have a look at the video of that when he gets home this evening.
I'm looking in my left mirror, he's there. I'm looking at my board out there in Dino Allison's going to have his work cut out of him in this huge field. 7 boats in the afternoon, sun conditions perfect, the air cooling, the displacements will love this. Wait for the drop. Flags down, we've gone racing, ladies and gents. Beautiful start out of pole number 2. Can't pick up who that is. Dean Allison left behind in this one a little bit. Marine line out in front. Madam, Tommy Webster looking very, very good right now. Out of nowhere, upside Webster, nice and clean, those two. Good race room left, beautiful turn on the inside as well, and they're all through clean. Well done this field. There's a drag race up the back chute now. Dean Allison has got his boats on his inside, boats on his outside, out of nowhere, putting pressure on the inside. Allison, he's really going to have to watch himself to leave race room. Gets there in front, but out in front, Marine line. Putting a show on right now with some beautiful conversions on. Out of nowhere in the second spot. Another Madam, Tommy Webster getting it right this time, looking at a podium spot. Dean Allison trying to find his way forward through those big holes. Handful racing around nicely as well. Oh, huge leap down here in turn number 1. Yellow flag flying from the tower. There's going to be 1 lap to run this this time through. Marine Line, Jono, they look like they've got this one in the bag.
Marine Line play out front.
Flag drops. Good start on the inside. Evan Reuter out a second, but it's Matty Dubois. Boat number 1 is 71. He's got the lead in. Got to estimate the time given. Sorry, the lane given. Goes in nice and sweet. Watch this turn on the inside. No rules. Oh, gets it through and out of there nicely. What a power move. So that's a big drive. Looks over his right shoulder, so he's got a clean run.
Unbelievable turnaround from the first heat of the monos. Basically all in the reverse positions if they were in the first race. Bo Mickenen's been left out high and dry on the outside back in 4th place, but no rules. Beautiful first corner, and doing very well in the second corner as well. Certainly. Come out, got the boat sitting on its tail.
Oh, there's a boat gone around. Oh, hold your breath. Whew. Great evasive action from Bo Mickenen. He's gone from 3rd to 2nd. That was a big moment. I think that was Matty Dubois. It certainly was. But out in front, Matty Campbell, the man from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, the Force F18X, the 250 XS Mercury. He's got a clean break. Kenzie, Jordan and Dan going nuts here on the bank. Took a podium at St George. Oh, runs a wide line. Watch out for the Evan Reuter of Nathan Todd Hunter. He's now stepped to the inside of the wash. And the battle with Matty Dubois down the back. He will be driving angry now. You don't want to hook one of these boats around. And he's going to be going 120% down the back chute. 4-lap race for the outboards. Yellow flag on the tower, Jono. Oh, there's a move coming from Evan Reuter. Oh, he's gone to the inside. Oh, a bit of turn boy action. That puts him out rear of field. Take a lap, son.
Oh, what a tragedy. That's going to cost him a lap penalty, I think. But Bo Mickenen has gone from 4th to 3rd. Oh, no, back on the inside.
Second.
Oh, Dubois has come back on the inside.
Let's get loose down here. So now the boat in second, Evan Reuter, they will cop a 1-lap penalty for hitting that turn boy down there. So they're out of the action. So the battle now in 2nd and 3rd is on right here in the rear of the field. But out in front, take nothing away from Matt Campbell. In no rules, Kenzie, Jordan and Dan will be going bananas down here. This is going to be a race win for the young upstart. He wanted to give a huge shout out to Mum and Dad and the boys, and he's going to come out wide and buzz the crowd. Have a look at him. He salutes the tower. Give him a wave. He's got this job done. The checkered flag down here on the tower. He's going to take the race win. The man from the Portsmouth Powerboat Club, Matty Campbell. into the back straight away.
So Justin Franklin leads him into the turn 2. That's a commanding lead after the first lap, with Cranky in second place, but Melody in third. Mick Hockley in his first race, rounding out the field in 4. But a handy lead on by Justin Franklin, cornering the boat beautifully, heads up the back straight for the second time.
Frankham looking the goods out in front right now. Oh, half a moment down there in the back of the turn, so watch for Melody. That was a little bit of a moment there for Dave Freeman in Cranky, so hooked the boat in hard, but out in front in Quiver right now. It is a clean set of heels. Ran out of 2 and got to the corner early. Yellow flag now shown. So we are Quiver, Cranky, Melody, and the new machine of Mick Hockley in mixed up. 1 lap to go. Absolutely hauling down here is Quiver. Lost the back of the boat in the mid-corner there. Cleans it up nicely. In through the straight. Through comes Freeman. Cranky's through nicely. Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody. Now we've got Mick Hockley off the pace in mixed up. So he's had to back out of it. So not liking what he's seen, but put your hands together, the checkered flag flying by. Your first race win of the weekend for Justin Frankham in the Quiver. The man from Silverdale in New South Wales. A cracking run out of pole 2. Got the job done early and keep the applause rolling for Dave Freeman in Cranky. The man from the Taree Athletic Club. And home with a roar and a smile will be Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody. Well, not a bad first race of the week. Yellow flag will be shown this time through. The local master, Chris Pugsley, out in front. It is his to own right now. Gee, there's a battle for second place, Jono. Image on the inside, Rastus on the outside. Watch them through for the last time, turn 1. Oh, that'll be a red flag.
But a major spin.
Huge moment.
He's away from the boy with Craig Lewis in image.
Huge moment. He just came down onto the cab. Now we've had a red flag, so again, this is commentary box, not the tower, but we did have a red flag shown. So, however, race distance, that'll be more than 2/3 of race distance completed. But mate, I actually thought he'd done a runner there, the way that boat moved, but I think he came into the cab just to settle the nose of the boat and leading, and the boat just rotated, launched the back of the boat out of the water, and spat him almost right across the track into the oncoming shenanigans. So there'll be a new race suit down there for Image Racing required, no doubt about it.
Absolutely, be interesting to see what happened there. Like Craig's a seasoned competitor. He's been around the traps for 25 plus years, and I highly rate him as a driver. So I'd say there was some sort of mechanical failure there.
Yeah, no doubt about it in my mind. It's just and even like he got the boat moving again forward, obviously to keep himself off the track. But yeah, we'll get a read on that one. And I can see a couple of people around here. I can see Ricky Howard, like, all making gesticulating hand signals of 360 degrees. Not sure, but. Look, the boat came down and it just kept coming down, and it just turned the boat around, rotated over on its propeller, on prop torque, and facing the wrong way at the end of a straight at 100 plus miles an hour is not what you're trying to pick that up now. Flags down, here we go, Roosters build. Beautiful jump from Butler Vehicles, Reece Coles. Oh, he's creeping up real tight there. In the middle is Breedy. It's going to be Butler Vehicles in 3. They are going to watch them in 1 and 2. Around goes Troy. Breen is through cleanly. Beautiful cornering from all those first 4 out wide. 4 Tree Lawyers, Kane Casson, there's Matty Wassel. Paul Sain is through. Let's go racing, Jono. Simon Troy, have a watch this turn 2. He's trying to look to the inside of Coles. He knows he's there. And it's Simon Troy now. He's come up on the inside. He's got half a boat length on Butler Vehicles. The battle for the pack between Breen and Casson is on. Troy in the DAC Lightning. Reece Coles, the blue machine, he's switched up, he's moved to the inside. This is a big move. He's got pace. Simon Troy is going to shut the corner. Hold your breath in turn number 2. Troy is through, Butler Vehicles is through, and here comes Adam Breen. Oh, Kane Casson is over, ladies and gentlemen. 4 Tree Lawyers with a barrel roll. That will red flag this one. So Kano Casson Now we've got two boats up there without canopies, so it looks to me we've got Kane Casson to the outside, canopies up and drivers out, and that looks to me like Adam Breen. So I'm guessing those two either came together or Picasso now, he's got damage off the back of the boat. He's making his way back to the boat ramp. I told you it would be on, but that is not what we want to see from these hard-charging young drivers. Can we get the Casson trailer, Four Tree Lawyers trailer to the ramp immediately, please? Can we get Casson's trailer, make a hole on the boat ramp? Thank you. Mate, it all happens in an instant up there in that mid-corner, just trying to pick up. Now there's damage to the right-hand sponson tip of Kane Casson. It actually looked to me like they had clearance. I thought that Adam Breen was clear of him, but just judging on that, we might have had contact in turn number 2. I think between Casson and Breen.
It appears that way with the punch and right-hand sponson of Kane's boat.
Flags down, here we go. Oh, bad influence. Ribbon sideways. Here's the drag race down to turn number 1. And have a look at bad influence. They have got some massive pace. Hard on the cab gear. Sticks the nose of the boat in. Nice wide line on exit. But watch the barra from Explicit out of 2 now.
But coming out of each corner well, comes out, slowly squeezes the throttle on, makes zero speed out of front straight in. Whoa! The barrel splits it, Rock is back in second place, and Hayes has done a great job holding out third. But down the back straight away we go, Dargle still out in front of the commanding lead. He's buttoned up a fair way through.
Hey, this is a hell of a run out in the front of the field right now. The beautiful, big, bad influence machine, 403 cubic inch Chevrolet power through turn number 1. So turn 2, he's actually come right off the pace there. He's got a drama. He's got a drama. Oh, I've just wrapped him up. So bad influence right off the power now. And Explicit says thank you very much. Yellow flag, 1 more to go. The barra is popping and locking. We've got Fury out down here. We've got the barra just hanging in there, and we have now got bad influence shut down. This could be the slowest ever blind boat finish in the history of the sport. If he keeps moving forward, we still have a race.
I think he's out. I think he's out. They've seen this happen before, but
now, tactically,
not uncommon with these the unlimited class, where we have 3 or 4 failures in the one race. But
do you know what I do when my car's not running right? I just stick my foot up and I hope it fixes itself, and that's what's happening right now in Explicit.
I think the driver at Explicit's let the LID principle, let it develop, which it has. It stopped.
There you go. There is no fair in that taxi this afternoon. Hey, mate, what is that going to mean for the points? 3/4 race distance to get points, so you'd have to almost give points in that one to Explicit, or would they declare that?
It's down.
To the outside, Reckless has got a slight advantage on the way through. That was a courageous run on the inside from the culprit, and in the middle, splitting the needle. Have a look at the toxic machine into the back straight. There is nothing at the front of the field right now. Nathan Barry, real culprit, around first. To his outside is Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Now moving to the inside. Here's a move coming from Chris Edmonds in the toxic. Watch them into turn number 1.
On the outside, and Toxic's not out of it yet either. Slides around the corner in the second place. Tate Ramsey stuck out wide. Talking on it, getting the power down. It's going to be
Chris Edmonds looking for the inside line. He did it up here in turn 8. He's had to come off the power a little bit, but it's Nathan Barry. Nathan Barry in the real culprit. This is a drag race with a checkered flag. He's got it hooked up. The 21-foot charge boy takes the win. Yellow on the way through. Chris Edmonds is like a dog with a bone right now, running the inside line, Jono. And he's got the better of Reckless this time through. Edmonds now up in a second.
Up the inside. And Nathan Barry has a line of control out in front. We've read the checkered flag. Getting the power down beautifully.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the real culprit, Nathan Barry. In second place in the late charge, Tate Ramsey in Reckless. And Chris Edmonds in Toxic. Wow, what a race.
He never fails to impress, does he?
He looked inside, he looked outside, and I tell you what, the cornering of that little green machine, absolutely phenomenal. Threw it away very nicely. That's a big haul, but unleashed. There is nothing in it. Destiny just maybe a half a boat length on the outside. So Destiny just getting the drop. Unleashed goes very wide through turn number one. Hoses off Destiny. So almost put the fire out in turn number one. There will be a limit in the cockpit. And the outside, Ryan Constable in the Odin machine. So Brent Shepherd now up through turn number two and into the straight. But I'll tell you what, what's your take on turn number one, Jono?
Yeah, Brent Shepherd, as expected, out in front. Ryan Constable did a fantastic job back in second place. Sticking on the outside, looking good. Looking fast. A little bit of a run up now. Destiny got in the trouble and she's trying to back in. Try and chase down Ryan. They don't know they have enough laps. But Unleashed way out in front, taking it easy.
Mate, I'll tell you what, Tate Williams, Blake Ramsey in Destiny, he will be in a limit. There'll be steam coming out of his ear. But standing strong now. The flag sticks down, yellow flag. This time through for Brent Shepherd in the Unleashed. Into turn number one for the last time. Ryan Constable looking very nice in the Odin. Out wide, giving plenty of race room on the inside. Got great boat speed down here through the front straightaway. The beautiful big red stands hard on the cap plate. Rolls it in, watch him through turn number one now. Beautiful arc in the mid-corner, back on the gas. The checkered flag now flying for Brent Shepherd in the Unleashed, ladies and gentlemen. Takes home the win in heat number 3 of Unlimited. Now Ryan Constable currently sitting in front of Blake Ramsey in the Destiny. He's just got to get it to the line. This is going to be a drag race. Don't go anywhere. Constable leans it on. Destiny loses some drive to the outside. At the checkered flag, it's going to be Constable. So Ryan Constable edging out Blake Ramsey in the Destiny for second spot home, and that was an interesting one. I tell you what, Unleashed now has shut down on the... you see the Rooster Tails build. Beautiful drop out of pole number 2 for Lockie Vella and the KT. So inside is the KT, outside is Vella in pace of Paul Vella. Got the big wide open track in front of him. KT's around very nicely. Vella, the huge Rooster from that turn fin, runs a pretty wide line. That's going to force the field. And Paul Vella makes up a spot over Blake Sherry in lap 2. But the KT out in front, Jono.
Hall wriggling around in the wash, going up the back straight there. They've still got it under control now, but it's all Hayden Sherry out the front. Doing a great job in a run. But Lockie Vella coming down the front straight and all. Looking good, but Paul, hard the ball. Right on the outside. We'll catch him by the turn, boy. And somewhere out the back there is Paul behind the sun. Lockie up. See the red nose come out. Down the back. This is where Lockie got a little bit loose last lap. Seems to go under control this time, but Paul taking it from the outside at the back straight away.
See what, Hayden Cherry looking $1 million in the wrap. Boat number 45 out in front. The man from Ebenezer. Listen to the roar on that Troy Craft KT. Absolutely tearing it apart. Paul Vella right out wide, buzzing the tower on his way through here. It's Vella versus Vella, father versus son. Slight advantage on the outside of Paul Vella. Lockie to the inside. Paul Vella in the red impatient machine has made ground. The drag race is on. And I reckon Paul Vella's got the numbers. Checkered flag now shown. What a run. His first time racing here at Dargle. Put your hands together. Go wild for Hayden Sherry in the wrapped. And do not look away. It's Vella v Vella inside, Lockie outside, Paul. The pace on the outside, there's nothing in this. And it is Lockie Vella hauling by half a boat length, mate. What a run. Apologies to the man Blake Sherry in wrap 2. There was so much going on the front, but he has not put a foot wrong in his first outing of this machine here at Dargle this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. Paul had the advantage going into the last corner, but
Red and black fully.
He's just under the trolley.
All right, let's get back into the action. 5.2 litres placement. Supported by concreting by Bonds. Start rate through, leads away our reload field. Out of pole number 1, the team of Cranky. Out of 2 will be Quiver. And 3 will be Mixed Up. Just about perfect powerboat racing conditions here on the Hawkesbury River at Dargle this weekend. And we have seen some red hot racing all day yesterday, and this category was no exception. The man they're out to beat is Mr. Justin Frankham in the Quiver. He has had the best of it as we see him come down this front straight on his siding lap for the first time today. This magnificent airbrush machine. The full airbrush blue and gold metallic 18-foot Evercraft. Glinting here in the morning sunshine. Cop Coating sponsoring this machine, and a big thanks to Adrian from Airbrush World from the Quiver race team for the work that he has put in. So if I have you, young lady down there on the white, if we could step you back up to the grass, please. We've got 2 young people down there on the steps near pit lane. If I could get you to pop back up the beach. Anyone that can hear me over there, if you could just tap those 2 for me. Thank you very much. So just a reminder, if you're on the bank, we need you standing on the mowed grass area. If you're further down than that, we'd ask you to step back so that we've got our distance from the high water mark. Thank you very much. All right, the call is made, Jono, to the start boat. It's time to put the fight flag in the air and get racing back underway. Concreting by Bond, supporting the 5.2 litre displacement here this weekend, Jono. Out of pole 1 will be Cranky, Quiver out of 2, and Mixed Up out of 3. Mate, how do you see this one playing out?
Well, it'll be hard to see anyone going past Quiver, really. Like, it held it to the 6 litres yesterday. I think it finished in front of B&R Engines in the last race yesterday, and was catching Chris Pugsley in shenanigans. I know Chris had probably buttoned off a little bit, but still hard charging Justin Franken coming up and reducing about a 10 boat length deficit to about 3 or 4 over the finish line. So yeah, real, unless he has a spin or something goes wrong, well, I can't see him getting too stressed in this race.
The hot tip from big Johnny DeVol. So let's see how it pans out. Start boat brings him down there. About 85 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour. The start boat is flat knacker. Franken porpoising a little bit out of 2. Here we go, flags down. Let's go racing. It converts and settles beautifully. A little bit loose out wide. Is Mixed Up. But Quiver, number 46, will lead that into turn number 1. Beautiful through there. Nice line 2 on the inside is Cranky as well. Gets the power down and Mixed Up through clean. But it is Quiver in the back straight for the first time. Looking absolutely resplendent here in the morning sunshine. Justin Franken hard on the cap plate. You see the spray creep forward of the Evercraft. Lets the boat have its nose and hard on the pedal back into lap number 2, Jono.
Yeah, as predicted, Justin Franken well out in front of the back up in this race. In second place is Dave Freeman in Cranky. Unfortunately, Mick Hockley looks like slowing down there and Mixed Up for engine issues. So it seems to be slightly going again, but out in front is all Justin Franken and Quiver.
So Mixed Up having a moment there, but back underway again. The laps count down. Out in front is Franken into Quiver. Second spot right now is the team of Cranky. Running very strong is Dave Freeman. Big over-rep from Quiver as he picks up those rollers there. And into turn number 1 for the last time.
Untidy out of that top boy corner there. And that's what happens sometimes when you try and back off. These things are designed to go absolutely flat out. When you try and take the foot off a little bit and save the engine, there's a bit of bad water in front. They will buck you like a Bronco, which happened to Justin, but got it back under control now. Comes to the top joint. The last time coming down to face a checkered flag, a well-deserved win to Justin Franken.
That was a beautiful run from Justin Franken in the Quiver. Second boat home. There's Dave Freeman in Cranky. And great to see Mick Hockley in the Mixed Up. We saw him have to shut that boat down, but got it refired. And he is going to come home, but hats off to the team of Quiver. They have been super strong, as John mentioned earlier this weekend. And absolutely faultless in that one. Mixed Up. Mick Hockley making it home for some points in this series race.
Guessing that Mick Hockley Mixed Up is having maybe some fuel issues. It's just dying coming out of a corner, which is generally a carby related problem. Either that's flooding or starving for fuel. The pump's not working quite right, not holding enough pressure, but obviously when it gets going again it's fine, but the race is all over for him unfortunately when that's happened.
So shout out to all competitors. Obviously, we are looking to complete the full program today, even though we had that delay, but it is going to mean 150% cooperation from you in pit lane. So this is the heads up. We don't need Bryony telling you when you should be at the boat ramp. You need to be ready. You need to be strapped in and right to go, because we are going to roll through this one. Next up is, of course, the Hyper 5. This is a very, very cool looking collection of boats out on the water there, John. Hydro, and looking for the KT right now. I'm not sure.
I can't see wrap down here. No.
So yeah, we've got the start called, so no wrapped out there, so no KT, but the Hyper 5 series is sponsored by Snap Print Solutions in Homebush Bay. They're a long-time supporter and partner of the Hyper 5 hydroplane series. They're a one-stop destination for all things print and design, providing a professional and personalised service from start to finish. If you're looking for print services, graphic design, online marketing, and now offering passport photos and custom framing in stores, get on the phone and get hold of Snap Printing in Homebush Bay. Talk to Rob and let him know you're a mad fan of the Hyper 5 series, and he is sure to look after you.
Okay, we need everybody back off the bank, please. You're in the heavily mowed area there. Back, please, back. We can't start the race until you move back off the grass area, the heavy grass area there. Should be a crack of a race, Bert, with just the three hydroplanes in there with it. Should be side by side.
It certainly will be, Johnny. What a hell of a field. So we've got Wrapped, Hauland and Impatient. The Wrap 2 machine, the all-white hydro out there, driven this weekend by Mr. Blake Sherry, the man from Ebenezer. It's a Howard hydroplane with an injected 308 Holden engine. Took second spot out in the Hyper 5 series in 2022. The young man can pedal. Craig, Scott, Marco, Lenny, Nicole, Hayden and Matt on his crew this weekend. And then of course we've got Team Valor. Paul Valor needs no introduction to the crew here at Dargle, pedalling the boat Impatient, the man's from Wiseman's Ferry. This is his home club, running the 20-foot composite Howard hydroplane. He's a bit of a pre-qualified pedaler. He's won the Bridge to Bridge outright, the Lawson Shield, the Ken Waggett Memorial, the Top End Sprint and the Chiquita Cup.
The only race that evaded him for a long time. I think he got about 9 second place outrights in the Bridge to Bridge. Couldn't have a cracker for the win, and eventually on probably the roughest Bridge to Bridge ever, about around Lawtondale at his house where he lives. The canard wing broke off the front of the hydroplane, but he battled it all the way to the finish and broke through for his first outright win in the Bridge to Bridge.
Yeah, sensational story, isn't it? He's going to get kept very honest out there by a young charger by the name of Lockie Vella. He's number one son, actually, running the same package, the 20-foot composite Howard hydroplane. So the father and son duo out there will be doing battle, but up against the very talented and lightning quick Blake Sherry. Max, Chris and Mick have got the unfortunate task of keeping Lockie Vella in a straight line in the pit crew this weekend. I wouldn't want to be them. But watch this young bloke drive for a long time, and he's really enjoying his time in this hydro, mate, loving it completely. So won the Hyper 5 series in 2022, so he's the man with most points that they all want to top.
Most things Lockie gets in, he can master. I think in his first year in F2, he won the series, and that's probably one of the most hotly contested classes back in the Formula Grand Prix days of the Formula 2 racing before I went to the Grand Prix. And yeah, he gets his half a hand at anything that gets behind the wheel. Obviously he shows no fear with this either. He's Yesterday, you see, he was sort of snaking a little bit, but he still keeps his foot into it. It's a real crowd pleaser.
So if we could just ask anybody down there on the grass near pit lane, if you could just step back off to the bright green mode grass, that's our limit. Just move back a little bit. I think that's John Nitry down there. Big Jono, if you could just step back up to the bright green grass for us, that'd be fantastic. So just waiting for the all clear from our starter. And the start boat will bring down the 3-boat field, sponsored the Hyper 5 Series by Snap Print Solution in Homebush Bay. Get hold of Rob. Tell him that you're a mad powerboat racing fan, and I'm sure Rob will look after you down there at Snap Printing Homebush.
See a flag up down there, Andrew.
Yeah, the call's been made, so start boat leans on the loud pedal. These hydros, you can hear them rev up the prop, cavitating madly till the boat gets moving forward. If you've never seen a hydroplane race, they're an incredibly exciting machine to watch. They turn very, very hard. A large turn fin or skid fin in some parts of the world sits to the inside, to the left-hand port sponson. And that's what the boat turns around. So 2 contact points in front, a big skid fin, a rudder and a prop. That's pretty much all you're going to see of these boats in the water. Floating over the surface, flag held high. We wait for the roosters to build. Flag down, let's go. Look at the power. Straight in the water. Great start, Paul Vella, and just Sherry out wide. I reckon Blake Sherry too. Lockie Vella out wide, I should say. So Paul Vella, the big red machine, beats young Lockie Vella just to the corner. Watch Sherry to the inside here. He's around very, very nicely in that clean water run. The little rat machine now hooking up. So Paul lost a little bit of ground, and Lockie Vella with a big charge down the outside. The big wide hydro got the better of that turn, Jono. And he's going to make his way into turn number 1. He's going to get to set the course in turn 2, so set the tone of the corner. And that's going to work to his advantage. He's got great exit speed, John, as they come into the straight for the second time.
They come down the front straight for the second time. Looks like Lockie Vella by half a nose in front. The boat gets a little bit tipping on the inside. And Blake Sherry doing a great job. The little 5-lead on the inside. He'll tip it in beautifully. He's left a hole for him in that corner there. And around they come. Lockie in the better corner and that, the wider corner. Paul got a little bit of rough water coming out of the turn, which allowed Lockie to pull down 2 boats.
Mate, the ground that Blake Sherry in a Rap 2 is making up in the corners right now, this Rap machine. Top end speed a little bit down, but watch him through the corners. This is a boat in third. He is eating them alive on that inside run, but the battle is on now for young and old. This is the yellow flag. We've got 1 lap to go. Paul Vella to the inside, Lockie Vella to the outside. The boat just dancing across the surface of the water. Hit the canard hard, turn it in hard. The red boat to the inside is Paul Vella, to the outside is Lockie Vella. There is nothing in this, John.
Again, Lockie gets the better out of the turn. Turns in the bottom corner, pulling him out of boat. They leave the ball, coming back very hard on the inside here. The water will be starting to get very chopped up in those corners now with a big turn fin, digging holes. And Lockie keeps his foot in right round the outside. They come out neck and neck as they come down the front straight away.
This is the second flag, ladies. Anyone goes Paul to the outside, Lockie Vella, Paul Vella to the inside, and Lockie Vella gets the job done. Oh, the young gun puts one on the old bull in Paul Vella, and Blake Sherry in the Rap 2 machine. I tell you what, that kid corners that hydro like an absolute demon. Well, what a battle in the hydros. We knew it was going to be on, but Lockie Vella, deal was loose and fast on the outside run there, John.
Well, I think the hydro people say it's not loose, it's just spilling air, you know, rocking left to right, but from the bank, it's change of pants sort of stuff, but I'm sure Lockie had a handle on it. Great race with his father, Paul. He's come out in front once again. But not to be, Blake, not to be disgraced, did a fantastic job out there in third place. Unfortunately, when you start getting it after about a lap and a half, running into third, you're starting to run over the chopped up water and you fall back. Where his finishing position was not a true indication of where he should have probably finished.
Yeah, certainly, and water conditions, obviously this track perfectly suited to the those Howard hydros, so the different sponson shapes and designs. Put the Rap machine in some dirty water and some chop, you're going to see a very different result. But his cornering, absolutely fabulous. So he was making 6, 7, 8 boat lengths through the mid corner. So I probably think maybe a prop difference as well. The top end of the Vela machines being the right option, but they'll go back and have a look at it. But great drive from all three. Lockie Vela
What you gain in speed with the propeller down the straight, you're going to lose coming out of the corner. You lose that acceleration, and that's why Lockie had probably a little bit of an advantage being so far out, because he kept the speed up and kept the speed up through the corner, which gave him a bit of a slingshot out onto the straight. Yeah, great race by all three drivers, I thought.
Right, so word through from pit lane, unfortunately for Craig Lewis and the team of Image, they are out, Jono. So we've just been advised by the race officials. We've seen them, they've been chasing a steering issue that really brought him unstuck yesterday. The boat rotated 180 degrees at full noise, and they had rudder dramas. Been out there for a little bit of a look around, and they're just not satisfied that they've got that boat dialed in. So unfortunately for the crew from Image, they are withdrawn. So Craig and his team, thank you so much for supporting the event. Great campaigner, and we'll no doubt see him back again.
I can add a little bit to that too. I think after his run this morning, he felt it go off a little bit and they broke a valve spring. There's a couple of other little issues that was all too hard to get on top of. So yeah, real shame that Craig's out. As I say, on its day, it can give Shenanigans a run for its money. So two very experienced campaigners that will fight to live to fight another day. So.
Right, so just got a spectator craft or two making its way through the field, but look at the smiles on board these drivers down here. Blake Sherry standing aboard the trusty Rap Steed, did a cracking job cornering that Sherry Racing team Hydro out there. Lockie Vela puts the wood on the old man. He'll be enjoying that one, no doubt. Big shout out to all the Vela clan here this weekend. All right, next up, supported by Smiley Photos this weekend, is the Unlimited Outboard. So this is race number 4 in our program, and we've got a very, very interesting pole draw out of this one, and some very, very cool hard-charging boats. Out of number 1 is going to be Mr. Paul Sane, the Trim King, the Aussie F1 Composites, running the smoking hot Mercury 200 XS Optimax. So it is technically a stock engine, however they might have found a few go-fast parts that they are allowed, because this is an unlimited event, to up-spec the Mercury 200 Optimax, and mate, he's had a hell of a battle on his hands with Matty Wassell all weekend, John.
Absolutely. Well, it comes out of the Bailey stable, Craig Bailey stable, so if there's any tricks, Craig will be onto it, and it did look impressive yesterday. It was the best 200 horsepower Mercury performance I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's given away a fair bit of horsepower in this field.
Just driving better and better. As you say, had some success at Taree a couple of weeks ago in the performing the Powerboat Grand Prix up there. So new boat, newish sort of engine, more power for him. He'll do well. Unfortunately, they won't have much to be able to get towards Reese and Simon in the main line. I know a couple of vehicles. F1s, they're a different style of engine.
We should explain that to the fans here in the bank. Obviously, we've got Paul Sane in the Trim King and Matt Wassell in 108 Racing running the Mercury Optimax platform, the 200 horsepower. However, Reese Coles in Butler Vehicles and Simon Troy in Mainline Dialogue running the Mercury S3000, which is a full F1 spec engine, revving to about 11,000 RPM when they want it to. The life expectancy of them is not great, let's be honest.
Well, not when you put them on methanol, no. That's the S3000 is not enough. We whack them on methanol, which gives you at times a little bit more top end speed, but more punch out of the corners.
Certainly does, and it helps controlling the temperature in these absolutely screaming two-stroke engines. But these guys are incredibly competitive. They're good friends, but on the water they are dog eat dog. Reese and Simon. Simon was here earlier. Yesterday's racing, he got done by a second. For the trophy yesterday. Over two races, 1 second.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it did. In the second race, it did go off a little bit, but they got on top of that now. It'll come down to pole positions.
So yes, out of 1. Sorry, I didn't finish that up. Was Paul Sane in Trim King running out of 2. The blue machine of Reese Coles, Butler Vehicles, the reigning AFP GP champion. From 3 will be Simon Troy in mainline dialogue. And Matty Wassell, he's been kicked a bit in the teeth this one. He's come out of a wide pole in 4. So expect the battle between Paul and Matty to be red hot this weekend. But tell you what, Reece Cole's out of pole 2. Ooh, going to be tough. He's going to get that early lead, and it's going to come down to who gets in and out of that turn 1 with the most pace, I would say. But never count anything out here.
Well, Matty's come out of ski racing years ago. He had a 18-foot force called Miss Force, I think, and broke all the rules. Broke all the records, I would say.
And the rules.
Matt was ultra competitive. He has a younger brother skiing with him, and he's seen the bright side and gone to powerboat racing. I believe the boat they've got there now is today is the GTR,
yep,
which is the ex-Mackenzie machine, and it actually went through the Devol family for a very short time too, and was on sold. So it's yeah, no stranger to winning races.
Yeah, it's great to see some sponsors on board too, the Matty Wassell machine. So a big shout out to Grant's Quality Kitchens and Mania Contracting for their support. Grant and Nicole, and a big shout to Dad Neil from Matty Wassell. Mainline dialogue is the major supporter of Simon the Iceman Troy in 888 Racing. Alongside them, Advantage Marine, Shire Steel, Aquatic Power, Cobon Material Solutions, Blue Pacific Marine, Go Boating, Sportsfilm, Ivy Incorporated, and Pertec. Reece Cole's proudly partnered by Butler Vehicles, WFR, Southern Plumbing Racing, Southeast Financial Services. So quick sighting lap for the unlimited outboard. Then give you a chance to check the sun angles, get visuals on all of these turn boys, get a feel for water conditions. Have a look at them roar. Butler Vehicles, mainline dialogue. Inside the all-white machine of Matty Wassell, the beautiful gunmetal grey of Paul Sane in the Trim King. Formula powerboats are the hardest turning form of motorsport there is. Drivers will experience up to 5 Gs in a corner. It's more than a Formula One racing car. The traction that these boats have in the water. They run a 24-volt trim system because they want instantaneous trim to change the attitude of these boats. The tunnel holes have a sponsor that runs down either side of the boat. As it goes towards the rear, the hull, or sorry, the gap between the two sponsons narrows. That compresses air underneath the boat and gives the boat lift. So less boat in the water equals boat speed. So essentially we refer to these guys as pilots because they are what we call an air-assisted hull. They fly the boat across the surface of the water, adjusting the trim of the boat using the engine, Jono. And what happens when you get it wrong?
Well, I was about to say there's a fine line between getting it right and getting it wrong.
Getting it wrong, spot on.
I think Matty Wassell debuted the boat at Windsor probably 18 months ago, and unfortunately went for the up instead of the down, going into the wrong button.
Yep.
Found himself upside down.
There's certainly a couple of weird anomalies with that. When the boat starts to pitch its nose up, catches too much air, wants to take off, the worst thing you can do is take your foot off the accelerator. You're supposed to hold your foot flat.
Well, that's pretty hard to do when you're heading skywards.
At 115, 120, 130 miles an hour. We've seen some massive speeds out of these S3000 powered machines at the front of the field. They're not giving much away, but we're talking 130 miles an hour. Very, very quick here this weekend.
Yeah, 130 plus in the mid 130s. I was away with Simon in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, looking at the telemetry when I come back, and it's up there. And the acceleration is just phenomenal. But as we saw, like Brett Shepherd had their measure down there, they're sort of running close to 150, I think, or a bit over 150. And they get down at 15 mile an hour. Makes a big difference at about half to 2/3 track.
It certainly does, and you will see these boats as they come down. As soon as they approach the corner, they get on that hard trim down button. So holding full throttle, so they won't back off into the corners in most of these boats. They'll hold full throttle, slam the nose of the boat down. That puts the sponsons back in the water, and then they turn instantaneously. Obviously, if you don't get it right, you don't get the trim down, the boat will not turn. Trim it in too hard, you risk pitching the nose of the boat in or picking up a sponson and actually tipping the boat over. 2 boats short here this weekend, John Overy. Unfortunately, we saw an incident in race 1 yesterday that has taken Four Tree Lawyers and Cracker Racing out of the picture this weekend. So shout out to both of those crews. We don't want to see anyone breaking their gear, but we got the start flag in the air. Out of 1, Paul Sain, Trim King. 2, Butler Vehicles. 3, Simon Troy in 888 Racing. And 4 is Matt Wassell from the wide line. Keep your eye on Butler Vehicles out of 2. He's been exceptional off the start. Here we go live, Roosters go. And a massive launch there, Butler Vehicles and Simon Troy. Reece Coles looks to have the better of him on this part of the circuit. He's got 2 boat lengths coming in a turn. Watch them through now, nothing between Paul Sain and Matty Wassell. Reece Coles is around clean, Simon Troy's around clean. Will he switch to the inside as soon as he gets a chance to? Paul Sain, beautiful corner out of 1, but needs to settle the boat now. Drop the nose a little bit, still carrying a porpoise to the mid-track. Matty Wassell looking very, very nice. But Reece Coles like a shot out of a cannon, Jono. He is on the charge.
It was a great start by Reece. Put up the boat length straight away on Simon. But notice Simon had a great first corner, come out like a slingshot, but bobbed out a little bit, about a 3rd track. But now they've settled down. Reece said, oh, hang on, Reece is slow. Reece is stopping, I think.
Reece has got a problem. Butler Vehicles has got a problem. Simon Troy now says thank you very much and moves his way to the inside. That engine going half bang in the back part of the circuit, but look at the battle for 3rd. Paul Sain, the silver machine to the outside. Matt Wassell now looks to his inside, holds a breath. Matty Wassell with a beautiful turn on the pins. This is a drag race into the front straight. They did it all day yesterday, and there's nothing different. Matt Wassell now with an inside line. Paul Sain hanging it on the ragged edge. He's going to close up on his shoulder. Hold your breath through turn 1. Wassell's around. Paul Sain is around. This is tough racing. This is going to be for the checkered flag. Simon Troy, the man out in front, unchallenged. Give him a round of applause, but keep your eyes peeled for 2nd and 3rd.
Yes, he's the battle is 2nd and 3rd. Great win to Simon. Unfortunately, Reece pulling out, but it's still on like Donkey Kong down the back here. Sain's doing a great corner coming out. I think Matty Wassell's going to have him. Sain's coming back on the outside. It's going to be very, very close to come past the finish line. It is, a nose to Matty Wassell, I'd say.
It's a half boat lengths to Matty Wassell to the inside from the commentary position. What a run from these Optimaxes. That is absolutely blinding. Matty Wassell, power move, wedge, switched it up to the inside, knew he couldn't run to the outside of Paul Sain, and caught Paul off guard, so he forced the boat inside and made himself some race room. But the exit on that last run from Matt Wassell was a belter. Now, Reece Coles' engine's still running, John, so obviously maybe seeing something
a trim issue, maybe, I don't know, but if it was the engine had gone off, I would think he would not drive it back to the bank in a tow. But,
no, certainly not. He wouldn't risk further damaging one of these hyper-performance S3000. But tell you what, he doesn't want to win it that way, but he'll take the points. Thank you very much. Put your hands together one more time for Simon Troy, 888 Racing, and the main line Dynalo Pro Hub Solutions team. Race number 5 is going to be an absolute belter, as it looks to me like our field is almost all in the water. So thanks to our teams out there. We're working hard to bring you the whole program. The magnificent Briney up there with the clipboard in hand and the stock whip crackling to keep these crews rolling forward. Race 5 is the 6-litre Albert Korn ABBA Championship and Case Nails point scores. Big thanks to Wes Cranes for sponsoring this one, John. And I've got a big field down here on paper. I can't see everyone in it, but we've got Shenanigans, B&R, Quiver, Rastus, Image, and Rap. Now, Image we know is a withdrawal. also can't see Wrapped out there. Didn't see him in the Hyper 5, so we might have to get an update from young Hayden Sherry and see what the story is with that one. So we've just been updated. It will be a field of 4, the Albert Corn and K-Stars eligible boats being displacement. So that does exclude the crew from Wrap. The boat is fine. They are ready to run. Big Paul saying the Trim King operator down there. Those boys will be adding an extra 3 feet to the front of that boat between that last race and the next one. There was nothing in it, Paulie. Drove the wheels off it. You can see the big smile on the dial of the big unit. 16 foot tall, in fact. When he puts his hands in the air, he looks quite the unusual man, but I'm only saying that because he can't get up to me here in the commentary box in a heartbeat. Craig Bailey, you are required by the Queen Bee race team to back your son Carlin into the boat ramp, so you have a responsibility, Mr. Bailey, that you may or may not have forgotten. So could you please make your way immediately to the boat ramp to get young Carlin into the water. Right, this is going to be a flyer. The 6 litres is always action-packed. Pole draw in this one, out of pole number 1. Is the magnificent crew of Erastus. Pole number 2 will be the Flying Victorian, Brett Nedry. Pole number 3, the giant killing 5 litre of Justin Frankham in the quiver. And the wide pole draw, John, will go to the Silver Arrow of Shenanigans. So Rastus, B&R, Quiver and Shenanigans, mate. Pugs says that's a pretty good pole draws. He's going to have to run this one from the outside line, mate, and this is a very tough field.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a long way out of pole 5.
So Shenanigans owned by, of course, Tim Shannon. It's an Evercraft powered by the Dodge Mopar engine. It's a magnificent piece of machinery. It's won almost everything there is to run. Made a few changes engine-wise in relation to the heads on this machine. Warren Gay and Bega getting involved with Tim. Proudly supporting sponsorship from the crew of Liqua Moly and Arcadia Automotive is Shenanigans machine. Brett Nedry from B&R, the Victorian engine whisperer himself, finding his way into this 6 litre class. McKnight Garage Doors, Advanced Magnetos, CNC Canopies and the Dyson Group, alongside CJW Excavation, Simmons Clark Logistics, Darren's Plastering, Tyre Power, and our good mate Scotty Lambert and the crew of GP Hydro. Rastus has Steve Rarity at the wheel, the man from Newcastle. It's an 18'6" Everingham with a howling 6 litre Ford Roush Yates engine capable of running 9,000 RPM. It's an absolute screaming demon, this thing. It's methanol injected to keep the temperatures down. Matisse Rarity, Ross Willett and Mark Andrews, Daniel Schaefer and Glenn Wilbo on board as the crew. Sponsored by Wes Cranes, Omen Racing Engines, Brett's Welding and Maintenance, Williams Designer Homes. Won the King of the River Atari in 2023. the Vic Curry Invitational, the Commodore Cup, the Jeff Stevenson Memorial with a podium. This is one hell of a competitive field. Justin Franken running the 5 litre in his 18-foot Evercraft from Silverdale. Comp Coatings, his major sponsor, and Adrian from Airbrush World, creating what is the most impressive paint scheme of any boat in the Australian circuit. Right now, do not count this man out. We saw him give Shenanigans a whole lot of hurry up in the last 6 litre race, and he's got an inside pole draw. Rastus out of 2 for my money. Out of pole 1 is going to be very, very hard to get in front of if they play their cards the right way, and we expect big things, rightfully so, out of Steve Rarity, the man behind the wheel. So circulating at the upstream end of the river. You can see the wonderful Tracy Pugsley down there on the boat ramp with the cans on. The whole Smith family, this the Dargle Valley, been in the family for 7 generations, have done a massive amount of work recovering from floods and fires and all sorts of horrendous things to bring this event back, and they have brought it back like no other. The grounds look remarkable, the entertainment, the food, the vendors, and you've come here in your thousands. And for that, on behalf of the whole Smith family, we'd like to say thank you for supporting this event. Winter spectacular under blue skies and sunshine at 22 degrees. It doesn't get any better than this, John.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk it?
Especially after Thursday or Friday. Yeah, but sometimes something has to go right, and it has done. Mono's going in the water now, getting ready for the next race, but the 6 litre should be a cracker. Pugs with all the work in front of him to do from pole 5. I have a sneaking suspicion he'll come away with it though.
Yeah, tough gig, I tell you. I've got Rastus on the inside of pole 1, so we'll have a little friendly bet up here, but the blue flyer for me out of pole number 1, if they get through that first corner, you know, you've got a long way around the outside with the 4-boat field, so it's going to put Shenanigans back and wide, but he's the local legend, mate. It's his home track. He spends every day of his life right here studying this bit of water. If anyone knows it, it's Chris Pugsley. It's a tough task to get in front of, but my money right now, I reckon Rastus could take this one out of pole 1. There you go, I'm on the record. I've committed.
Huge
First time all weekend.
Huge statement.
And now I've said it out loud.
But that's ever improving, Rastus. It's ever improving. Every race is looking a bit faster, driving a little bit better.
If something goes wrong with Steve, it'll be my fault now. Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Quiver. Do not count out this man, the 5.2 litre category superstar. And of course, Brett Nidri. Gee, we've seen him come on, had that prop change today, so changed colour. I think I can see John Nidri down here. Yes, I can, mate. Big John Nidri. The man from Advanced Magnetos down there in Victoria. All right, white flag's up, mate. This is going to be a belter. Out of 1, Rastus. Out of 2, B&R. 3 is Quiver, and 4 is Shenanigans. Who will it be? The blue boat, Rastus. Orange and silver for B&R. Quiver, blue and gold, and Shenanigans, silver. The flag drops. We've gone racing. Good start by Rastus on the inside. Shenanigans has gone winning. They are going to regard it. There's question of what they do. Rastus needs to put this boat in hard and get it through. Pugsley's around line. It's a pretty tight line, but it's legal. Quiver gets caught up in it, but they are shoulder to shoulder. Rastus with the inside run. He's got pace on Shenanigans in the back straight. Rastus now forcing the argument. Hold your breath. He goes in tight and hard. Chris Pugsley running a little bit wider, but setting the line, John. There's nothing in it.
Rastus coming back and in on the inside, but Pugs on the outside. The other 2 is leading back a bit. Pugs was floating the boat. Coming past Rastus boat. Again, Rastus will have right by Rastus. And gets the power down. Pugsley puts it on its side. Gives Rastus a chance back.
This is the race of the century. They are both getting loose. They are throwing everything at it. Pugsley outside. Inside Rastus. Oh, they're gone once there. It's hard, but it's legal. And a bit now. Pugsley but the 5.2 litre of Liver is still on. Oh, Pugsley with some big hits. Can Rastus get the drive in the back straight? It's lumpy water out there, John. We got half a lap to go. The checkered flag getting ready now. Can he get it home?
And the last turn comes around Shenanigans. Puts it down. Rastus coming around nicely, but this one will go to Pucks, comes across the line. First place in Shenanigans. A great drive by Steve Blair and Rastus come home in second place. Brett Midry in B&R Engines will take home third. With a hard charge of Justin, Gregory Quiller coming home fourth. Now you can see what happened there, where Steve Rarity was right into it, right in the race until he put it on its side a couple of times. That's 3 or 4 boat lengths you're going to lose straight away.
Oh, absolutely.
That's where it was won and lost. But for that first lap and a half to 2 laps, he was right there with Pucks.
Mate, how good was that? How good was that? That's what you want to see, mate. You couldn't fit a tally-ho paper between those two in lap 2. So that was one hell of a run. Give him a round of applause and a wave. The 6 litre category, Albert Corn. And thank you to Wes Cranes for supporting the category here this weekend, mate. That was a blinder. The local legend, the King of Dargle.
Bugs would have been looking across going, what's he still doing here? What's he still doing
exactly
here?
right.
Still here.
Still here, he's still there, and he was going nowhere. As I said, gee, the course chopped up hard in that back straight, and we see that as the tide changes.
It
A little bit low
for some
now.
reason.
Big
It
bounce
gets
back.
bad
waves.
across from the river from us with a rock face there. But for some reason, coming out of turn 1 and the first 200 or 300 metres, even though it's got bank to dissipate, it gets real rough there. You see a lot of boats struggling to get the power down coming out of there. And that's where the race is won or lost.
Yeah, you get that clean run there, mate, and it's exactly where you don't want to have those lumps. It's, you're coming out just past the apex of the corner and you're starting to pour the power back on to get the boat squared up and point and shoot, and next thing you know, you see it launch. But in that lap 2, mate, in the back straight, nothing between them. Pugsley goes up and launches to the right, just engine-free revving. Rastus goes up and launches to the left, engine-free revving. There was nothing left in the tank. Be nice to have a look at the data out of both those two. I reckon we would have seen skywards of 10,000 RPM at least once in that one.
Absolutely. Valve springs would be screaming out. Right.
Gee whiz, that's good signs of things to come in at the 6 litre. The big field in the water right now. Gee, have a look at these guys. Look at them, the steely eyes of the madmen in the monos, mate. This is a cracking category, sponsored by Dargle Turf and Soil here with us this weekend. A 4-boat field. The young guns, the hard chargers. These boats designed around ski racing principles, so long sweeping bands and all that sort of stuff. How do you make it as hard as you can? You put them on a circuit boat course and you try and turn them 180 degrees in 30 metres.
Well, so far so good. I think we only had one half a spin yesterday with Evan Ruder.
Yep.
I think he found himself in the middle of buoy 2 and 3 on the way out, but yeah, not as easy as it looks to drive. As I said yesterday, as they're in a straight line, just watch how hard they're working on the wheel to try and keep it straight.
Yeah, big mix out here. Bo Bickerton, the Force Factory Racing man in the F18X, sitting down here. The beautiful Mercury 225 Pro Max. We saw him smash him to pieces in the first race, but then drew pole 4 and could not get that boat settled. He almost fell out of it twice in the outside run into the straight. I watched the footage with him this morning and he was laughing and shaking his head. He didn't realise exactly how loose he was running. Matt Dubois, the man in Ransom from Camberwarra. He running the 19-foot force and he was super strong yesterday. Won the first race, had a couple of crappy pole draws, but then hooked the boat in. So he was in a real strong position, hooked the boat in, facing the wrong way in mid-corner on about lap 2 of race number 2. Matt Campbell, no rules. The boat in the back chute right now. The white deck with the black bottom, the purple name down the sides. Had his first race win yesterday. The Force F18X powered by Mercury 250 XS. And Evan Ruder, the only Evan Rude out there, the big 300. Sitting behind Nathan Todd Hunter at his third race, I think it was when he started with us yesterday. He's only fallen out of the boat once in competition and nearly did it for us yesterday. Took a turn boy out in a lap number 2. put himself on the podium a couple of short weeks ago at the St George event, I think it was. So these are tough boats to get around this track, and you got 4 of the very best out here this weekend. Your pole draw, Jono. Oh, hang on a minute. Out of number 1, he's lightning fast. The big talk of the 300 Evinrude is Nathan Toddhunter. So this is his first inside pole, I think, for the weekend. So it's going to put a bit of pressure on him to get it to the line and get around the corner. Just to his outsides is Matty Campbell. Is going to run out of 2 in no rules. Out of 3 is Bo Bickerton, and 4 will be Matt Dubois in the Ransom. So, interesting one. Evinrude out of 1. Going to be very tough to get past.
Well, as we saw yesterday, Bo, the first race, just walked away with it in pole 1. Was nowhere fourth, I think, in the second race. Just was, I wouldn't say trying too hard, but everything he tried didn't work. Let's say that. And that's the difference. He didn't look to get a great start, and it went backwards from there. But the pole is so crucial, and obviously being up at the start, but getting a flying start on the pole, maybe is crucial as well.
Yeah, the thing about this, you see them as they come through down the line down this front straight. They'll have the boats trimmed to perfection. So the nose of the boat super high. They're on a planing plank, so a small plank underneath the bottom of the boat is moulded into the hull. And the idea is that you're running the boat only on that small surface area. The less wetted surface area, the faster the boat will go. However, you cannot turn the boat when it's in that trimmed up position. You've got to get down on that trim button, get the nose of the boat in to get it around. If you go in too hard, which we saw from Matty, under trim it, so get the nose down too hard, the front will catch and it will spin you around in exactly the wrong direction. But these blokes are pretty solid at it, but it's not something that you practice when you're a ski racer or a river runner. You don't practice doing a turn in 30 metres from full bottle and then full bottle the other way very often. So it's a real challenge for them. 4 of the very best: Bo Bickerton, Matty Dubois, Matt Campbell and Nathan Toddhunter.
As they come down the straight, sitting right on the tuck and on the propeller. It's a bit like the duck, you know, which looks graceful on top of the water, but underneath their legs are paddling like buggery. That's what their hands are doing behind that windscreen to keep it there. It's not that easy.
And we will see a phenomenon called chine walking. There's no doubt about it. When you get bundled 4 boats back and you've got 3 boat cross washers to deal with, obviously the boat trying to sit on that little 6-inch wide plank and it wants to fall left and right, and your objective as the driver with the movement on the wheel is to keep the boat balanced and poised. Get it right, you look like a superstar. Get it wrong, you get rocked around like a scarecrow. So this is the voice of experience there. I very often get it wrong.
As I said yesterday, it's an art I never achieved. I could never do it.
All right, let's have a look at Nathan Toddhunter out of 1 in the Evinrude. He's going to be very, very strong. No rules is 2, 3. F18 X Bo Bickerton, and 4 is Ransom Matt Dubois. Big shout out to Alison, Brooke, Jay and Ryan and his beautiful wife, who's the major sponsor of his campaign for Matty Dubois. Right, flag's gone down early, so good long run into the tour. Have a look at the pace on the outside of Dubois. He is very, very quick. There's nothing between it. They're going to go in line abreast. Evinrude on the inside now, making little gains. So Nathan Toddhunter, when do we back off? When do we start to settle the boat? You've got to have the courage to get it in as hard and fast as you can. And Dubois out wide's got good mid-corner pace. They are round 1, 2, 3, 4 clean. There's a big, huge hose off. So Matt Campbell just drank 600 litres of water in 1 second, but it's Evinrude. Nathan Toddhunter, who's outside his Bo Bickerton, Jono. He's had a cracking run through that corner and he's put Matt Dubois behind him in his wash. This is where it came unstuck yesterday for Nathan Toddhunter. Went round hard, hooked the nose in, clipped the turn boy, but no such dramas. He's got clean water and a strong position right now.
Young Bickerton not giving up, come around the outside a little bit wider. As he comes down the front straightaway here, sitting the boat right on the backside here, coming back at him at the Evinrude on the inside there. A great drive by young Bo Bickerton, and a great battle for 3rd and 4th as they go around. Evinrude, getting it chopped up at Bo Bickerton on the inside. He's gained a few boat lengths now, plus he's got the inside run. Gets the boat nice and high, taking advantage of that inside run. Pulled about 3 boat lengths back on Evinrude.
Mate, that's unbelievable. Some massive hits, and they've closed the back of the field up as well. So Toddhunter giving up the inside run, needs to look over his shoulder. Oh, and he's shut the door on him. He's blown a little bit wide. The judges will look at that one closely. Bo Bickerton now says, I'm coming up the inside. The yellow flag is shown. He's got some work to do. We've got a boat stopped at the top of the corner. What's happened? So Matty Campbell has come right out of it. But out in front now is Nathan Todd Hunter, ruthless in turn number 2. We'll wait to see what comes of the tower of that one. Bo Bickerton, he's copped a visor full of water. He will be driving with horns inside the helmet. Look at the surge waves in the apex of that corner. That is incredible, John.
We talked before, look at the water, how rough it is down that corner down there. It's really getting very, very hard to get the power on and keep the boat, nose of the boat up without losing it or getting thrown around by the propeller.
Matty DeBar working super hard. He's in exactly the wrong spot. He's right in the apex of the 2 cross washers in front of him. But with one more corner to go, he came out of pole 1. He needed to get it done. He stayed under pressure. He's done the job. The only Evan Rooter out there. Put your hands together for him. The Evan Rooter, Nathan Todd Hunter, with a cracking drive. Second spot from a wide pole, the F18X, Mr. Bo Bickerton. In 3rd place, the hard-working, hard-charging Matty Dubois. And a man that'll have about 250 litres of water in the transom of this boat is Matty Campbell. Look at the trim for the camera over the line, Jono. Oh, it's always entertaining watching these madmen in their monos.
It was a great race. I don't know whether Bo got caught up in the wrong area there or he's dropped it. It'd be hard to tell, but I'm sure we'll find out when they come back to the bank. Have a look at their body language and see what they say, but that'll tell us what happened there. But look, still a good win to the Evan Rooter, and a great second place to Bo as well.
That was a cracking drive. Give them a wave, boys and girls. Take your hat off and a round of applause. These things are tough to drive, as we just saw. That was one hell of a race, but the big Evan Rooter puts the Mercuries behind him. The boys won't like that one little bit out there on the water. Should say from our commentary position, we are a lot closer to turn 1 than turn 2, so there may have been a mile of room up there, but from where we sat, it sounds much more exciting when I say you shut the door, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Thanks to Dargle Turf and Soil for their support of the mono category this weekend. F4 category lining up out here. These hard chargers are going to go back to back. Big field, 5 boats out there will take you through the field. They're going to get released for a sighting lap. It's the first time they've been out there on the water this morning. Hey, just had Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles up here talking with the guru, John DeVol, and overheard a little bit of that conversation. We saw him button off in that unlimited outboard race, but word from Butler Vehicles, they got no dramas. The boat is fine. He's saving his powder for the championship race a little bit later on. Wanted to put in a couple of hard laps, but then decided to keep the gear in pristine nick. So a bit of tactical play in the unlimited outboard there, Jono. But Butler Vehicles, they're here to take home the big trophies here, and Reece Cole's one of the best in the business at it.
Absolutely, and as his rego says, FOXM, Foxing, that's just what he's doing. But he would be thinking that the opposition would be going, oh, really, we've got something over him, you know, but apparently not. So watch this space.
And the other thing with Foxing too, he could have absolutely lunched it. They're putting a new powerhead on, but he didn't want to tell us that as well.
Correct.
Right, Formula 4, this is an internationally recognised category, and we've got some of the best here competing in Australia. F4 dictates that all competitors utilise a Mercury 60 horsepower EFI racing engine, a completely unmodified powerhead. And engine combination is what you must run in this category. The boat length, the boat width, the weight of the boat is all standardised, as are some other critical dimensions. What that means is that we end up with an incredibly tight race class, and it comes down to driver and the setup ability. You're not permitted to modify the boat in any way as far as engine go. You can, however, experiment with prop selections and engine height up to a minimum height between the sponsons. We've got 4 or 5 of the very best here this weekend, and just picking up the pole draw, we might take you through the field. They're going to get a chance to run it back to back, so they're going to stay on the water. These 60 Merc EFI engines are notoriously reliable. And as I said, this is a feeder category for Formula, and it is campaigned across the UIM across the world.
We were lucky enough to, when the class started out here in Australia, probably 7 or 8 years ago, 2 of our young lady racers, junior drivers in Louise Vella and Ronnie Rigby-Pugsley, were offered the opportunity to race overseas in the World Series of F4s, and did not disgrace themselves by far. They both podiumed and won races on several occasions, so yeah, it was a really, really good. Got to race in England and Saudi Arabia and Portugal, I think, from memory, but yeah, both girls, excellent job. Unfortunately, they're not racing anymore.
Yep.
One's a mother.
Yep. Yeah, the baby machine. The baby machine, Louise Vella. She loves it when I call her that. She's only had 1 baby, but whatever. But Bronnie Pugsley, she's here right now. She's
helping. She's taken got into the fitness side of things and madly into that, which is great. But yeah, certainly did Australia Powerboat Racing themselves very proud in the World Series of F4. But for getting out of juniors or starting your kids into this class, it's fantastic. I think it's 16 years old. Or
16 years. You can start to cross-enter out of juniors. Actually, I think 15 you can start to cross-enter, and then fully campaign at 16. Let's have a look at the field, mate. Out of pole number 1, the magnificent Brad Beasley driving the fully sick mate race team. The boat is owned by Alan Baker. Big shout out to Bakes for he's put more drivers through this boat than many others. Been racing for about 8 years as Bezo, for the kid from Central Coast in New South Wales, a Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club member. Big crew here. This kid's won a lot of stuff. Formerly Future J2, 2-time Burns Family Trophy winner, Glen Banks Trophy. The list goes on and on and on. Wants to thank Butler Air Conditioning, Jamie and Michelle Butler, RDM Engineering, Ron and Kath Beasley, Gavin Simmons. Promote yourself stickers, Joe Fountain, and of course, Alan Baker. Out of pole number 2 is going to be the Phantom, the Victorian Raider, Mr. Lockie Bride. The boat is owned by Darren Bride, the Bride family. He's 16 years old. Cheltenham Secondary College is his home school, currently studying in year 11. This is the green and white machine out there, boat number 80. A hard-charging young gun. I know this kid. He lives, eats and breathes F4. If he's not driving it, he's watching it. Wants to thank Sustainable Solar and Plumbing, Kittens Melbourne, DTG Race Products, MSC Sign, Jeff Fine Smash Repairs and Gippsland Composites for their support. Pole number 3, hey, this boat is a superstar around here. It is owned by Tracy Pugsley, the Queen Bee, one of the first F4s to come to Australia. Tracy, obviously a huge supporter and probably one of the key drivers in getting this category up anywhere in Australia. The boat is race number 321, the white boat with the Queen Bee on the side, driven by the unbelievable Carlin Bailey, the kid from Endeavour High. One hell of a driver is young Bailey. Obviously, Craig Bailey is his father, and Carlin is in his early stages of his racing career. Is going on to be everything that his old man is, and potentially will outdrive him very, very soon. Number 4 is the old man in this field. He's the ripe old age of 20. It's Travis North, the man from Warragamba. He's been racing for about 5 or 6 years, and this is actually his last race weekend in the Nitro. We saw he was lightning quick yesterday because he's got a brand new boat coming. He's moving into the Hyper 5 series, and he's got a new Howard Hydro 5 litre on order. I want to give a huge shout out to his family, his dad Steve, Dale, and all the members of the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club and the New South Wales Hydro Club for their support in his racing career to date. 5 is my good mate Maxie Cook in Maxed Out. The boat owned by the Cook family, Marty and Michelle. He's from Picnic Point High School. He's won a JE1 and JE2 Australian champion, this kid. He can drive. I've watched him come up through the career. He's a quiet achiever, but I tell you what, he's just found a whole lot of form in this boat and a whole lot of pace. He's decided it's time for him to be running at the front of the field, and he absolutely has turned it on in the last couple of weeks. I want to thank Macca, his sister, for letting him have the boat keys, Kelsey and Lily for their help this weekend, and of course Mum and Dad, Michelle and Martin Cook, for supporting his racing campaign. So that is our field. Fully Sick Mate, Nitro, Phantom, Queen Bee and Maxed Out Mate. Our pole positions, out of 1 is Beasley, out of 2 is the Phantom, out of 3 is Queen Bee and Carlin Bailey, 4 is Nitro, Trav Cook, and 5 is the big wide pole draw for Mr. Maxi Cook. All right, the course been given the start boat, time to bring him down now. Brad Beasley, Fully Sick Mate, had a real good catch up with Bezo this morning. He's just fresh back into this boat. Obviously, he was involved in an incident probably, well, it was actually pre-COVID now, I think about it, a little while ago, and just starting to build some confidence back in the boat. So he's in a development program, had a good chat with his old man this morning, and he's has got no big expectations this weekend, so he doesn't want to get in the way of the championship cruisers, so don't be surprised to see Bezo just let them have their way. But the man out of 2 will not be such. This is Lockie Bride. Your sister will love that one.
Jostling at the start, I haven't seen it.
You certainly have. So I think the flag is down. We've got a different start boat, mate, but yeah, we go. Lockie Bride. Whoa, the Phantom. It's right on the ragged edge. Needs to just settle it in a little bit, but Lockie Bride with a big drive. Max Cook, look at the run on the outside from Maxi. Carlin Bailey has got a very small window to get through. Trav North, clean water out wide. So there we go, we're through 1, through 2. Oh, Carlin Bailey gets hosed the screen in the sun. He's gone blind in mid-corner, but does it beautifully. Lockie Bride in the Phantom, the white and green machine out in front now. Carlin Bailey settling just off the rooster tail in Queen Bee. 3rd is Max Cook. 4th to the outside, Trav North in Nitro. Gee, that boat's got some pace. And Brad Beasley. Now, Trav North has come across the wash. So the boat in 4th now. He's looking for an inside gap through turn 2. So watch him up through here. 3rd boat, 4th boat back. Now there's a change in strategy here. Phantom running a wide, fast line. But Carlin Bailey tight on the pins. He's trying to force his way up the inside, Jono.
And great first lap by Lockie Bride. Carlin Bailey trying everything. He's gone inside, he's gone back outside now. Maxed out. Maxi Cook doing a great job back there, and Travis North in Nitro. It was an interesting corner as they both headed at the same time, but well, so now look at that. Look at young Carlin Bailey come back at the on the inside, gone back to the outside again, trying everything to get round Lockie Bride. Got a great battle for 3rd and 4th, Maxed Out and Travis North.
Certainly is, Nate Maxi Cook. He's too nice a bloke. If that was his old man, he would have slammed the door hard on him. So he left a little bit of a window, and Trav North in the Nitro, he has poked it up the inside there. So Maxi Cook now being forced to run a wider line. Look at Bailey, the white machine. He's having to bend his line. He's trying everything, and he's got a really good run now on Phantom. Remember the stock 60 EFI Mercury, rev limited to the same RPM. That acceleration out of the corner in the boat in 2nd is serving him well. But the battle between Max Cook and Nitro for 3rd is on. Like to see Maxi get a little bit more aggressive and see what comes at the back of this corner. Maybe switch to the inside. Look at the battle at the front.
Great corner by both Lockie Bryant and Carlin Bailey. Carlin's gone back out to the outside again. He seems to be losing a little bit in that first third of the straight acceleration. Young Carlin. Lockie Bryant's pulling away that 4 or 5 boat lengths. But then Carlin's catching him on each corner. Again, back in third and fourth. There's still a great battle between Travis North.
Oh, Travis North's just lost his canopy. The canopy has just come off, but this will be the checkered flag. I think this time through it certainly is. And it's going to be Lockie Bryant, the kid from the Victorian Outboard Club, Victorian Speedboat Club. He's come a long way to win a race up here in Dargle, and he's certainly done that. Congratulations, Carlin Bailey. What a run. And half Nitro makes its way across the field. And big bad Maxi Cook with a big spot on the podium. Just going wanting, but the canopy flying off the back of that little F4. And here's Brad Bezo, the man in fully sick mate racing, back in the saddle after a long hiatus, and it's good to see. Gee, that was a very, very nice tight race. The battle for first and second and third and fourth. There was nothing between those crews.
Classes this weekend, Murph. There's a great battle for first and second and third and fourth. Even though they might be back 10 boat lengths, but it's still giving us 2 races, which is really good. This race, F4s was no different. It'll be interesting to know what they're going to do here. They're going to back-to-back races here, but we still have the cowl off, which is Travis North's boat out there floating in turn 2. So we'll have to get a rescue boat out to get hold of that.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing. Obviously, we talk about these boats, they're air-assisted hulls, so using air to cushion the underneath the boat. But there's also quite a factor of the air running over the top of the deck, so as the boat changes attitude. Remove the rear cowl, and you will know this as well as you've driven a boat that has a rear cowl when you run it on or off. It really changes the way the boat feels and the amount of lift that you get out of it. So for Trav North, he may be forced to run without that rear canopy. He's got to be a little bit careful that it doesn't create a vacuum behind the sail and provide more bow lift than he's thinking. So that could really change the dynamic as the rescue crews come and pick it up.
I have heard that. I've never been able to fit in any of my son's capsules, so I've never driven one, but that is a well-known fact that can be the case as well.
So much so that at the pointy end of the field at F1 at these big speeds, losing a cowl like that can be an instant blowover. It changes the airflow so dramatically, creates a huge low pressure system behind the cockpit and just picks the boat up and throws it into the air. So good drive from all those three. They're going to go back to back this time round, and that's going to change the pole position. So this time out of pole number 1, we're going to have Carlin Bailey in the Queen Bee. 2 will be the fast Max Cook in maxed out. 3 is going to be the Phantom, Lockie Bryant. So he's been pushed out from a wider pole this time through. 4 will be Brad Beasley in fully sick mate, and 5 the Nitro. So Carlin Bailey out of 1. This is going to be a real tough race. He's got Max Cook, who's really threatening. It's not going to be long before we're going to see Max Cook take an outright race victory in this category. He's just building and building in his confidence. Big thanks to Dargle Water Ski Resort for supporting the category here with us this weekend. So waiting on the all clear from the start boat. All right, flags up. This is going to be a belter. Queen Bee from 1. 2 is maxed out. 3 is Phantom. 4 is Fully Sick Mate. And 5 is the Cowless Nitro. I wait for the flag. Start boat coming onto the course now. Flag's down, so right at the start of the course. So let's see what happens. Gee, Lockie Bryan seems to have a good run there, as does Brad Beasley out wide. So Fully Sick Mate, he's found some pace, and we know that about this kid. Needs to settle the boat, but Carlin Bailey a little bit behind the 8 ball. Max Cook. This is going to be very, very tight on these for the field. All 5. So Phantom, got to leave race room. Gives them plenty. He goes around. Bailey with a beautiful turn on the inside pole. Have a look at the gains there. And Maxi Cook with a cracking turn out of lane 2. He's got Phantom to his outside, so Max has got to hold him out all the way down this straight. Nitro, you can see the porpoise in that boat now, so that slight aero change. Trav Cook's got to watch himself, but they are compressing at the top of the field. Trav North's going to invite himself to the party. They're going in 4 boats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Max Cook with courage on the inside. He's done it beautifully. Lets the boat drift wide. This is on. Out in front right now is the man Carlin Bailey in the Queen Bee, Jono.
Look at Lockie Bryan coming back on the outside there, pulling a couple of boat length lead over 3rd and 4th place here. Really chasing hard against young Carlin Bailey. But Travis North not giving up with the Cowless Nitro boat. Although I did notice, like I said on the way down the first straight.
Oh, Travis Cook goes submarining in the mid-corner. The Nitro, but he's still got the engine running. That was a big moment.
I hope the back of the boat's not full of water. But out in front, Carlin Bailey is nice little about 7 or 8 boat length lead over
Lockie Bryan, yeah, the Phantom moving into 2nd spot. So he saw these guys 1-2 in the first one, but Carlin Bailey, he's the man in front right now. So Bryan's got to do a lot of work to try and catch the Tracy Pugsley own Queen Bee machine. Little porpoise in this front chute, little breeze kicking across from right to left of screen, but gets it under control, and the boat looking very, very nice. Finding gains there now as Phantom. Max Cook is going nowhere. I shouldn't put too much pressure on this young guy. He's only his I think his first full season in the boat, and he has really turned it on now. Beautiful corner from Maxed Out. Trav, he'll be fighting with a whole lot of water in the back of the boat, as you suggested, Jono. He'll be a little bit goosey this time through. Let's watch him through turn 2. It was right there. Picked up a big roller, and it hooked the inside sponsor, and the boat went down. Brad Beasley, Fully Sick Mate with a big rooster out the back. He's looking good. So yellow flag was that time around. I think we're going to see a check it this time round, John. This is going to be Carlin Bailey with a race win.
Well done to Carlin Bailey, who will face the come across the checkered flag. Great drive from pole 1. Lockie Bryan into 2nd place. Very nice and high there, trying everything to catch him, but I thought a very good drive. Leisure drive by Max. He got caught out. They're trying different stuff, and every move doesn't work, Murph. You know, sometimes you do something and go, well, that just didn't work. Other times you look like a legend. So he's trying stuff. He's keeping the boat upright. He will get there, no doubt in the world.
Yeah, he has really come a long way. They said even just in this season alone, he's made massive gains running in the AFPGP series, which is a ruthless competition, but you get massive seat time, and it's really working in his favour. At this stage, as I said, this boat obviously involved in a big incident and had to be fully rebuilt by the Cook race team. And this is very much a development stage. When Max decides it's time to turn it on, he's going to start slamming doors in a few of these faces and really frighten some of his fellow competitors.
Oh, absolutely. He was quite adept in his J3 days and racing on Upper Hawkesbury. I've no doubt that with seat time and a little more learned racecraft, he's going to be up front more often.
Yeah, so that's one apiece between these two out in front. Carlin Bailey, Queen Bee, and Lockie Bryan, the Victorian, in the Phantom. First hit out, I think, for Lockie Bryan here at Dargle. So really enjoying the conditions. Big shout out to the Bryan family. Obviously, Josie Shaw, the mum, Chief Logistics Operations Officer. Does a power of work in the sport in Victoria. So So we've got a bit of a drama out there on board the start boat. Apparently we've got an electrical issue that's potentially going to force us to change our start boats. As we can see the start machine make its way down here. So we have changed start boats, but it looks as though we've got a driver change in the start boat coming up as well. But give a round of applause, your Formula 4s, the future superstars of the big outboard category. Just realised Maxie Cook, very Hollywood down there. He's got an all-girl support crew. Next thing he'll have his own T-shirts, there's no doubt about it.
The next junior male model, old Maxie.
Yeah, you can see it now, the Max Cook calendar for 2024.
Just as long as his old man doesn't appear on it, that'll be good.
I'd like to see Martin on the calendar. Not safe for the magnificent Michelle. She's a great person. Big shout out to Marty, he'll be here somewhere. Trav Cook just realising, hey, I've got no canopy. Don't worry, mate, the boys at the crash boat picked it up. Nice drive from the 20-year-old. Pretty excited about this new Howard Hydro that's coming his way. So next up, thanks to the crew of Chops Anodising, we've got the Super Stock 105 category, mate. The heat one for today, it's race number 9. This is just one of those categories that started out a couple of years back, and it was relatively, well, it wasn't even that popular, I would have imagined, but it has grown and grown and grown as engines have changed and developed over time. This is now one of the toughest categories in the whole sport there is, because 105 is that magic marker. If you're running over 105, you need to get yourself into a cockpit. These are super fast. We're talking 170 k's an hour. But the reality is you're given a GPS by the race control, and if you break out, you go faster than 105, you get a penalty. So you've got to try and get there and not go over, and this is going to be a very, very cool race with a huge field. We saw some unreal results out of this yesterday.
Yeah, well, as I say, the class was designed to get boats out of the sheds and still racing that didn't comply with the capsule rules or couldn't fit a capsule to. So, and it worked really, really well. But racing is about development, and it didn't take long before the old big blocks with the tunnel ram and a twin carbies on it was replaced by a NASCAR engine that will get to 105 mile an hour in 3.2 seconds or something like that. So yeah, it's a very competitive class. So down here in front of us there, we've got a 6-litre Pro Stock boat in Darren Greentree in Handful. It was very competitive in Pro Stock and also in 105. Yep, little 16 footer. Gee, he had his hands full yesterday. I talked to him this morning about when he got caught in some of those cross washes. The lap belt in that boat was certainly the only thing keeping him in it. He was really working hard. Absolutely, a little bit of useless information. That was actually the late great Johnny Cross's old boat back in the day. Anthony Nibbs next to Long Eliminator. Anthony is a Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club stalwart. He's been racing for probably 30 years. He's at every event. He's happy to be out there running around. And you know, when money assists, I think he's just built a nice new engine. So hopefully that's going well for him. But yeah, absolutely fantastic club racing. Travels to Taree every year and St George and a few other places. Just loves the sport to death. Time out, I don't know much about it. I don't know if it's a Victorian boat, is it? No, the local boys up here. So time out, Mick McIntosh, the 16-foot Everingham, running the big 6-litre LS. So these smaller boats, mate, these 16-footers, they're doing battle with a couple of very big machines out there, and put them in clear water out the front 105, and they're going to have a belting run. But put them in behind something like Madam, another Madam, and they're really dealing with some very heavy water. Another Madam actually caught up with the boys. They are one of the Victorian teams come up here this weekend. The boat's owned by Bobby Webster and Tom Webster behind the wheel. We hung a bit on him yesterday because we didn't really see him come late to the start. I said he went up to Windsor for a fish, but turns out they've got an electrical drama that they think they've diagnosed back to the emergency cutout switch, the driver protection switch. So Pete Stevens and Maxie Stevens getting on top of that one this morning. So expect big things
from Madam, mates. And next up down there, oh, it's Marine Line.
That was an old pro stock boat too called Why Not, and Rick bought it, and I think it's got an SB2 Chevy in it, no slouchy engine, very, very competitive. Wins more than he loses, no stranger to the winner's podium.
Yeah, to the podium, yeah, we saw that earlier on, didn't we? He had a belting run.
And beside him we've got the male model.
Dino Allison.
Dean Allison.
He loves that nickname. Yeah, the only tunnel boat competing in this 105 mile an hour category. We saw him with the race win yesterday when he had a clean water run out in front. And yeah, running the SST 120, so super stock 120 cubic inch. So up against some, what have we got here? Some 372s, 410s. So it's giving away a few cubes, but obviously the two-stroke engine, high revving, produced for racing. So this boat very capable of that 105 mile an hour bracket.
Oh, absolutely. It's the ex-Bronny Richard Putsley boat, which is very, very competitive. Since being sported, it's been, I think, up some of the Bailey stable as well. Normally you would see him running around in a tunnel boat like the Reese Coles and co, but I think he's out of ammunition at the moment, so he's just got a stock motor, and he just loves his racing. Come up here, thought I could run around the 105 class. So.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the little engine, so he's blowing up all the big ones, so he's put the little engine on to come out and play. And the last boat out of the dock is Out of Nowhere. Chris Tracy. The boat is owned by Warren Gray. It's an 18-foot child's play, 410 Chev. Barbecues Galore Bega are their sponsors. Actually, Out of Nowhere is not on the water, is it? Oh, no, there it is. That's the white sailboat out the back. Got a Ricky Howard sail on board that boat. So your pole draw out of this one, race number 9, supported by Chops Anodizing. Out of 1 is Chris Tracy in Out of Nowhere. From 2 is Handful Racing. So great pole draw for the crew from Handful. 3 will be Time Out. So the two 16-footers with a good clean run down into turn at number 1. 4 is Dean Allison in Force Roofing in the tunnel boat. 5 will be another Madam Tom Webster, and 6 Marine Line. Got to get the job done from the big wide pole. So big field boats out there on the water. Oh, big hit from Dean Allison into turn number 2. You've got to watch the rollers on the exit. Sorry, in turn number 1, you can see it through there. As the tide has dropped, that water's getting quite untidy at the back part of turn number 1. So come time for racing, they'll have their hands full. So complete mixed field of boats out there. We've got 16-footers, 21-footers, tunnel hulls, Everingham's, Evercrafts. We've got the whole shooting match and horsepower range. Massive differences between some of these boats. So probably a couple of boats out there pushing well past 750, 800 horsepower, I reckon, in the engine configurations. But you've got to keep your eyes dialed on that GPS, mate. Over 105 and you're copping a penalty. Over 106 and you are disqualified. So not that uncommon to see these guys coming in at 104.9 on the old GPS. To get pretty good at it nowadays.
Sort of comes down to just getting as quickly as you can get to around 102, 103, maybe 104. If you get up 104, you get a spike in the GPS. It'll send you over at 105. So the quicker you can accelerate to that, that's where the race is won.
That's exactly right, which we know, and we see this all day. That's the toughest thing to do. Getting the power down out of the corner to get to the speed, like the wind up in the back part of the straight, normally it's a bit of a set and forget, point and shoot. So it really does, you know, it's not an easy craft. Whether it's 85, 95, 105, the 3 speed brackets available. This is by no means simple racing. Remembering, we're talking 105. It sounds low because of the quality of field here. It's 170 kilometres an hour that we're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. and you really want the boat to run flat out at about 102, 103 mile an hour.
Yep.
So you're not having to worry about feathering the throttle. You don't have to worry about feathering the plate that much. You know, you can run the boat flat out with no fear of actually going over. But again, it just comes down to acceleration and cornering ability as well.
This is going to be big, ladies and gents. It's a big field. Waiting on the clearance for the start boat. A little bit of breeze kicking up now, Jono, for the first time this weekend. We've had 2 absolutely perfect days. Okay, start boat has been given the call. Bring him down. Won't be too long before we see the field line up. Out of nowhere, handful, timeout, force roofing, another Madam and marine line. So good lineup. First 3 nice and tight on that start boat. So Dean Allison now coming across, trying to make a little bit of room. Now remember, different start boat driver. Now he's actually coming onto the course. See the close tight flags down. We've gone racing. So good drop on the inside. That's out of nowhere. The sailboat, but out wide. It's another Madam with a storming run. So another Madam with the lead line right up alongside. Oh, Tommy Webster. He's come across, gee whiz, Tommy Webster, he's come off the pace, so it all went wrong for Madam in turn number 1. Out of nowhere with a big charge. Just up behind him is Handful coming on strong, and Marine Line, they're slowing in the back chute, Jono.
Obviously a problem with Marine Line slowing greatly there. Into second place, Darren Greentree has grabbed second place with Handful. Great first corner. Come from about 3rd or 4th to 2nd. But Dean and Force Roofing coming down the outside. Out in front. It's all Chris Lee out of nowhere. Another Madam. Really the big loser into that first corner.
Oh, a big run out in front from the out of nowhere crew, but Dean Allison in Force Roofing, the tunnel boat now, hunting them down. This corner speed is fantastic, but this little 16-footer of Handful is absolutely hauling. Beautiful run out of nowhere through turn number 1. Another Madam runs up the outside, finding their way to the back of this field with Tommy Webster. Yellow flag through. 1 more lap to go. Out of nowhere, Force Roofing, Handful and Madam now pushing up on the outside of Handful. Gee, there's some dirty water in the back part of this corner now. Look at the turn on the inside.
Great turn by Darren Greentree. Got a lot of left around this course, showing his experience there. But back on the outside is another Madam. It'll be interesting to see what his speed reads on the way back after this race, because I know Darren Greentree is around 102, 103 mile an hour mark. So it'll be close. Another great corner by Darren.
Got the job done. Huge roar from the crew down here on the bank. That was a belter. Chris Tracy had a beautiful run in the 18-foot child's play, mate, and he's absolutely spent now. You can see he comes right off the throttle. But I tell you what, a cracking drive from the 351 machine of Handful. That 16-footer was flying, mate. That's my drive of the day so far. That was a belter.
He's done a great job. He has. He's owned the boat for a long time, and there's probably not many more adept people in driving a small block-powered 16-footer than Darren Greentree.
Unbelievable. 44 years he's been racing. Kicked off in 1979, and he's still out there giving it a red-hot go.
Absolutely.
Well, another matter, I tell you what, Tommy Webster just not getting that one right at all. Blew absolutely wide in turn one. I thought he might have lost steering for a minute there, or maybe that electrical drama came back, because he definitely lost drive and went straight on, which did it perfect.
Absolutely, went from about second to about sixth.
67th.
And but he come back so hard, but as I said, I know Darren's boat does a shade over 100 miles an hour, so another matter, mate, it's looking like he's standing still, so it'll be interesting to see the GPS read when he gets back. Hopefully he's okay.
I doubt it very much. I think he was probably driving angry after whatever went wrong, and I would say definitely an electrical issue, but it did compromise the marine line run. We saw them back out, so hopefully things are all okay on board the marine line.
Running away from Chris Tracy out of nowhere, led from start to finish, basically a flawless run.
It was, it certainly was, and had to get it done in turn number one. And when you're racing tunnel boats and all sorts of different smaller, more nimble craft for 16-footers, gee, he put on a real show. And good job for Chris Tracy and the crew of Out of Nowhere. Congratulations, barbecues galore in Bega. The crew from the ACT chalking one up on the board this weekend with a big podium.
And Ben Elton, no great slaps there either. Right in front of us, Murph, for our next event. We look like we've got a blown unlimited race down here. See Bad Attitude in front of us. See Fury and Beno Engine, Explicit back in the water. Should be a cracker.
This is going to be big, ladies and gents. This is heat number one, elimination heat number one of the Errol J Australian Unlimited Displacement Championship. So race number 11 on our program. This is about as big as it gets for unlimited displacement racing here in New South Wales in 2023. It's going to be a belter, and it is amazing to see so many of you joining us here on the bank. And also a big shout out to everybody watching at home online from interstate, overseas, international friends of the USA Blind Boat Challenge. Thanks to the team from Sportsfilm and Chris Kuznetsov and all the legends there, bringing these high quality pictures here to us this weekend.
Yes, it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better after the weekend. Today, it's just good. Building to a crescendo this afternoon with some great unlimited racing, all classes of racing. Yes, you see the outboards back out again. It'll be a great afternoon. It's just going to get better and better.
It is a belter. And thanks to our crews out there. The boat ramp work has been phenomenal. Bryony out there cracking the whip, and it's responding. So if you can keep it rolling, we are going to work towards completing this entire program for all the spectators and fans here on the bank. And of course, we've got some big Australian championships. This event conducted under the auspice of the Australian Powerboat Racing Association and in accordance with all of their laws and regulations. And we have got the best field of blown boats anywhere in the country. Just had a moment up here in the commentary box. I was sitting there going, what? Where is Brett Shepherd in Unleashed? But of course, this is heat number one of the Eliminators. So big field in this heat, and they're not all blown boats, Jono. And there's one out there, the Silver Arrow right now, and the Orange and Silver Machine, the 2 6-litre boats are lining up. Your pole positions for this heat will be out of pole number one, Bad Influence. Wowee. Big pole draw in the Eliminator for Darryl Quinn and the crew. Pole number 2, the local master, Chris Pugsley in Shenanigans. 3, will be Fury. 4 is Explicit, and out of 5 is Brett Nidri in the BNR engines. Wow. The big black machine of Darryl Quinn running out of pole number 1 in this eliminator heat. Ooh, he's got clean water at pole number 1.
Look, he's not having the best of weekends by Darryl standards, and hopefully, I think it's his first pole 1. If he gets a clean start, he'll get away and be able to put down a good time and crack it for the final. But yeah, all the work in front of him. Where do we say Explicit was? That's out of
Explicit's running out of 4. Yep.
So that would probably be his main contender in this race. So that gives Darryl, I'd say, a fair advantage to be able to get a clean start in the first run out of the first corner.
Interesting thing about that tactically, you've got Blown Boat out of 1, then you've got 6 litre out of 2 in Pugsley, in Shenanigans, and then you've got Fury running out of 4 and Explicit out of 5. Sorry, 3 and 4. I should say. So there is a chance with a good drop, the little Barra Turbo Explicit could get a pretty clean run into that corner. He's got a couple of boats to his inside, but he's got to put them behind him because we know that boat can turn. If it can turn in clean water and get out to the front, its top end pace is there. It'll run with the best of the field.
Absolutely. I'd like you to keep your eye on Shenanigans, how far it is behind Darryl going into the first corner and see where he is coming out of the first corner.
Yeah.
The little 6 litre. A lot easier to corner a lot faster in the big blown thing.
Lower centre of gravity and all sorts of things. And
weight.
this is his home lake, this guy. This is he gets up and has breakfast looking at this bit of water all day, every day. So we know that team are fantastic. Tim Shannon prepares the boat magnificently. Sponsored by Liquid Moly and Arcadia Automotive. The big 403 Chevrolet, the Jenkins engineered machine. Got the engine technician Dave Minton on board this weekend. They said they're trialling a whole lot of different electronics and Haltech systems to manage the performance of this engine. Explicit, supported by GPA Garage, Tate Healy, Purcell Performance, Mr. Pat Purcell, CP Carrillo, Spool Imports, Pulsar Turbos Australia. Rob Spagnol of Enmarks Engineering for the quick turnaround and excellent machine work. They wanted to say a huge thank you to you, mate, because without you they would not have got this boat on the water. Of course, the crew from Explicit. And Melissa Hodges, thanks for the excellent efforts in the team shirts and getting them and the team organised. All right, start boat flying high. This is going to be a belter, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be loud. It's going to be fast. Out of the early pole is bad influence. Keep your eye on Quinny. But this is anyone's race, Jono. Let's wait for the flag drop. Bit of room between 1 and 2 there from Pugsley. So interesting tactically. Flags down. Let's go. Good jump out of 1 and 2. Shenanigans gone with it. Explicit a little bit behind. The big black machine goes through. Let's watch him through the mid-corner. Pugsley's up far enough to get a clear screen. He'll get a good run out of 6. Here he comes. Oh, a bit untidy from Explicit in 3 and 4. That's good. It's a drag race for the top turner. On the inside, the blown boat. On the outside, the 6 litre of Pugsley. He's put him behind him a little bit. Pugsley driving Blind John into the straight for the second time. Out of the straight. Oh,
So down the trouble.
So
Pugsley coming off the power in turn number 2. He's got the boat on the way. Fury's got a problem. There's a misfire on Fury. Brett Nidri, BR, is pushing forward all the time. But out in front. Bad influence. Shenanigans in second. Explicit in the third. The Barra Turbo howling and making ground on this leading pack. BR is through. This is going to come down to the wire. The checkered flag is being ready to the tower. Pugsley's coming back. Shenanigans is coming back. Can we see the miracle run here? an entry for home. Sorry, mate, I just about lost myself there. Hayden Chesser.
What a race. He just does not give up. One slip, one jump, it's all over. Dargle had that shot to pieces. I don't know whether he had some issues coming out of that top corner there, but just didn't seem to settle. Boat jumped a couple of times. Pug's cornering speed in the top boy up there was twice what any other boat was. Come round the outside, got it in a straight line, was able to accelerate away. Just never take your eye off him.
Unbelievable, mate. Wouldn't be surprised. He ate a lot of water out there, mate. So he absorbed a lot of water. Wouldn't be surprised if the flame didn't partially go out in shenanigans halfway through, and he had to come off the power that little bit. But the courage of the driver, mate, to be going blind through the mid corner and continue on, unbelievable run from the crew of Shenanigans, and a huge shout out to Tim Shannon. They were over the moon. The crowd went wild down here for that one, but for the Bad Influence crew, commiserations, obviously not getting on top of that gremlin that's been chasing them, having to ease right out of it. Explicit, Herney, mate, never say die. And he pushed up for a second spot podium. What a run.
Absolutely, what a great race. Again, it goes 2 or 3 races inside a race. So, again, once more, Chris has confounded the pundits and gone round the outside and sat the boat on its cow plate, out accelerated the blown boat, a couple of jumps and it's all over. It's a credit to Chris. He maybe has done a lot of laps around here. He has got a great boat, but he's an exceptional driver. An exceptional driver.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Already preparation of the boat. We know that the boat performance and Tim and the guy, they leave nothing to chance. But as I said, that was a driver's run. That one. Going in, you could see the position of the boat. You choose to either drop back and get out for the spray and cost yourself position, or you have the courage to stay tight and give yourself the best possible chance on exit. And he did that twice during that race and made the tougher decision short term to get the gain long term, and that was a great one.
He was able to trust Dargle. Dargle's been around for a long time, and some other drivers he may not have done that with, but with Dargle, he knew he'd bring the boat around, and if he just kept the same rate, he should be right. And, we don't know quite how much vision he had, probably not a lot, but yeah, he had the trust in Dargle to go around the outside, and it paid off for him.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. There you go. The Errol J Elimination Heat number 1, proudly sponsored by Constable Brothers Concreting, and they certainly got their money's worth out of that one, mate. I'm going to need a lie down. I'll try. I promise everyone in the crowd I'll stop screaming like a madman at some point, maybe tonight once the racing is done.
Speaking of Constable Brothers, their boat first outing today in the water right in front of us here. Talking to Ryan earlier on, and said preparations are good. There's nothing wrong with the boat. They're very, very happy. I saw his mum's come down to see him today, so no added pressure, Ryan.
Tell you what, he did a cracking job yesterday. So heat number 2, this is the Errol J Australian Unlimited Displacement Trophy. Out of pole number 1, mate. Just picked this one up. It's a blue machine. It comes from Victoria. It's the reigning Marge Watson champion. Tate Ramsey in the Reckless has got pole number 1 out of 2. Blake Ramsey in Destiny. So the Ramsey brothers are 1-2 in poles. Oh, of course. I got too excited then. We saw Destiny's gone and done. He's on my timesheets there, so I better update that one. So that would mean that out of pole number 2, Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. So we've got the 2 Victorians. They're members of the same club there at the Melton Runabout and Speedboat Club. Reckless out of 1. Brett Shepherd in Unleashed will run out of 2. Out of 3 was to be Image, also withdrawn. 4 will be Rastus, and 5, the Constable Brothers in Odin. Not the Constable Brothers, Ryan Constable driving the brand new machine of Odin, mate. So this is 1 and 2. This is going to be all on between these two. You mentioned trust and confidence in your fellow drivers. These 2 guys have raced together for a long time. They know each other well, but they will push each other 110% in this big Heat 2 eliminator.
Oh, absolutely. Again, it comes down to time. As much as who gets across the line first or second or third, you might have got 3rd place in the first heat, but be faster, your time faster than the guy who won the second heat. So that disqualifies everyone out behind him again. So from second to third place on from there. So, yeah, everyone's going to have to be going 11 tenths for the whole 3 laps. So.
Yeah, that is important actually. I forget that for these elimination qualifiers. It's not just 1, 2, 3 that go to the final. The fastest lap times, fastest 6 boats out of both heats will actually make their way, I think 6 is the number, will make their way through to the big final. So there is no rest for the wicked here. Reckless out of 1, Unleashed out of 2, 3 is Odin, and 4 is Rastus. 2 blind boats, a twin turbo big block, and the 6-litre Roush Yates engine. So big engine package differences. We'll wait and see what happens.
Well, we've seen just what you can do with a 6-litre versus it.
Don't discount that blue machine out there, absolutely.
All right, Tao, you got them all. That's the last one. That's the last one. Ryan's got a start on outside. Ryan's on the outside. Yeah. Commentary.
I know that's a disqualification for the run. Another one is a disqualification for the day.
So just an update note here in the commentary box, remembering that this is commentators, not the race officials. I believe Odin will actually be pushed to the outside because of provisional status in this category. So that's going to move Rastus 1 boat in. So out of 1 you'll see Reckless, 2 should be Unleashed, 3 will be Rastus, and 4 will be Odin. So just got a bit of a debris check happening out there with the rescue crews. So the highly polished chrome anodized glinting in the sun as we've got the call. Start boat has the call. It'll lead off this big field of 4 hard chargers in the Errol Day Australian Unlimited Displacement Championships. Tell you what, John, we haven't seen this before. Reckless struggling to fire up down here on the line.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Just as we said it, they get the thing going. I'll have that one. Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. He was dominant.
A little bit worrying there. What's Reckless was about to run out of battery. I thought it was winding over for a long time, but did fire up. I'm sure everything will be right. Oden's taking advantage of that one lap that he'll get his first time in the water today. Get a little bit of engine temperature into it, and so Unleashed taking the same advantage.
Funny when you hear the Unleashed machine just leans on a little bit, backs off his only boat in the water, you hear the thunderous echo roaring back around the Dargle Valley of the 520 plus cubic inch engine of the thing. It's a monster.
Yeah, part of the idiosyncrasies of running a blown boat is that the first inch or 3/4 of an inch of throttle is about 3/4 of your power, so you can't just flatten things, you've got to squeeze it on. And when you get it wrong, that's when they jump out of the water. They're so hard to drive, you know, hard to get the power on.
So the hard-working crews out there in our exclusion zone see the fleet of boats downriver building to come and watch the spectacular. So just trying to make sure that we, with the assistance of Maritime, keep them all at a safe distance. Haven't had much luck on the tipping this morning, but I tell you what, out of 1, Reckless 2 is Unleashed. The battle to get an advantage into this first corner is going to be phenomenal. 3 is Rastus and 4 is Odin.
You weren't too bad with your tipping, mate. You were looking good with that for about 2 laps this morning.
Brett Nidri at B&R Engines out of his own boat now and looking on down here on the bank. So Start Boat has them under control. This is going to be a thunderous run down here into turn number 1. The pressure's going to come early. Who can get the horsepower down the smoothest? Once that flag drops, remember 80 miles an hour to about 140. It's a big ask. You'll see the boats launch and leap. Good line up. Flags down, we've gone racing on. Beautiful fun on the inside. Have a look at Ryan Constable. He's dragged the ball to the line on the outside. Provisional pole. Can Reckless get the power down now? He's done a good job, but Brett Shepherd in Unleashed comes back hard. Reckless inside, Unleashed outside. Settles the boat early. Looking for a clean exit now. On the inside is Tate Ramsey. Oh, they are neck and neck. Don't know if they've come down for the second time through.
As they go down, take small lead into the corner, but round Reckless goes on the inside. Gets the advantage. This Unleashed round the inside. But getting a great run out of the corner. Unbelievable.
a turn boy in eliminator. I don't even know what that means.
Reckless getting outside of Reckless power down there. Across in first place. Unleashed provisionally second, but we'd say he's missed the boy up there. Odin will come into second place and Rastus into third. Great drive by Ryan.
Wowee. What a race. That was incredible.
Yeah, I don't know, he's been put under a little bit of pressure, whether it fainted or just hit a bit of bad water there, but around it went. When he did go around, he's coming on inside the lead-out boy.
He certainly has. Mate, this is a commentary box, but he missed that turn, boy, mate, and this is eliminator heat, so for me, that's a lap penalty. That's going to mean an exclusion for the final. We'll wait and see what happened. How was the pace of Odin in that flag drop start? Ryan Constable, he had the clear lead on the outside pole into turn number 1.
Well, he did pass here, I don't know, down the boy there.
Unbelievable
pace. Far off if he wasn't in front, you know. Great.
Yeah, mate, he's up against Brett Shepherd and the reigning Marge Watson winner, and he has just beaten them to the line in turn number 1. That is a huge testament to the Constable race team, the pace that's coming early on out of the boat. This kid's provisional. He's best in the business, and he's running with the front. And put your hands together for the man in the blue machine, the Victorian superstar, with a cracking run in that eliminator. Tate Ramsey in the Reckless, ladies and gentlemen. He put a massive amount of pressure coming up on the outside of Brett Shepherd and holding him tight on the race line. But as I said, Jono, it could have been a bit of water, but he was definitely there and adding to the pressure inside the cockpit of Unleashed. And it came undone. Brett Shepherd, an uncharacteristic error from the man. We very rarely see him make a mistake.
The corner before he was way outside the Reckless, went up the inside.
He was absolutely powering. That was a game-changing move. We saw that the Reckless stole the Marge Watson off him in a similar move, going to the inside. He wasn't going to sit at the outside and let him drag race it. He made the decision to come across, and that was a winning move, no doubt about it. But that one uncharacteristic error at the top end of the course, and it hands it to Tate Ramsey in the Reckless machine.
Megan was a powerboat racing, mate, with can turn in a second. And
I've said this a lot this weekend. If it was easy, mate, I'd be doing it.
Yeah.
Drops from about 80 miles an hour to about 140.
It's a big ask. You'll see the boats launch and leap. Good lineup. Flags down, we've gone racing on. Beautiful stuff on the inside. Have a look at Ryan Constable. He's dragged them all to the line on the outside. Provisional pole. Can Reckless get the power down now? He's done a good job, but Brett Shepherd in unleashed. Comes back hard. Reckless inside, unleashed outside. Settles the boat early. Looking for a clean exit now on the inside is Tate Ramsey. Oh, they are neck and neck. Don't know if they come down. This is the second time through. Reckless will fall down.
As they go down, take small lead in the corner, but round Reckless goes on the inside. Gets the advantage. This, they stand inside. But getting a great run out of the corner. Unbelievable. Third and fourth place. It's the Oden doing great in third place. Restus hanging around in fourth.
Oh, Shepherd goes around.
Let's go.
Brett Shepherd has gone around and he's missed a turn by the eliminator. Tate Ramsey putting a massive amount of pressure on the outside has caused an issue. He has caused an error for Brett Shepherd. Ryan Constable now into the second place. And third place. Right now is the beautiful blue six machine. But missing a turn by an eliminator. I don't even know what that means.
Reckless getting down tight and gets power down there. Across in first place. Unleashed Provision in second, but we'd say he's missed the boy up there. Oden will come into second place and Rastus into third. Great drive by Ryan.
Wowee. What a race. That was incredible. Dave Freeman on board the red cranky machine. The man from Madauri, Lamotti Group and Cranky Race Engines supporting him this weekend. Mixed up is Mick Hockley, the 53-year-old from Currajong. Wrapped racing is the mustache man himself, Mr. Hayden Sherry, the magnificent Troy Craft KT, 5.2 litre, coupled to a Mercury Bravo Sportsmaster drive. Unbelievably fast in a straight line, and the in and out of corners has been phenomenal to watch this weekend. Impatient is Mr. Paul Vella in his beautiful red Howard hydroplane, and Lockie Vella is running the haul, and we saw them go to war in the hydro race a little bit earlier on, and it was Lockie Vella by half a boat length getting the better of the old man on that outside run.
Testing, 1, 2.
Someone on one of the boats.
Tower to starboard, bring him down. Start, copy.
Do you guys have a radio? Picking it up, that voice goes in there. So if you guys put it to the radio, one flight goes through, that's what goes through. Yeah? You solved the problem, thank you very much. Alright, bye.
Play the mic on next to the radio.
All right, lining up down there at the start. Cranky's going to come out of 1. Out of 2, wrap 3 is mixed up. 4 is hauling, and 5 is impatient. Where is the rest of the field, ladies and gentlemen? Lockie Vella out wide of the impatient. The KT of Sherry on the inside. Beautiful cornering from the KT. Look at the run he's got. Melody has pulled out. So we've got Cranky in the mid-corner. Come off the pace. Paul Vella hasn't even got here. This is a 2-boat race. There will be a caution flag. We've got a boat down there stopped in turn number 1. Oh, the KT coming out really hard. So you've got to be a little bit careful. You can trip this boat over. It's got a lot of horsepower, a lot of pace. Blake Sherry though, looking the goods.
Blake tips it in. Hopefully his radio team's told him that Cranky's broken now. It's gone round the outside. Lockie Vella taking a nice wide turn to haul it, but at the moment it's all Blake Sherry and wrapped. So they head down the back straight away with hard charging Lockie Vella, trying to make up some ground in the hauling hydroplane. But, come down to face the tower for the second last time.
Oh, Lockie Vella!
Lockie's very wide, almost inside some of the mooring book.
Lockie Vella has almost hit the bank. those yellow boys are shallow water. He is pushing 10 tenths. Wants to be a bit careful. I bet you that moved the crowd down there back about 10 feet as the hauling machine went wide and fast around that top turn, boys. But it is Blake Sherry, the checkered flag now being held aloft. Oh, sorry, Hayden Sherry in the wrap machine as he comes out and salutes the crowd for a solid race win. The beautiful Troycraft KT and Rocky Vella, the always exciting hauling machine. Getting the job done. So we're missing a couple of boats out of those ones. So Paul Vella did not front the start. And on my list, I also had mixed up out there as well. But so only 2 boats finishing that one and grabbing the points in the Chiquita Cup, Heat 2.
It was a shame Cranky broke down there. Had a reasonable chance on the inside there, but first corner expired. Something expired anyway, but another great drive to Blake Sherry, coming home in first place with a very, very hard charging Rocky Vella to second.
Charging on a statement here, he almost put that one up the bank. So those yellow turn boys out there are the disqualified zone. You go out there and get touch those at very shallow water there, and he may even be coming to the tower. He got pretty close up there, but we've got race officials on each corner, so they'll no doubt be coming through.
You wouldn't believe it, but there's one yellow boy up there which is in further than the rest, and that's where he went in that
Time to buzz the tower, Goose. Hope you enjoyed the radio chatter, just giving you a little bit of a sample of what's going on behind the scenes when I accidentally left my microphone on. Thank you to Martin Cook for pointing out my inadequacies. Much appreciated, Marty. I'll make sure I do the same.
Sometimes hard work with professionals.
It is very tough. I don't know. I've never had the opportunity. Look at a smile on the mustached one as he peels himself out of the wrap racing machine. Hayden Sherry, he's driving the wheels of it. Got a little bit loose in lap 2 up there. He pushed in real hard, and as I said, the building in confidence in this boat, but that was right on the ragged edge when he came out. You saw the back of the boat start to step and the inside sponson lift a little bit, and yeah, he was 10 tenths in that one, which you need to be if you're going to try and put Lockie Vella in your wash, because he's got the horns on when he's behind the wheel. But cracking racing.
Down the front straight first time, I think Lockie was in front,
yes,
which is not bad for like they don't accelerate as fast as the KTs, but yeah, it was definitely had half a boat length or a boat length on young Hayden, but Hayden pulled a beautiful corner off on the inside where Lockie had to go around the outside where you lose the time, but he did keep the speed up, and but just probably not the best course for and a great course for a KT. So.
Yeah, spot on. It's playing to his favour. You take it to a big lake track and you put out a big wide sweeping turn, and it's going to be totally different. The mid-corner pace of the hydro is just able to stick to the water and get around. It'll mix it up, but hey, play the cards you dealt, and this track is perfectly suited, and that young man in the wrap racing machine has done it better than anyone today. Congratulations to Nicole Sherry, the boat owner, and all of the crew, Craig Scott, Marco, Lenny, Nicole, Blake and Luke. KT of Sherry on the inside. Beautiful cornering from the KT. Look at the run he's got. Melody has pulled out. So we've got Cranky in the mid corner. Come off the pace. Paul Vella hasn't even got here. This is a two-boat race. There will be a caution flag. We've got a boat down there stopped in turn number 1. Oh, the KT coming out really hard, so you've got to be a little bit careful. You can trip this boat over. It's got a lot of horsepower, a lot of pace. Blake Sherry, though, look at the groups of
Blake tips it in. Hopefully his radio team's told him that Cranky's broken habitat. It's gone round the outside. Lockie Bella taking a nice wide turn to hold the boat. At the moment, it's all Blake Sherry and wrapped. Head down the back straight away with a hard charging Lockie Bella, trying to make up some ground in the Hauling hydroplane. Come down to face the tower for the second last time.
Oh, Lockie Bella!
Lockie's very wide, almost inside some of the mooring book.
Lockie Bella has almost kissed the bank. The water there, those yellow boys are shallow water. He is pushing 10 tenths. Wants to be a bit careful. I bet you that moved the crowd down there back about 10 feet as the hauling machine went wide and fast around that top turn, boys. But it is Blake Sherry, the checkered flag now being held aloft. Oh, sorry, Hayden Sherry in the wrap machine as he comes out and salutes the crowd for a solid race win. The beautiful Troycraft KT. And Lockie Bella, the always exciting hauling machine. Getting the job done. So we're missing a couple of boats out of those ones. So Paul Vella did not front the start. And on my list, I also had mixed up out there as well. But so only 2 boats finishing that one and grabbing the points in the Chiquita. This is unbelievable. The Constable crew in Odin and 6 is Brent Nitry in BNR. 2 6 litres making it through to the unlimited displacement final. That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. But look, it's anybody's race, but as you can see, someone has half a spin, someone doesn't get the power down, jumps a couple of times. It's all over. There's your 4, 5, 6 boat lengths. It's hard to get that back, unless of course you go and do the same thing yourself on the next corner, but, which I've seen happen as well. And I saw a fantastic race between the 2 Ramsey brothers. I think it was at Yarrawonga where they traded jumping out of each corner, and they get 10 boat lengths lead on the brother, and the other brother would do the same thing. So yeah, it really is anybody's race. If Reckless puts it all together, he would be very, very hard to beat. As we just saw with the shenanigans nipping at his heels. So again, watch this space. But before that, we've got another unlimited outboard race.
Yeah, so that's cracking around the Constables. Their first hit out their first weekend. They made it into an Australasian under limited displacement. Being provisional, they will start from the outside pole, but they qualified 5th fastest. So big shout out to the crew from Odin. But we're about to change it up a little bit because this is the Arch Spooner Australian Gold Cup. So this is the outright unlimited outboard championships for Australia, ladies and gentlemen. The final race. Startboat gets the call to take them away. Now your pole positions out of this one, and this is interesting. Based on your performance, this will be. I'm only in the commentary box, so I won't pretend to understand it. But out of pole number 4 will be Simon Troy in 888 Racing. Pole number 3, Matt Wassell in 108 Racing. Pole number 2, Butler Vehicles. And pole number 1, according to the piece of paper I've got in front of me in the Arch Spooner Gold Cup, is Paul Sane and the Trim King. So, wowee.
Yeah, watch this space.
This is going to be big. Optimax S3000, Optimax S3000. Now that can't be right because I'm looking out there on the water and I can see Dean Allison. So Dean Allison has nominated. He's running the smaller SST 120, but relying on the fact that 2 of these boats might go bang at any particular time. The S3000's a notoriously high temperament engine, let's put it that way. So Dean Allison, in force roofing, will run out of pole number 5. This is going to be anyone's race, mate. We haven't actually seen Dean Allison run up against the other boats, so this is the first time we'll have to get a chance to look at the SST. Incredibly fast accelerating boat. They obviously don't have the torque, but the revs are there, so I would expect that to be right up alongside those 200 horsepower Optimax engines.
Look, it's a DAC boat. Not that I profess to know a lot about them, but Corey and Bowl used to own one, and they're just a fast boat. DAC's a little bit over the Mulgard speed-wise. I think Corey ran about 120 mile an hour with an SST engine down this front straight here. They just make speed, so they're a real good thing. I don't know whether there's been a power head change with Dean Allison or not. I don't know, but
I don't know about power head, but I definitely know there'll be a big prop hanging on the back of that boat.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Prop down with the 105s, he now will have gone and pulled out the Nirvana prop, the one wrapped in purple velvet that only comes out for these big races.
Special occasions.
Special occasions only in the force roofing of Trim King and Dino Allison. I'll wait to see the lineup down here to make sure I've got that right. So it's what I've got in front of me, but that doesn't mean it hasn't changed. These grids were handed to me earlier this morning. But there's a cool start boat. Bring them down, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Arch Spooner Gold Cup, the Australian Unlimited Outboard Championship Final. This is the biggest trophy on offer for the outboard drivers anywhere in Australia. This is going to be absolute sheep stations. There's no point in keeping your gear for the next one. This is the one that you want to win and put your name alongside some of the greatest outboard racers that this country's ever seen. Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles has shown incredible pace. He's going to run out of 2. If Paul Sane's up his inside, he will have a pace advantage in turn number 1. Matty Wassell from 3. 4 is Simon Troy. So expect those 2 to get ahead and get a clean run through. That's going to create a bit of pressure behind them. Team's still circulating out there, waiting for the start boat to fly the flag and pick them up. All right, starters got them and they're bringing them in, John. This is going to be a big one. The dash to turn number 1, the heart rate will be up. Adrenaline pumping through the veins of these drivers. This is what they've come here to win. Beautiful jump, Reece Coles, as is Troy. They go together. Nice run up the inside with Paul Sane, Matt Wassell, nothing between them, and Dean Allison's there as well. Reece Coles maybe 2, 3 boat lengths in front. Coles goes around, Simon Troy through, little bobble on the way in, cost him maybe half a boat length. Paul Sane is through nicely, as is Matt Wassell. Outside, Dean Allison getting the job done. The SST 120 very, very quick, but Butler Vehicles streaking away up the back straight. The blue machine now, Reece Coles at the wheel, runs a wide drifting line, lifting the inside sponsor there. He's on the ragged edge. Simon Troy pushes up behind him now. A bit of a moment there, John. A little bit of a cough from the S3000. Has he got a problem? Over to you.
Yeah, I saw Reece look like it just got off the throttle in front of the control tower here. So it was just going over a wave, but back on it obviously now. A nice handy 10, 15-8 lead over Simon Troy as they run up the back. starting to rough up a little bit now. Paul Sane doing a fantastic job in the third place with Matty Wassell in fourth and Dean Allison back in fifth. But at the moment it's all Reece Coles out in front in first place with a hard charging Simon Troy coming into second.
Simon Troy making up a couple of boat lengths that time through, but he's got a big gap to claw down. Laps ticking down. Paul Sane in the Trim King has put Matt Wassell in his wash. Matt Wass running the boat as high as you would dare. He's got to keep a handle on this or the boat will go over. That was yellow flag, I think, this time round. Dean Allison not going anywhere. Butler Vehicles, listen to the revs on the beautiful DAC, the S3000, Craig Bailey prepared engine, absolutely howling. Simon Troy is through. Yellow flag flying. Now Matty Wassell is making moves on the back of Paul Sane.
Even with the outboards out the back there, still getting a bit of crosswash coming out of that first turn down there. At the moment, still it's all Reece Coles, the master, making Simon cross his wash, making it harder and harder.
Checkered flag made at the ready. This is it. This is a big one. Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen, takes out the arch spooner. And Simon Troy right up behind him in the mainline Dynalog machine. What a run from Reece Coles. The team will be absolutely pumped with that. They work so hard, the whole Coles crew, and he's got the job done. Paul Sane, welcome to the podium of the Australian Unlimited Outboard Championships. And Team Trim King go wild for the big man from Project Roofing. Matt Wassell, home safe and sound. As is Dean Allison. Now Reece Coles has shut down at the top end of the course. So the Butler Vehicles machine, Jono, has made it over the finish line.
We've just been told that by race control that there's actually 2 races for the arch spooner. There's 2 races for the arch spooner. That was only number 1. So whether the poles get drawn out of a hat again, I don't know. But there is another race for combined points.
Well, there you go. It doesn't say heat on mine, so even more exciting. We get to do it all again. Now, Reece Coles has shut down, and he's at the top end of that course. Knowing that there's another race coming, maybe it's because he didn't want to push it hard, but he was absolutely trolling it up there. So, thank you for correcting me on that one. I'll make a note of that it is heat. 1. Special thanks to the crew from Blake's Marine for supporting that one, and we'll try and get a read how far away the heat number 2 for that one is.
While the outboards are just being on, another reminder, folks, that the 2023 St George Powerboat Spectacular at Cogra Bay will be on the Saturday and Sunday, the 15th and 16th of July. Lots of big events on the Powerboat calendar, but don't miss this one. The annual St George Spectacular is only 5 weeks away. Considerable interest has been shown for this huge 2-day event. It's a great time of the year for the water conditions at their best. Plenty of classes on will be run down there, unlimited inboard, unlimited outboard, 85 or 105 classes, and stock mono. The weekend will feature a prestigious 5-litre Ken Waggett Memorial, along with the running of the Champion of Champions, Ken Craig Bailey, add to his already huge trophy tally again, to be the Champion of Champions. In addition, 5 Australian Championships will be listed to be run. The Hayes Woods Unlimited Open Inboard, motor spares, the 5.2 litre normally aspirated displacement, the Wyangden Cup, 5.2 litre Carby displacement, the Lakes Marine Sports Mono and Mod VB, and the Bird Hollins Tennessee Boats Unlimited Mono. St George Motorboat Club, if you haven't been there, there's a great setup down there with great restaurants up on the top floor and sausage sandwiches and a canteen downstairs with a very family orientated club. If you're interested in competing, please send an email to New South Wales APBA licensing at gmail.com.
So I had him all wrapped up as winning the old Art Spooner outright right then, Reece Coles. But unfortunately for Reece Coles, he's got to go out there and do it again because that was heat number 1 of, I believe, a 2-heat championship. Now, interestingly enough, he's under tow right now, coming back in. So fingers crossed for the Foxy man. She's it's literally adrenaline pumping through the veins of these drivers, and he's all good out there. But wait and see. So that would also explain the pole draw, mate, not on qualifying times. The fact that it was a random pole draw, which started that race 1 of the Art Spooner, and then should be, I think, a race 2, and it will be a combined points set. What I do know is next up we are going mono racing. Thanks to Smiley Photos. Race number 15 on the program. Good to have him back out here. Ransom Evanruder. F18X. Bo Bickerton and No Rules. Talk to Bo. Calling a boat F18X is a real mouthful in the commentary box. We might have to rename it like Trevor or just something a little bit easier to remember.
Kevin.
Kevin, we'll call it Kevin. Probably don't do that. It's probably a bit of an insult to the team at Force Boats. Big shout out to them.
Right, we got the monos. Me while I clear my throat. The Nigel monos heading out again. I don't know what's the pole draw do we have here, What pole draw do we have here?
Oh, so pole draw for the monos. Sorry, Jono. Out of pole 4, the wide one. He ran out of pole 1 last time through is Nathan Todd Hunter in the Evanruder. Out of 3 is No Rules, Matty Campbell, the race-winning Matty Campbell. He came in holding the finger high, the number 1 up in the air early this morning after his big victory yesterday. Pole 2 is Bo Bickerton in F18X, and pole 1 for the first time this weekend, actually, Matty Dubois in Ransom. So he's going to be enjoying that one. Needs to get it in. He's been quick. in this front straight, so he needs to get it in and out.
Shows a clean set of heels in speed down the front straight here each time.
He certainly does. So a slightly bigger boat, obviously running the 300X Mercury Optimax. Not a lot of mile an hour difference, maybe 2-3 top end, but he's getting it there. His acceleration is great, but it is a bigger boat, so a little bit harder to handle through the mid-corner.
Well, I don't know who's missing. I want to go over the top of you guys.
We'll wait. A last call for nominations for the Dargle Gold Cup teams. Last call for your nominations for the Dargle Gold Cup. So don't be left wanting. You think you want to chisel your name in the big trophy, it's time to get to the tower and put your name down on that list.
50-50. 50 minutes, 50 seconds. Whoever comes first. That's good, eh? Always the case.
Okay, so if the owner of the barge parked on the beach on the downstream end, the tide is coming up, you need to get your way back to that boat and ensure that it's secured. So there's a couple of boats parked down there on the downstream end of the course. The tide is now trying to take your boats away from the beach, so can you please make your way down there and get that squared up? Thank you. Waiting for the all clear for the starter, and we should see this outboard mono heat supported by smiley photos. Ransom in 1, 2, Bo Bickett in F18 X3. No rules, Matty Campbell, and 4 is Nathan Toddhunter in the Evanruder. Right, so here we go, ladies and gents, the flag drop now, so we are racing. Gee, look at the lineup, Jono, it's absolutely magnificent. There's nothing in it. Matty Dubois has no distinct advantage. It's almost like there's a laser level across the front of these, but Matty now on the back end, he's a boat length away, Bo Bickett, and then young Matt on the inside. Watch him through now, a lot of pressure. First boat in the corner, wheels the big 19-foot force around, gets it done beautifully, hooks it up. Bo Bickett's quick out of the back chute. It's on Dubois, looks across his right shoulder, and Bo Bickett, that slightly wider lane gave him the mid-corner speed he wanted, but he's nowhere near enough to come across. You need 3 boat lengths before you shut the door. So Matt Dubois, the hard charger, unsettled as he comes off the power. Needs to keep a handle on it through here now. Back hard on the gas. Look at the rooster tail go. He's early on the power. Needs to rely on the acceleration. And further back, there's a move as well. So the Evanruder has gone to the inside of No Rules and Matty Campbell. Big power move.
It's a fantastic cornering by Bo Bickett out there. Really smooth. Getting the boat sitting on its tail and accelerating away. The top end speed of is a little bit more in the boat.
Oh, much better corner there from Matty on the inside.
Matty, yeah, beautiful corner, Matty, but the 300 got that little bit, couple mile an hour extra on the top end. But Bo Bickett and the little 200 doing a great job on the outside. And watch him come around the top turn up here. He slowed a little bit.
Yeah, Bo Bickerton's looking for an inside run. Here we go. He's trying to turn the tables on Matty Dubois. Ken, the smaller 19-foot force, and it's a lighter boat as well. 250 horsepower versus 300. But if he can get it up the inside, he's going to be able to force him wide. Tactically, this is a big deal, but Matty Dubois can lead into this corner, mate. He's got ample room. Now, the challenge is thrown down by Nathan Toddhunter in the Evinruder. He's gone back up the inside of Matt Campbell and taken it off him. Yellow flag that time through. One more to run. Matt Dubois.
That was a great corner.
He's cornered that one beautifully, hasn't he, Jono?
He made Bo cross his wash, which has given him about another 4 or 5 boat numbers. It was a very good racecraft there. With Bo not giving up, trying very, very hard as he runs down the back straight away for the last time. Back rounds the corner, does it pretty nicely. A little bit slow and tentative. Bo's sticking on the outside there. I don't think he's going to get there.
The crew will be going wild, won't they? Alison, Brooke, Jay and Ryan going bananas. His major sponsor is his wife. Put your hands together for the driver of Ransom, Matt Dubois from Camberwell, with a big run, and Bo Bickerton airborne across the line in the 19X.
The boat went down and his bum went up.
Nathan Toddhunter, welcome home. That was a good run. He's come from a wide pole and swapped, and Matty actually in mid-trace, Matt Campbell had the better of him. But went back up the inside and got it done. Always a quality run. Evan Ruder's just hooked it in on the cool-down lap. He's pretty excited about getting out here on the water, is Nathan Toddhunter.
I hope that's a fresh set of L springs in Rastus. Just fired it up at about 7,000 RPM on that.
That's one of those grouse engines.
Yeah,
they love that. Just 100%
born for it. Eat it up.
Mate, what are we up? What have we got up next? So race number 16, I think we're tracking along nicely here today. There's a 6-litre Albert Corn Championship and Case Nails point score. 4-boat field. And we've seen some interesting results out of this one. This is four of the closest, probably the closest racing we've had all weekend out of this category, to be honest. And the poles are going the way of shenanigans. Chris Pugsley, the driver, has got pole number 1 out of this run. Brett Nidri, BNR, just continuing to move forward and kill a few giants on the way. He's going to run out of 2. 3 is the crew from Rastus with their newly appointed valve springs. And 4 is Quiver, Justin Frankham. Albert Corn, supported by Wes Cranes, here with us this weekend. Not too far away from start. Big shout out to Patterson Built for all your home renovations and new homes, one of our event partners this weekend, alongside Hardwood Resources for all your land clearing, civil, domestic and hardwood fencing materials, and CF Moto. You need a side-by-side, a sales, service, you name it, they do it. ATVs is a specialty, so get hold of the crew from CF Moto, proudly supporting the Dargle Winter Spectacular. Pole 1 is the silver Abercraft. Chris Pugsley at the wheel, the Tim Shannon-owned machine of Shenanigans. 2 is Mr. B&R Engines, Brett Nidry himself, the man from Victoria. 3 is Rastus. Steve Rarity. And 4 is Quiver with Justin Franklin. Okay, all clear from race control, John. Not too far away from getting a race start here in the 6 litre Albert Corn Championships and Case Snails point score. Right, line up looking a little bit dishevelled actually. The Rastus now getting its way into its grid position, going to run out of 3 for this one. Right, looking much better. A little bit of gap between 1 and 2 there. Jono, flag held high. Wait for the drop. Throttle goes down, bang, we are gone. Shenanigans early. Rastus with a good jump. Actually, so is the boat on the outside, so Quiver. Very, very nice way. They are through. Shenanigans. Now, Brett Nidry is going to get a screen full of spray into the early part of that corner. Bit of a bog down by Shenanigans. Out wide, can't pick up in the sun who that is. That's Rastus with a big drive through. Quiver, so Brett Nidry getting hosed down in the middle of the corner. Shenanigans will lead them into turn 2 for the first time. Rastus out wide, trying to keep clear of the spray. Quiver now up into 3rd spot and challenging with an inside run. Brett Nidry has gone around.
Brett Nidry was sitting absolutely beautifully, holding the spins out. What's happening there? Rastus to stop out here, and it was holding 2nd place down. Quiver into 2nd place, B&R Engine in 3rd. At the moment, it's all Chris Pugsley holding the boat absolutely beautiful in the gap plate, sitting at the trimming it like an outboard. Unfortunately, Dave Rarity in Rastus were holding a good, strong 2nd place. It's broken down the front straight here. But Chris Pugsley will come down to face the yellow flag with the boat trimmed like an outboard, looking absolutely beautiful. So 2nd place, amazing. We have 5 leader boat Quiver. Very, very creditable position. Going hard. By rounding out the field at the moment is Brett Nidry in B&R Engine.
Well, this is a great run from Justin Frankham in the Quiver, but it's Chris Pugsley a long way out in front. Pugsley, the checkered flag now hoisted at the tower. The Shenanigans machine, Tim Shannon down here on the back. Shenanigans once again salutes the Dargle crowd with a solid six-litre race win. And Justin Frankham into second spot on the podium. In the quiver, the 5.2-litre with a belting run. Brent Nidri, B&R, the last competitor standing, makes his way onto the final straight for the last time, and he will pick up the points. Now, mid-race there, John, I'm pretty much 100% sure that Brent hooked the boat in turn 2 and missed a turn by on the exit. He will get a lap penalty, but it won't matter. He's finished the race. He'll get points.
Exactly. I think he also got hung out to drive in the first corner. Didn't seem to come out. Well, not hung out to drive, but something went wrong down there. Lost a lot of time down there, and got it wrong up the other end as well. So it is what it is, I suppose. A bit disappointing for him, but look, the boat's still going, and he'll be back out again this afternoon. Hopefully we didn't jinx Rastus by talking about bow springs, but that was a incredible second position against Chris Bugsy down there, but it's expired on the front straight. Once we get to know exactly what's happened to that, we'll let you know. But again, another masterclass by Chris Bugsy and shenanigans. It's racking the trophies up, and well-deserved too for a fantastic drive and a fantastically prepared boat.
Certainly is, mate. We mentioned him a couple of times, but Arcadia Automotive and Liquid Moly certainly on a winner with Tim Shannon and the team of Shenanigans Racing. The interesting thing we talk about B&R having that sort of moment, but copped a lot of water, obviously just in the wrong spot, sandwiched between two boats, and just that probably 2 boat lengths back. So got a lot of mist and vapour, and it's not uncommon for that amount of water being ingested into these carby engines to actually start to stall the engine out for a little while, and it takes a moment to clear and start to develop horsepower again. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's what happened, but the afternoon sun glare and a bit of mist around, it's getting pretty tough out there.
Strangely enough, injected water with the right dose in the side can be a good thing, but a gulp from a hose down coming out of a corner is definitely a very bad thing. Can very easily hydraulic the motor, go straight down into an open valve, piston comes up, and that water doesn't compress, as most people know, and bang, you've got yourself a bucket engine. So, yeah, anyway.
Back to the bank now, the purple super shirts of the Shenanigans team. Back on board the boat, looking $1 million. The silver metal flake paint job on the thing just glinting here in the Dargle sunshine. B&R engines, Brett O'Nidry sitting atop his trusty steed. He's got a smile on his dial, so as I mentioned talking with him earlier, he's just loving the competition and loving this whole 6-litre class and category. So the program continues to roll on. Next up we go 105-mile-an-hour category racing once again. We saw a spirited drive out of nowhere with a great big win last time through, and we'll pick up your pole positions in just a minute here at the Winter Spectacular at Dargle. Right, so we've got a couple of polls on my piece of paper. I can tell you I've got 2 matching 7s, so I'm not sure which one of those 2. Maybe we're running one on top of the other. But out of poll 1 should be Handful Racing. 2 will be Force Roofing, Dean Allison. 3 is Another Madam. 4, I'm going to make that one as Out of Nowhere. 5, we'll have to wait and see. It's either Marine Line or Timeout, so it'll be one of those 2, John. It's going to be a big race, so unfortunately we lost Eliminator, not out on the water in this heat right now. So this is race 17, Superstock 105, concreting by Bonds, sponsoring this category here this weekend. Having a look around the engine bay or Rastus as it comes out of water. No obvious telltale signs of oil or anything on board that boat. So hopefully it was just something in the data they didn't like the look of, maybe temperature or fuel pressure or something along those lines, and they just opted to shut that machine down.
Well, let's hope it's nothing too serious. I didn't see a lot of smoke or anything coming out of it, so it pulled up. So it's a good sign.
The radio chatter from the start boat in relation to Marine Line up there at the start now, so hopefully things are okay up there, but we'll know in a very short space of time. So yeah, it is Marine Line up there. They're not going to face the starter. Just got a panic coming out there, but something about water in the boat. So we're not going to bring him in, so it's obviously not going to result in the captain going down with the ship while the race is on. So we should be seeing a start any second.
Let's hope. I've just got the call from race control to bring them down. Probably the last race of the 105s today, I'd say.
I've been wrong a couple of times today, and I'm just going to wait and see what happens to the program, mate.
I was going to see if you could hang yourself, yeah.
So the beautiful little 16-footer going to run out of 1. That's the run they want, to be honest. They need to get to the corner and get some clean water and just let the 351 do its work. A lot of experience on board. I think it was 44 years or something along those lines that they've been racing. So plenty to do.
Green Tree name is synonymous with powerboat racing in New South Wales, and especially the Upper Hawkesbury Club. Darren's father, Phil, recently retired, and I mean recently, like, not sure it was this year or late last year. He retired at 84 years old, I think, or 85 years old. So.
Big shout out to the fantastic Debbie Greentree from Darren, doing a power of work here with us this weekend. All right, flag is held high. Down we go, so race start. Dean Allison will get a good jump out of 2, as does Handful out of 1. Another Madam, super quick. Remember, this is a 105 category. Tom Webster is going to lead him into the line comfortably. It's very, very tight between 1 and 2 and 3. Dean Allison forces his way to the front of the field, and it's a big, big corner. Handful held tight, did it beautifully. Is Greentree. Out wide is Madam. Out of nowhere now, moving up into 4. And just on the outside of him is the crew from Timeout, Jono.
Dean Allison doing a great job out in front there. Out of pole 2. Darren Greentree, second home course here in the inside lane there, is running second, I think, with Another Madam in 3rd place. On the outside, with Out of Nowhere in 4th. But again, Dean Allison nails the corner in the DAC tunnel boat. Darren Greentree again proving that having the pole position 1 is a massive advantage. Second place, a great run up the inside with Chris Racing Out of Nowhere, challenging the Another Madam into 3rd or 4th place. But Darren again hugging the boys, holding down 2nd place really well. Another Madam having a real lash down the outside here.
Yellow flags up, so Dean Allison out in front. Let's look at the battle in second. That's 15 foot. Handful and out of nowhere, pushing right up on the back of them. Another Madam copping a big spray through that corner, but out of nowhere is coming on very, very strong in the 105. Dean Allison has got this in the bag. The Madam was second. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be tight. Handful, another Madam out of nowhere. Look at him go through now. We're through clean to the first part. Handfuls on the inside. He's got the power down beautifully. Dean Allison takes the win, but what's the matter with second? It's another Madam, Tom Webster. The Victorian out wide in the 21-footer. Handful of burn. And out of nowhere into fourth spot, Jono. And mixed up, getting another race win under their belt. That was a pretty tough run. The battle in those three boats, that was a pretty tough run.
Absolutely. Poor old Darren only lost it really in the last couple of 100 metres. It's a great drive by another Madam from the outside. Urgent takes second place off Darren, but a pretty well faultless drive from the male model Dean Allison in the tunnel back. Just led basically start to finish. The last corner I saw tried a little bit hard, tipped up on one sponsor, hooked it in and come up on one sponsor, but gathered it up and come across for a well-deserved win.
Certainly did make the angle, a little bit of racing room, held pretty tight through, held Darren pretty tight, but gave him room, and geez, that was a nice drive from that little 15-footer. I've got to see the GPS out of another Madam. That boat, it's 105 mile an hour. She's pretty quick out there. If Dino's at 103, he's got some big numbers, but good to see the team. They've come all the way from Victoria to compete here this weekend. The boat is owned by Tom Webster. Pete Stevens and Max Stevens spinning spanners on the Madam this weekend, but Dino Allison looks like a fighter pilot out of the cockpit down there with a race mask on, and congratulations to the man, the male model himself in Force Roofing. Much better. A little bit of gap between 1 and 2 there. Jono, flag held high. Wait for the drop. Throttle goes down. Bang. We are gone. Shenanigans early. Rastus with a good jump. Actually, so is the boat on the outside. So quiver. Very, very nice way. Shenanigans. Now, Brett Nidry is going to get a screen full of spray into the early part of that corner. Bit of a bog down by Shenanigans. Out wide. Can't pick up in the sun who that is. That's Rastus with a big drive through. So Brett Nidry getting hosed down in the middle of the corner. Shenanigans will lead them into turn 2 for the first time. Rastus out wide, trying to keep clear of the spray. Quiver now up into third spot and challenging with an inside run. Brett Nidry has gone around. Brett Nidry.
Sitting absolutely beautifully, holding the spins out. What's happened to Rastus to stop out here, and it was holding second place down. Quiver into second place, BNR Engine in third. At the moment, it's all Chris Pugsley holding the boat, absolutely beautiful. The cap plate sitting it, trimming it like an outboard. Unfortunate, Dave Rarity in Rastus were holding a good, strong second place. It's broken down the front straight here. And Chris Pugsley will come down to face the yellow flag with the boat trimmed like an outboard. Looking absolutely beautiful. So, second place, amazing. 5-litre boat, Quiver. Very, very creditable position. Going hard. By rounding out the field at the moment is Brett Nedry in BNR Engine.
Oh, this is a great run from Justin Frankham in the Quiver, but it's Chris Pugsley a long way out in front. Pugsley, the checkered flag now hoisted at the tower. The Shenanigans machine, Tim Shannon down here on the back. Shenanigans once again salutes the Dargle crowd with a solid 6-litre race win. And Justin Frankham into second spot on the podium. In the Quiver, the 5.2-litre with a belting run. Brett Nidry, BNR, the last competitor standing, makes his way onto the final straight for the last time, and he will pick up the points. Now, mid-race there, John, I'm pretty much 100% sure that Brett hooked the boat in turn 2 and missed a turn by on the exit. He will get a lap penalty.
Well, Mr. Murphy, this should be a cracker of a race. Absolute cracker of a race. Shenanigans out of 2. Got the 5-10 Constable machine still for the outside pole. She's seen suiting bad attitude. BNR Engines, Mighty Reckless out of 1. Explicit out of 3.
So this is a big one, Jono. Supported by Constable Brothers Concrete and Haulage, the Errol J ABBA Unlimited Displacement Championship final, mate. And we went through those times a little bit earlier on, but Odin will start outside pole provisionally. What a result for the Constable team to get into this final here this weekend. Brett Nidry, BNR, he's out there as well. 158.46. Bad Influence, Explicit, Shenanigans, and Reckless. This is going to be very, very big. Chris Pugsley out of second, mate. That's one hell of an achievement for the Shenanigans race team.
It's a dangerous spot for the rest of the field for Chris to be. For the rest of the field, that is, at least anyway. He can really attack from 2. So
yeah.
Watch this space.
Yeah, absolutely right. It'd be interesting if you asked him which pole he would want. If it's not 1, it'll be 2. I'm pretty sure that line around these tight turns out of 2 gives him a good clean run. Technically, Reckless should go in maybe 2 boat lengths in front of him. You'll either want to be right next to him or maybe 3 boat lengths back so he can get a good clean run outside the spray. But this is a big one, ladies and gents, so don't be caught in the bathroom or at the bar. Get your way to the bank because this is a big throwdown. Can the Ramsey man, the Victorian in Reckless, can he gun for the Errol J and take the Quinella, take the Marge Watson and the Errol J in the same year, just a month apart? Commiserations obviously to the crew from Unleashed not being part of the final here, but that is racing, ladies and gents.
Sun will play a bit of a factor in this as well. But the sun beam coming straight across on an angle from basically the lead out there across the control tower here. So hopefully down on the water they can have a reasonable vision of the boys, even though they won't be temporarily blinded for a second or so. But Big race there. Plenty of times at this time of the afternoon it can sort of catch you out a little bit, but
I've been told by the drivers actually where we are, the country box right now, it's absolutely horrendous. Can't see anything, but from the water angle, it's not too bad. So as you come through the middle part of it, you get a flash, but then not too bad. A little bit later on, it gets a little bit worse as the sun goes longer. So here we go. This is going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. It's all there for Reckless. Tate Ramsey. The 18-foot-6 Child's Play, 470 big block, B&R engines on board. As mentioned, has won the Marge Watson in 2023, just a few short weeks ago in Adelaide. Total Fleet Imaging, Gippsland Composites, Rob Pasala Marine, MSC Signs and Denim Transport, their major partner. Commiserations also to Blake Ramsey in Destiny. No doubt he would have found his way into this final as well, but involved in that incident damaging the big machine. Mate, you deserve to be out there, and through no fault of your own, it's unfortunate, but we know we're going to see you back here for this one.
Yeah, I was just talking to his dad, and understandably Blake's devastated and what's happened to his boat, but like I said to him, the boat's repairable. It's a tragedy that's happened, but the boat's repairable, but sometimes bodies are not, so it's the right outcome. Yeah.
All right, here we go, ladies and gents. Get to the bank. This is a big one. The blue machine coming out of 1, the silver arrow out of 2. 3 is explicit. Do not discount the Barra Turbo in this one. 4 Bad Influence. What will they do? 5 B&R, 6 is over. We've got racing. A good drop from all 3 of the boats. Explicit about a boat length back. Bad Influence is through clean as well. So a good run to the outside from Bad Influence. They are going to go. Reckless on the inside. Hold the course. Stay cool. Reckless inside. Tate Ramsey working hard. Bad Influence with a beautiful run out wide shot. He's got the job on him in the second lap. Ramsey's gone! Ramsey's gone! It's completely 360'd it. That is a red flag. Red flag, red flag. We got a red flag. Ramsey has gone. The boat absolutely lost it on the lead into turn number 1 on lap number 2 at full noise. The boat just bounced and skipped, went airborne. It's hard to see in the spray. I don't know whether it went over or whether it flat spun in a 360 degree. The hatch is popped, and that's what we want to see. That the driver on board is all right, but mate, honestly, it looked like a steering failure. There was no doubt about it. The boat was looking absolutely rock solid, but next thing I know, the boat's went airborne. And literally, I think it rotated at least 360 degrees in a flat spin and a wall of spray. So hatch lid pop, ladies and gents. If you're here on the bank and you're not involved in powerboat racing, that is the signal from the driver to the tower that he is okay in the capsule. So good signs, but mate, that is heartbreaking for the Ramsey crew. This has been a weekend that they just rather forget. Red flag stoppage. He will be excluded from any restart on this race, John.
Yeah, I'd say there's some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure there for that to happen. So one would assume he wouldn't get a restart, but especially because he caused the red flag, obviously, yeah, you're right. But yeah, I just looked across and saw this great wall of water. I don't think it inverted, didn't go over. I could see the wind through the spray, but I think he did a couple, 2 or 3 spins. I don't know if our cameraman Mick's got it here. We can have another look at it.
Yeah, no, I should give a big shout out to the guys from Sportsfilm. We've been seeing full replays on screen all weekend on the live stream, but mate, take nothing away. That was a hell of a race. Dargle Quinn, Bad Influence. That was a huge move out of lap 2. He poured the power on and just got away clean, a slightly wider line, and he put him 8 boats back in that drive out of that front straight.
I really don't know what happened to see down the corner there, the sun's right in our eyes. He's sort of gone in about 2nd and come out 5th.
Yeah, got caught really badly. I think it's a crosswash there to the explicit machine of Bernie, but mate, no good pugs. It was a long way back in that one. Obviously, start we knew he was disadvantaged, and maybe waiting for a little bit of suck and see to try and find a clear line.
Yeah, right.
But it'll be interesting to see if there's still a rudder on the back of that Reckless machine when it comes up out of the water. But heartbreak for the Ramsey race team. They bought the big transporter here, 2 boats, a cast of thousands. They've done it incredibly well and not the outcome that they were hoping for. So big shout out to them, and we will of course see them back here at Dargle. I love competing here, but not what you want to see when the fastest qualifier gets taken out. So he's out of the cockpit down here on the boat ramp, ladies and gents. Give him a round of applause. Take Ramsey in reckless. He's thrown everything at it here this weekend. Not what we want to see, but showing you gratitude for coming up and giving it a red hot go. And obviously eyes on the back of the boat there. He's, there's obviously something that's gone wrong there, John, I would say. Mechanically, he's getting this boat back on the trailer down here, but that'll stop us for a little minute and we'll get our program back together. These races will not rerun immediately. The boats will need to be refueled and checked over. So that'll put this race a little bit further back in the program.
It's 2/3 over, so I'll have to rerun it. But the good news is it looks the Tatum is okay and the boat was floating, floated back onto the trailer. So hopefully it's not too bad a damage. Endeavour to find out what the story was and let you know.
There's a lot of heads looking at the back of that boat underneath for the rudder and skeek, so we'll see. But that's action-packed, not the way we would want it, but certainly when you get to this level of performance, you are pushing everything to the 99th percentile to try and get right out. All right, here we go, ladies and gents. Get to the bank. This is a big one. The blue machine coming out of 1, the silver arrow out of 2, 3 is. Right outcome. Yep. All right, here we go, ladies and gents. Get to the bank. This is a big one. The blue machine coming out of 1, the silver arrow out of 2, 3 is explicit. Do not discount the Barra Turbo in this one. 4 bad influence. What will they do? 5 BNR, 6 is over. We've got racing. A good drop from all 3 other boats. Explicit about a boat length back. Bad influence is through clean as well, so a good run to the outside from bad influence. They are gunnel to gunnel. Reckless on the inside. Hold the course, stay cool. Reckless inside, take Ramsey. Working hard, bad influence with the beautiful run out wide top. He's got the job on him in the second lap. Oh, Ramsey's gone! Ramsey's gone! It's completely 360'd it. That is a red flag. Red flag, red flag. We got a red flag. Ramsey has gone. The boat absolutely lost it. On the lead into turn number 1 on lap number 2 at full noise. The boat just bounced and skipped, went airborne. It's hard to All right, next race up is race number 2 of the Art Spooner Gold Cup Australian Unlimited Outboard Championships. A big 4-lapper, race number 20. Not sure how much money was paid to Deb down there in the tower, but let me take you through the pole draw. I reckon Paul Zane got the checkbook out first thing this morning, because out of pole number 1 will be the Silver Bullet of Trim King, Paul Zane at the wheel. Pole number 2, Matt Wassell, 108 Motorsport. Pole number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Simon Troy, the Iceman in 888 Racing. To his outside in pole 4 is Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles, and pole 5, the male model in Force Roofing, Dean Allison. Jono, I tell you what, we saw Reece Coles inside Simon Troy in the last one. We've inverted the grid. Paul Zane picking up 2 pole draws, not a bad effort in the pole. He's winning the pole, there's no doubt about it.
He's a luckier man than me. Never happened.
He needs to go and buy a Tatsilo ticket tonight. So this is going to be anyone's the big final. Obviously, if points are equal, we go back to race time, and it's going to be very, very hard to pick. Reece Coles was absolutely flying in the back part of that race last time through. He knew he had to put the time down, because it's not over until the large lady is sat at her piano and belting out a show tune. 5 boats in the Australian Arch Spooner Gold Cup. Big shout out to the sponsor group on board: Butler Vehicles, WFR, SPR, Southern Plumbing Racing, and Southeast Financial. Mr. Reece Coles, a reigning Formula GP Australian champion, needs to get the job done. From outside, Simon Troy. Huge shout to Simon's crew this weekend. Pete, Mark, Steve, Ralph, Rob, Todd, Craig, Jess, Ivy, and everybody involved in the 888 race campaign. Mainline Dynalogs, Advantage Marine, Shire Steel, Aquatic Power, Cobond Material Solutions, Blue Pacific Marine, Go Boating, Sportsfilm, Ivy, Pertec. All partnering with the highly successful 888 race team. Matt Wassell sporting the new sponsors here with us this weekend: Mania Constructions and Grant's Quality Kitchens. Big shout, of course, to Grant and the wonderful Nicole. And, of course, Dad Neil. Right, white flag on the start boat, ladies and gents. This is it, race number 2. Proudly supported here this weekend by the team from Blake's Marine in Sydney. Conditions absolutely postcard perfect. Waterwise, tide now up to its full mark. That's going to help flatten out the exit of turn number 1. Simon Troy making a bit of a statement. He's the first man out to the back of the start boat. Heart rate will be up inside the cockpit. The adrenaline will be pumping, so a few big deep breaths. Impossible to go through every scenario in your mind prior to the race, John, but this is going to be an absolute barroom brawl. As we've seen all weekend, we've got these front 2 S3000 runners doing battle, and then further back in the pack, Paul Zane and Matt Wassell. You could throw a blanket over those 2 as well. So heat number 1 put Reece Coles in 1, Simon Troy in 2, and Paul Zane 3rd spot on the podium. In a couple of short minutes' time, we will know the outcome. and gents. Won't be too far away. We can see the crowd moving down towards the bank. Heat number 2 of the Arts Spooner. Almost the entire F4 field of drivers down here looking on. This is where they want to be in a few short years' time. The start boat now making its way on a course, the flag held high. Good line-up, Paul saying giving himself a little bit of room off the start boat, but there's plenty of room now with the full high tide. Accelerating hard, the start boat waiting for the flag drop. Good line-up. Out wide, Dean Ellison's got a nice position. Here we go. We've gone racing. Sain's away. Simon Troy's away beautifully. Reece Coles has got the early drop. Butler Vehicles has got the early drop. He's going to have to stay wide enough. Simon Troy, he's done this 1,000 times. He won't be perturbed by that whatsoever. Troy around clean to the inside. Reece Coles around as well, but Butler Vehicles got an advantage. Paul Sain nearly binned it. He's hung on to it just, and Matty Wassell to his outside. They are through clean is Dean Allison, but have a look at the pace out of Butler Vehicles. He has gone.
Simon seems to be off the pace a little bit, but Reece doing a fantastic job out in front. Beautiful corner, but up that back straight.
Oh, Paul Sain is over.
Oh.
Top turn, we've got a boat upside down. Boat upside down in the top corner. Red flag, boat upside down in turn number 2. That is Paul Sain.
Looks like Paul Sain up there.
The Trim King has gone over. It was so close. Locked in combat with Matt Wassell in 108 Motorsport. The helmet pops out, so the big fella is out of the cockpit. That's good news, but I tell you what, Jono, mate, those two boats, they were locked side by side, and Paul Sain trying to thread the needle up the inside sponsor just lifting off the water. He carried it with Matt to his outside. He needed to turn right to let the boat settle and get that sponsor back on the water. There was no room, and he just had to hang in there and chose to...
It took forever for it to go
it did.
over. It got a little bit loose in the first corner as well. A bit hooked up, but got straightened up and got going again. But,
yeah, so Paul Sain, he's perfectly all right out there, ladies and gents, but he's just really upset with himself coming across the radio right now. But, mate, not what you want to see from the big fella, the Trim King. He's driven beautifully all weekend. Really unsettled the boat in turn number 1, and that might have been playing on his mind a little bit, Jono. He had a big hook and launched the boat out to the right out of turn number 1. But it'd be interesting to have a yak with him, mate, but I honestly think instead of opening the wheel and letting that boat settle, he would have made contact with Matt Wassell onto the better part of Valor. He had to stay the course, and it was a 50-50, and unfortunately it just slowly rolled over and tipped over to the starboard side.
Yeah, probably was the slowest rollover we've ever seen,
yeah.
So let's hope there's little or no damage to the boat, only a bit of electrical work, but it's a real shame the boat is a real showpiece, as is his transporter. He spent a few bob and really invested in the sport, which is great to see. Quite a good steerer as well. He's getting better. Come from the monos.
He has.
A mono, and he's progressed onto the tunnel boats. But no doubt he will be back and fighting soon.
Yeah, mate, and it's heartbreaking for the crew. They've worked so hard. They're a bunch of young hooligans, I'll be honest, and they're really good mates of mine. And that's not what they want late on Sunday afternoon after such a great weekend. That's going to it's going to keep them out of the bar. That's probably one positive. But to get that boat dewatered and sorted out, but yeah, it's pretty tough for the crew. He's just a great all-round guy and absolutely loves this sport. And but yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll wait and see. There may be a little bit of silver paint on the left sponsor of Matt Wassell. We'll check it out, but it didn't look like it from here. It looked like the boat just picked up and he had nowhere to go to try and settle it down, and just unfortunately that's the way it ended. But back to the front of the field, mate, Reece Coles, Butler Vehicles. He was gone like a scolded cat out of that first turn. The pace that they've turned up, they've obviously dialed that S3000 up to maximum voltage.
Yeah, it didn't look like Simon got off the line very well. It didn't look like it was making the speed. Obviously it wasn't making the speed of Reece. But whether they've wound it down to save it for later on this afternoon, I don't know why I'd say not, because they're here for this Australian title race. But yeah, it was a little bit disappointing in late performance there.
It is an interesting thing, and
as I said, with these things, S3000, you can set the rev limits. You can scream. The leaner that you run, the faster they'll rev. Obviously, the lubrication of the engine suffers the leaner that you go. The qualifying setup, you can add 1,000 revs, 1,200, 1,300 RPM, but the engine is eating itself from the moment you hit the start button to the moment you shut it down. And Reece Cole's obviously prepared to win or bin that thing right there. It was super fast. But,
I don't know whether Reece changed power heads after got towed back in again. They did come down here, I think, the cow. I'm not sure. Ran the boat for 5 minutes, went down here underneath us, and then launched it to the end. So whether they changed the power heads after.
Yeah, that might be the case too. Yeah. Put a fresh engine, put the quality motor on, the World Series engine. But a little bit of a shame, ladies and gents, and that is going to slow us up a little bit. We might need a couple more people down here on the boat ramp in waders, please. If we can get some support from other crews to get on down and give the bearded men from the Trim King crew a hand. This boat will need to get back in and get back on the trailer. We're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. Hope you're enjoying all the action here with us at the Dargle Valley Powerboat Club this weekend for the Dargle Winter Spectacular. All right, so your new race program order from this point forward, just in from the tower, will be race 18 will be next. Final of the Errol J. Race number 21 is the 5.2 litre John Rocky Allen, fastest 5 litres. Race 27, the Formula 4. Race 26 is the Hyper 5. Race 28, 29, 30, 32 and 33. Blake Fowler. Could you please make your way to the F4 pits? Blake Fowler, could you make your way to the F4 pits? Thank you. So can we grab a couple more crew members down to the water's edge with waders on, please? We've got half a dozen down there, so can we get, please, a couple more crew members? So if you are not racing next up and you've got a set of waders in your truck, can we please get on down here and give the Trim King boys a hand to put this boat back on the trailer?
You all right, Polly? So great work by the recovery crews. The boys on board Moonshine, thank you very much for that. And all those crews getting down to help the Trim King boys. They're back on the trailer down here. The boat looks in pretty good shape. A tough break for Paulie Sane. He was looking pretty good and pretty dangerous in that one. They'll come back stronger than ever, no doubt about it. It was super to watch
all weekend, and the beautiful Aussie F1 Composites doesn't look too bad down there from this angle. If there was any contact, it would have been on the other side, but
At least 5 or 6. 5 more times. At least.
No, it'll get dark before we get back.
Okay.
So next race on the program is race number 21, the 5.2 litre Open, John Rocky Allen. This is an important one for these competitors. Obviously, John Rocky Allen, named after, in honour of a man that did a whole lot in this category, and bit of a wild man. Had a good catch up with Smithy up in the house the other day about it, and asked a question, and he just laughed and smiled, and then the stories came, mate. This is a big one for the 5 litre cruise.
Oh, absolutely. I knew John back in the day, and he was a wild man. He looked like a wild man. He acted like a wild man, but he was a lovely, lovely human being. Terrific boat racer, good drivers initially into ski racing, then got into powerboat racing, and a real hard charger. His nickname, the Rock Hopper, was because they reckon one day they actually saw his boat jump over a rock. He would leap them high back in the day, you know. Back in the day when jumping the boats was the go. Well, he was by far. He could jump the highest and the longest. And
the theory being the more time you spend in the air, the faster you're going.
Exactly. But they were fast. His boats were fast. Won lots of titles, and had some gun skiers back in the day. Then so they got into powerboat racing, and was excelled at that well. Unfortunately, had an accident at Taree, back in the, I think, late 70s or something like that, and that was unfortunately took his life 2 years later. Yeah, wild man, a compassionate man, great family man, but he had long hair, a beard with no moustache. He just looked like he was just climb down from the mountains, you know. But a lovely bloke you could never meet.
Can we have our medical crews to the ambulance, please, just to catch up with race control? Our medical crews to your ambulance at the head of the boat ramp. Thank you. Jono is just about to take us through this big field of the 5.2 litre, but there's a fair bit going on right now. Two of our boats out there. Cranky is on its way back to the boat ramp. Looks as though that won't fire. And Quiver is now making its way back to the boat ramp. So Justin Frankham is qualified second fastest in this heat, but it looks to me as though Quiver is not going to run in this John Rocky Allen Trophy. So that's going to be a tough break for the team, but haven't got a read on why, but obviously Cranky not firing up. What we do have out there, out of pole number 1, is the wrapped KT, the young Sherry gun. Quiver was running out of 2, out of 3 was Cranky, so that'll move Hauland into 4. I've actually got Hauland and Mixed Up both in 4, so one of those two, I'm assuming that Mixed Up will run inside Hauland, and then out of 5 will be Impatient.
Very, very rare that Quiver doesn't make the start. I don't know what's happened there.
F4s, this is your last chance to get to your boats right now and get those boats down to the boat ramp, or you will miss your race. F4s, this is your last call. You need to be in your boat. You are next away, and if you are not on the boat ramp, the race will start without you. You have minutes.
No drive, Dave? No drive?
I just jumped straight out. Well, at least I got it up the course if you did it to wake the baby off. That's right. Well, I kept getting it, trying to jam it into gear.
Right, we require the medics, ambulance guys to back at the ambulance, please. The medics down there where you're having a look at the races. If you go back to your ambulance. Oh, there.
Oh, there you go. Turns out the medics were sitting in the ambulance the whole time. We should have knocked on the door. Right. We are trying to move through the program as quickly as possible. Start boat has been given the crew, but Justin Frankham on board Quiver, mate, unfortunately not starting. So this crew has been faultless all weekend, but
just had confirmed from Dave Freeman, Cranky got gearbox issues, which has put them out of the Rocky race. Very unfortunate.
That certainly is, mate. They've had a cracking weekend, but they started to come unglued. So 2 of our fastest qualifiers in this heat excluded due to mechanical failure. I'll try and get a read from Justin in the Quiver a little bit later on as to what's excluded them from this one. All right, start boat lining up. The man to beat is the wrapped KT of Hayden Sherry. Owen and Nicole Sherry looking on down here at the bank. The Troy craft has been an absolute flyer. Keep your eyes peeled for Paul Vella out wide in the red hydro. Hauland on the inside of him, Lockie Vella. Flags down, let's go racing, mixed up. Oh, big launch from the displacement in the middle. Lockie Vella has lost the plot. Vella is out before the race has started. Wrapped KT into turn number 1. He's through beautifully. Out wide is Paul Vella. The displacement mixed up goes through nice on the inside. And Lockie Vella is out in the lead straight away. This is a 3-boat race show. KT versus Hydro versus displacement.
Correct. I don't know what's happened to Lockie Vella up there, but he just pulled out straight after the start. But as per all weekend, young Hayden Sherry doing a fantastic job out in front in the wrap KT. Paul Vella doing a great job in second place. Oh, got a little bit high there. And Nick Uckle doing a great job. But down the back straight away goes Hayden Sherry. Boat looking absolutely perfect. Trimmed. Paul Vella still chasing down the back. Unfortunately, Mick Ockley has slowed down there again. He's had that issue a couple of times today. Fortunately, all he has to do is
Lifts the inside spots and hard on the gas. Paul Weller charging hard in impatient. Mixed up, just nursing this little displacement home. You can hear the engine flooding badly out of that turn, but all he's got to do is get the finish and he will pick up the flag. The checkered flag now is going to be shown. The Sherry race team will be over the moon. Rap Racing, Hayden Sherry, stand up and take it down. The winner of the John Rocky Allen for 2023. And Paul Miller, the big hydro in the second spot.
Paul buzzing the tower. But this weekend there is no stopping the rap boat with Hayden Sherry behind the wheel. That's faultless. And again, poor Mick Hockley dies coming out of the corner, gets a gun, but coming across the line in third place in the John Rocky.
Absolutely. He's come home wounded, he's battle weary, but he's got the job done. Congratulations to the mixed up.
It's a bit like golf, Murph. You don't have to write how you got there, you just got to write the score.
Doesn't matter, there could have been 100 boats in that race. He's on the podium. The big third place trophy. Congratulations to the man in mixed up. The 5.2 litre, Mick Hockley, Rachel Hockley. Congratulations to you guys, the only displacement to make it through to the final. Give a round of applause, he's out of the boat. Look at the smile on the dial. The man in Rap Racing, your 2023 John Rocky Allen winner, the fastest 5.2 litre here at Dargle this weekend. And a credit to the whole Rap Racing team. Well done to that young man. I can see the smile underneath that terrible moustache all the way from the commentary box. Buy that young bloke a beer when you get to the bar, ladies and gentlemen. He's well deserved it, and a huge shout out to that crew. Ryan Cherry will be looking down on us, and he will be over the moon with that result. So Paul Vella outlived, outlasted, outthought in the impatient. Second spot home in the beautiful red Howard hydroplane in the John Rocky Allen 5.2 litre. Lockie Valla in Hauland. We saw the boat get pretty loose when he went hard on the gas pedal early on in the straight, and unsure if something broke or if he decided to shut it down. It didn't look right, and he opted to head off the course to ensure that the race could continue. Mick Hockley's got the lid open and out of the boat down there. The beautiful pink child's play, the 18-footer, the Ford 312 cubic inch, dragging his way to the finish line and a spot on the podium. He'll be pretty happy with that result. It was a big field this weekend. He's worked hard to get the job done, and the only displacement on the podium. So that's a huge achievement for that team. Well done, Mick and Rachel Hockley, and to all of their crew, Rachel, Jack, Chris, Tubby, Lucas, and Nathan.
I don't know what order it's happening. It'll be the front.
Oh, I'm just checking to see if you were still there or anyone was there.
Hang on, Pagey, you're going.
All right, no, all good.
Right, F4 is going to be next for the last time this weekend. It's been a ding-dong battle between this crew. I don't know that I mentioned this, but I want to go back to it. The John Rocky Allen supported and sponsored this weekend by C&L Mayfield. Big thanks to those crew for supporting this, and if you've been around boat racing, you know exactly who I'm talking about. It's an important trophy, and thank you for your support this weekend.
Formula 4, race number 27. The pole positions that I've got in front of me puts the madman Maxie Cook in maxed out of pole number 1. His super team down there, the Victorian, the superstar Kelsey Dempster. And the wonderful Lily Taranto doing the job for Mad Max Cook. Big shout out to Cook's Fencing, the major sponsor of Max's racing campaign. Pole 1, he's been improving, he's fast, he's got that inside run. Let's see how that plays out. But just to his outside is B. Rad Beasley, the Beaslinator, in the fully sick mate racing machine. Alan Baker will be watching this one with interest as Brad gets comfortable back in this boat. First time in a long time. Big thanks to Bob Beasley, his old man from Brad, and of course Ron Beasley, Dad and Pop here. Butler Air Conditioning, Jamie and Michelle Butler. RDM Engineering, Ron and Kath Beasley. Gavin Simmons, Promote Yourself, and Mr. Joe Fountain. And of course Alan Baker, letting him run this F4 boat. He's had almost 20 drivers and juniors race his boat over the years to help support the category, and that is no easy task. So big shout out to you, Bakes. And of course, all of the Beasley Racing family. Pole 3 is going to be the old man, the 20-year-old in Nitro, Trav North, the Warringambas superstar. His last ever race in this boat, because next up he's stepping into the 5-litre Howard hydroplane. Big thanks to his dad, Steve, Dale, the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, New South Wales Hydro Club, and his family. Okay, attention teams in pit lane, we're going to need you to get ready for the following races. There will be no holds on this one. The Errol J, the Arch Spooner, and the Dargle Gold Cup. If you are in any of those three, we need you ready. Time is of the essence. We will have no option. 105s, you should be ready as well for the last race of the day, should the opportunity arise. So teams, I can't stress this enough, from race control, Errol J, Arch Spooner, Dargle Gold Cup. Please ensure you are ready. Okay, F4 is coming through those poles again. Maxed out of 1, 2 is Fully Sick Mate, 3 Nitro, 4 is Queen Bee, and 5 Lockie Bride in the Phantom from the wide pole. This is a real shake-up in these pole positions. Flags down, Roosters grow, let's go racing. Out wide, Phantom got a little bit of a drop on Carlin Bailey and Queen Bee, but the Nitro Machine in 3 is quick. Look at the pace of Max Cook. Out of pole number 1, he's going to lead this field by at least 2, 3 boat lengths into turn number 1. No pressure, young man. Keep a calm head, take a big breath, trims the nose of the boat in. Oh, he's through beautifully, is Cook. Lockie Bride's gone a mile wide. He's cost himself a lot of room there. Caution the better part of Vella. But Max Cook out in front, chasing him down now is the Nitro Machine. In third spot, Brad Beasley. Working beautifully right now, Fully Sick Mate Racing and Lockie Bride in the green and white Phantom. Now I'm missing a boat. Where is Queen Bee Racing? Can't pick him up on the
We've got Carlin Bailey spoken.
He has stopped. So Carlin Bailey, stop just here, mate. Settle it down, Maxie Cook. You've got the inside run, mate. The pace out of this little F4. The Cook family have turned it on. He needs to keep the heart rate down. He's got Martin Cook down there on the cans, just talking him through it. Settles the nose of the boat down, Jono. This is a hell of a race from this young kid on the edge of his seat up here in the commentary box.
Absolutely, and Travis North at Nitro. Not making much of an indent at this time, but Max at the moment out in front, driving beautifully. Well, amazing when you get a good pole draw and a good start. All the way nicely.
He's got clean water, and that puts a lot of pressure on him. He's got to make his own decision. He's not following anyone. There's a positive and a negative. Lockie Bride now, he's going to move up and start challenging Nitro, and that's going to help Max Cook. If Nitro's having to think defensively, that's going to take away a little bit of the concentration. But out in the front right now, settles the boat nicely, lifts the trim up, little porpoise there, but that's not going to hurt his pace too much. Needs to get a handle on it now. Oh, running a little bit high. Taps the trim down, well done. Max Cook, the yellow flag I think is out. He's got one more to run. His old man won't be breathing down there on the dock. Mum, Michelle, will be beside herself. He's through clean in turn number 1. Lockie Bride now, he's trying to take on and make a move on Nitro. Jumps to the inside of the corner. The kid from Victoria has a great run up the inside, Jono. Keep your eyes on the battle for second. But I'm going to go bananas if Max Cook makes it back here. This will be his first F4 race win on the big stage at Dargle. I'll stop talking in a second, I promise you, mate.
One more corner to go. One more corner, does a beautiful job rounding it.
Doesn't he? Look, the crowd down here. They are starting to go wild. There's fists being pumped in the air. This is this kid's first ever race win. He's going swimming. They're roaring down here. I'm going nuts. Max Cook, welcome to the podium in F4, son. A race win. Lockie Bride, pole 5. The Phantom brings it home for a huge run. And coming back out of the pace is traffic in Nitro.
And a great drive by B-Raps in the back too. Both looking and trimming well. Whoa, just a little bit high, but
commentator's good. He wheel stands for the crowd across the finish line.
He just got better and better over the weekend, so.
Oh, mate, I've got happy tears. Maxie Cook, Kelsey Dempster's down there claiming it as her own personal victory. The crew chief.
Oh, so heartbreak for the young man in Queen Bee Racing. Carlin Bailey, the boat owned by Tracy Pugsley. But take nothing away. Get to the boat round. Get up. Get out of your chairs. This is this kid's first ever race win in an F4. Look at the grin under the helmet. Go wild for him, Mr. Maxie Cook. It maxed out.
And this means one thing, he's going swimming. He's such a popular kid, has won the J1 and the J2 Aussie Championships. And now the smiling assassin is on the podium. Great drive, Lockie Bride in Phantom. That was a big wide pole. Applauds Max Cook alongside him. There's great camaraderie out there with these guys. And that is a flyer. Michelle Cook will have tears of joy rolling down the face, and as will the big tough old Marty, mate. He'll have something in his eye for sure, maybe a bit of hay fever, I reckon. But well deserved, mate. He's been promising for a while. Hey, Maxie, take a bow, son. That was a belting run. From pole.
Busy looking at the GPS.
Yeah, straight up
last he went. Mum and Dad will be ecstatic. I can't see them down there. To his sister, I think.
Okay, so reminder, Errol J, Art Spooner, Dargle Gold Cup competitors, you must be ready. The race committee working absolutely overtime to try and get these hallmark races into the program. Oh, I missed it. Maxie Cook taking a swim down here on the boat ramp. There's about 1,000 people lined up to throw that young gun in. Well done, young bloke. The tradition is upheld. Max Cook taking the win in a brand new category of F4, and hopefully that's the first of many to come. All right, updated program for you. We have race number 18. The mono's on the water right now, then race number 18, which is the Errol J. So I'm going to hold with that. I'm just going to wait and get confirmation from the tower before I commit us to anything there, Jono. So we've got the monos out there to get the job done for the last time this weekend. Next up will be the final of the Errol J. APBA Australian Unlimited Displacement Championships. Reckless will be excluded from this one. Red flag stoppage. APBA rules, they will not be back on the water, so it'll come down to shenanigans, explicit, bad influence, Odin and BNR engines. see the fleet forming at the top of the ramp. Make sure you do not miss your window. We will have no opportunity to hold for you. Bad Influence is down at the ramp.
Good luck, Matty. Good luck, mate.
All right, white flag, the monos ahead one more time out on the course. Let the pigeons loose, John Dargle.
Have some pole positions.
They haven't even got a pole position for you, mate. I think they're just going to make it up on the fly. I'm sure they know what's going on. They'll all be in pole one. Oh, Matty Dubois unleashing the big 300 XS Mercury Pro Max. Okay, the field heading upriver. Won't take long to get them turned around and back down here. It's going to be anyone's race. We'll wait and see what the pole positions, but every single person out there is capable of taking this one home. Like I said, I think the only bloke that hasn't had, actually no, I think each one of them has had a race win here this weekend. Maybe even Rude and Nathan Todd Hunter might have.
I think you're right, bar one,
Yeah, I think he might be the only one left to stand on the top 7. They're not doing the points for that series. It's going to be a lot of time in there in race control trying to work out who's actually taking out the trophy for the monos here this weekend. Geez, Bad Influences here at the boat ramp with us, John, and from this angle down here, it's a menacing looking machine, isn't it? It just looks dangerous and threatening. Sort of thing, if you're walking down a dark alley and Bad Influence pops its head around a corner, you just stop in your tracks and run the other way.
That green on it just makes it look like a green meanie, but in boat racing terms years ago, that was the evil colour, you know, and had it wouldn't have had a green wire in your boat.
Don't have a green boat, that's it. But Quinny proving that to be the old wives' tale, mate, and you wouldn't get, like, obviously a nicer bloke. You know, he's such a great ambassador for the sport, does a whole lot, and this is going to be a belter. Shenanigans, Explicit, Bad Influence, Odin, and the pace out of Odin. They're Constable guys, I tell you what, running provisionally, so they're forced to run outside pole, qualified inside that. And Brett Nidry in B&R Engines, this is unreal. He's made his way into the final of the Errol J. Those little 6-litre boats, they're fast, they're reliable. So start boat's got the nod, ladies and gents, the outboards for one more time. Anyone's run, we'll wait and see who comes through in pole position. They'll get the task of getting it done cleanly. Matt Dubois out of pole, made a convincing hand of it last time through. Bo Bickerton, he's a hard charger. Matt Campbell had a win as well, and Nathan Todd Hunter clipped a couple of turn boys. Let's have a look at them as they roll through. Might be Bo Bickerton out of one, the FA19X Force. Wait and see. Gee, there's some pace on here on all 4 of them. There is not one ref spared, and there's nothing between them. No, Dubois is on the inside, Bickerton in the middle. Look at the trim angle on that Force 19X. Matty, one boat back and one boat wide out of 3. He's going to get hosed badly. Have a look at him. He goes underwater in the mid-corner, and the Egg-Rooter around the outside. Big drive from the man in front, Matt Dubois. He's got a nice break. The battle on in 4th, Jono.
Absolutely. Deck and neck as they go. No worries, or no rules, sorry. And Evan Ritter, neck and neck as they head down the back straight. At the moment, it's all Matt Dubois out in front. Hard charging. Running up into 2nd. See if he tries to go underneath him here in this corner. No, he's gone the long way around to keep some speed up. But neck and neck at 3rd and 4th place again. There's no rules at Evan Ritter.
The skill by these drivers on display here, just phenomenal. You now got a crosswash from start lane. The boat's just hanging in mid-air like they're nailed with Velcro. I don't know how it works, but they are just making this look far too easy. Out of 3rd, Matty Campbell, no rules, in a double crosswash. Little skip on the way into the corner, settles it nicely. Bit of a mid-corner whack as those wakes build. He's got to watch Evan Reuter now, moving to the inside. But the battle's on in front. Bo Bickerton having a look up the inside, mate.
He's having a big look up the inside there. A lot of back, speed up that back straightaway. Let's see if he's got a little bit of room when he gets to the corner there. Look, yes, he's been left room there. He'll go up the inside. He'll get a good run out of it. Bo Bickerton come up the inside.
This is a four-lap race. A yellow flag, Bo Bickerton. The factory race team on the inside. Force versus Force. 225 Pro Max, Mercury 300 Optimax. Outside, DeMaire's got the outright pace, but he's let Bickerton up the inside. He's going to go the long way around. That might actually suit the boat. Oh, Bickerton. Oh, Matty DeMaire. Too hard on the gas. Spat the back of the boat around. Oh, steam coming out of that helmet, Jono.
Well, he would be cranky. He had a good lead. But a little bit of good racecraft from Bo Bickerton. Just let him underneath him on that top buoy there. But a mistake by another mistake by Matt. And about 10 boat lengths leaving Bo Bickerton.
Certainly has, mate. He'll trim to the rafters. I mean, he's almost tipping himself out of the boat. The final time across the finish line. He's trimming for the crowd, trimming for the cameras. Smash their hands together for Bo Bickerton. A little fist pump. The centre stand, customised Force. And this man, Matt DeMaire, boat number 171, big wag of the tail across the line. Third place home, the No Rules machine for the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, Matty Campbell. Big thanks to Mum and Dad and the boys from Madman Matt. Nathan Todhunter didn't fall out once this weekend.
Yes.
Mission accomplished.
Just looking down, I think there was no rules. And still has the observer seat in, and strapped into the observer seat is 20 kilos of kick across his spine as cement. Keep going for the way down on that side.
Yeah.
Might have been a couple of bags.
Yes.
It goes down a few times, it might be set by the time he gets home.
Might never get it out of the side of the might have a permanent cement passenger. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gents. The monos, they are awesomely fun. Love a bit of rough water. Made it look pretty easy here today. So give a round of applause as they come through. Give a wave. They're all a bunch of young hard chargers. They eat, live and breathe this river up here. The Hawkesbury is their home. And if you're not out here racing on it, they're out here cruising on it, or out here skiing on it, or just having a really good time. So last time back to the boat ramp, and they'll be spending a fair bit of time in the bar swapping stories later on, I reckon, John.
It's a beautiful piece of Australia, the Hawkesbury River. Winds up there for 70 odd miles before it gets to the ocean. And I love to see them do it all from England all the way down to Broken Bay, Line Island and out to the edge.
Yeah, I'm not saying anyone that lives up here does, or boats up here does, take it for granted. I'm from Victoria, as you know, we have nothing like the Hawkesbury River anywhere near our major capital city of Melbourne, and it is just one of those things. My young fellow Zach just came up here to run the double dash, and just came home and could not believe the magnificence of this beautiful bit of water, and it's so nice to see that, like a club here like Dargle, 30, 40 years of powerboat racing happening here at this venue. It's some amazing history, amazing facility, and some amazing people. So good to be a part of it here this weekend for the Winter Spectacular.
That'll be the last we see of the monos for the weekend. So well done, guys, as Murph said. 4 of you to achieve not one crash and not one swim. Great effort.
Very well done.
Yeah, good stuff. So we're going to change the volume a little bit, ladies and gents. Get out of your chairs. If you've been in the bathroom, it's time to get back to the bank. This is the final of the Errol J, the APBA Australian Unlimited Displacement Championship. Some of the greatest names in our sport have taken this trophy home. Shenanigans fires and is away. Darryl Quinn, Bad Influence. Underway, the big twin turbo machine, Ryan Constable in Odin. Just under 2,000 horsepower available under his right foot. Brett Nidry, the Victorian engine whisperer from B&R Engines, has made it through. and the crew of Explicit. Chris Hearn. A casually thunder upriver. The unique sound of the turbo barra Explicit starts to wind, starts to rev, and continues. 1600, 1700 horsepower out of this 4.2 litre straight six engine. It's an absolute enigma wrapped in a mystery for an outboarder like me, mate. It's something that I just don't understand, but I know it works. Startboat has the call to bring them down. The RLJ Trophy, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be over in 3 short laps. Will it be the local hero in shenanigans? Can Explicit, the turbo barra, get it done, or will the blown displacement of bad influence? Do not count out Ryan Constable in what would be a Cinderella story. I'm not even sure if you're going to win this thing as a provisional driver. But he is here, ladies and gentlemen, and Brett Nidry in B&R Engines.
It's all possible. All he's got to do is finish the line, come across the line first, and trophy's his, but he's got to do it from the outside.
All right, you can sense the anticipation here along the bank. The drivers' heart rates will be through the roof right now. This is what they've come for. Waiting for the flag. Here we go. We've got a racing shenanigans. Explicit leads the field in. Tony Hearn, can he get it hooked up and gone? Can the little barra get in front? Shenanigans on the inside.
In second place, there's a wall of water. Went around, but out in front is the barra. The barra of Explicit. The 6
Oh, welcome home to Brett Nedry, mate. You are on the podium in the biggest show in town for displacement racing, mate. We have just rewritten history. For the first time, a Barra Turbo has got the job done in this big show. What do you think of that one, John?
One of everything. Unlimited boat. They have 2 6 litres. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic race. Bad luck for the customer boys. And as per we expected, actually leading the field, the pole 5 down the front straight, coming in from the wide corner, come out a little bit worse than wear, still looking very strong. And Dargle Quinn started up as well, so I don't know what the problems are, but both boats are going again, so let's hope they can make it out for the King of the River if they're chosen. But take nothing away from the Hearn team, Team Explicit. They've been chasing this for a couple of years.
Mate, that is phenomenal. Come on, give them a wave.
Chasing a big win. They've been so close many times and well deserved. I'm not quite sure who's driving at the moment, but
we'll wait and see near the canopy opens, but get around them down there on the back, mate.
Be one happy team.
Take your hats off, give them a wave as they come past the Explicit machine. Tony Hearn Sr., Tony Hearn Jr., Connor Hearn, Kay Hearn, Chris Hearn, Liam Hearn. You are absolute legends. You've just chiseled your name into the Errol J Trophy. Wowee, big shout out to the sponsors that have made it possible for them. The GPA Garage team, Purcell Performance, CP Carrillo, Spool Imports, Pulsar Turbos Australia, Robert Spagnol of Edwards Engineering for the turnaround to get this boat on the water, Mel Hodges, the whole box and dice. What an incredible run. And they have taken it out.
Explicit is still sitting down there in the middle of the river, contemplating what's just happened to him.
There is no doubt about it, mate. That is just an incredible achievement. They almost said he was mad when they went down this road on this campaign to say we're going to change the game and we're going to go Barra Turbo in this field of big block, big blown, injected, alcohol burning machines. And there's been so many hours. It's just the engineering got a whole lot. And to do this, to do the impossible and dethrone the superstars of sport, it's just an absolute credit for this team.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the little intricacies have gone wrong with the thing. You know, up at Taree, we were pitted beside them, and you know, the cam chain adjuster, they had a standard one from 40. They're not made to go 9,500 RPM. And that took out a set of valves. But they're sorting through one problem at a time, and finally today they've got that win they've been chasing for the last couple of years.
Mate, it really is. It's just the hair's up on the back of your neck with that one. It's you know, it's not easy to do what they've done, and they haven't taken one easy step the whole way, fabricating everything just about from scratch.
Well, it's done Charter Force, mate. Very few people have done it. But Tony and Chris, the owners of the boat, are very, very clever team.
Yeah. They
just keep working, grinding away, and got the result.
It might not be the first and last we'll see of the Barra Turbo in the sport. There might be a big rush on out there to get it done. But absolute credit to the whole field at getting through to the big final. Chris Pugsley, the man from Shenanigans, he drove faultlessly all weekend. That boat prepared magnificently. Shout out to the owner of Shenanigans, Tim Shannon, and to all of their crew as well. Warren Gay for his work in getting the boat to this standard for this weekend. A huge shout out to Chris and Tracy from Tim and the team, and to his sponsors Liquid Moly and Arcadia Automotive. They wanted to say thank you, and a second spot on the podium. It's a pretty decent way to do it, I think.
Well, it has stopped. I think it's getting towed back by Hawkesbury Rescue 1.
Art Spooner final is the next up on the cards. Ladies and gents, the Unlimited Outboard Championship. We will then have a quick turnaround while we run the 105 for the final time today, and then come back with a combined Dargle Gold Cup King of the River. All right, white flag flying in the Art Spooner. The explosion out of the exhaust of mainline dialogue. The methanol machine. Reese Coles in Butler vehicles. We haven't actually had an update out of the camp, but there's no Matt Wassell down here on the boat ramp, so potentially there was contact between Paul Sane and Matt Wassell out there. Obviously we saw Paul upside down. We'll come back to you, but I tell you what, this is a bit of a Cinderella story for one man out there right now, and his name is Dean Allison, the male model. The smallest engine in the field, and he has outlived, outlasted, out-survived, and he is now guaranteed a third spot on the podium.
Do 3 laps.
If he can do 3 laps. He's maybe the slowest 3 laps in the history of motorsport.
It doesn't matter.
It makes no
like
difference.
I said, you only got to be right on my car to score, not how you got there.
Yeah, interesting that one. We say 3 laps to race difference, but providing you face the starter in the final and there's no one else out there, right? Well, I don't know. I'm not the judge, but we'll wait and see. Obviously, Rob Beasley will be all over that one, I reckon. The big bad Australian referee. He's already down there with his pen out, making notes as we speak. Big shout out to the 7 million Beasleys here this weekend. Always.
There's only a few of us. Only half a fan we can show.
They're like mice. Everywhere you turn around, there's another Beasley. It's not a Beasley, it's a Smith or a Pugsley, who knows? There's thousands of them. All right, start boat's been given the green light. Time to turn them around, get them ready and send them back this way. The 105's getting in the water down here. They're beautiful out of nowhere. The men from the ACT, Bega Barbecues below on the bonnet, having a cracking weekend. Big smile on the dial of the man down there, and we'll wait and see. Who will it be, Jono? The blue machine of Reese Coles in Butler vehicles. Simon Troy, mainline dialogue, or can Dean Allison put the Cinderella story together and take out the Art Spooner Unlimited Australian Outboard Championship? Flag flying high.
Well, as long as Simon gets a good start, he's really out of pole 1 now, isn't he?
It is pole 1 is Troy. Held for a long time. There we go. Roosters built. We are racing. Much better start that time from Troy, but Reese Coles has still got the number on the outside. He's got a couple of boat lengths. He's going to hold him tight. Watch this. There'll be 1.5 lanes. Certainly does. Puts in a real tight turn. Simon Troy through beautifully in mainline dialogue on the inside. Got to settle the boat down. Dean Allison through clean as well. The race at the head of the field is Reese Coles, leading Simon Troy, sitting on the inside wash. So he's going to apply as much pressure as he can to force Reese Coles into making a bad decision, Jono.
Absolutely, but Reese dominating out in front, but Simon not giving up on the outside. But getting a little bit loose, they come down this main straight away there with some crosswash. At the moment it's all Reese out in front, driving beautifully. He's like making Simon cross his wash, which is what it's all about. Dean Allison not disgraced in third place. Simon still not giving up. Really giving it a bit, getting caught up in Reese's wash about 3/4 of the way down the back straightaway. At the moment it's all Reece Coles looking strong out in front in the smooth water. With Simon electing to go to the outside down here looking for some better water.
You can hear this S3000 of Butler vehicles groaning and straining, smashing into the rev limit. Just having a lift at the back there. Has he got an issue, Jono? He's super fast, but you can see the methanol vapour coming out of the back of the cowl that time through. So has Reece Coles got a problem? We're looking down here. This is a yellow flag. Simon Troy is out. Simon Troy has come to the halt at the top end of the course. The S3000 has given it up. Dean Allison now force roofing into second spot. He will be praying, dreaming, coughing, chanting, please Reece, stop. I tell you what, Butler Vehicles doesn't sound ideal in the back shoe there, Jono.
No, whether it's just backing off, I don't know. But
it may well be. The checkered flag is now flying high. He runs past the tower, opens the big Butler Vehicles go up. He's got the job done. Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the Art Spooner Unlimited Outboard for 2023. Not the way he would have wanted it, but hey, he's going to take that trophy.
He'll take it just the same. There's the fairy tale story. Dean Allison in the SST. Yeah.
Story from this young guy, mate.
Second place.
He will be reminding everybody of the time that he podiumed in the Art Spooner with an SST 120. Well done to Dean Allison, mate. What a cracking run and a huge weekend.
Who would have thought this morning that he'd be coming second?
But I can also tell you that he is double fueled because he's about to go straight back out and run the 105 mile an hour. But that was a belting run. Commiserations to the mainline Dynalog team, Triple A Racing, and all the Troy crew and Simon Troy. He's a fierce competitor and they really threw down. The only man to super challenge Reece Coles here this weekend with Adam Breen being taken out early, mate, but not what you want to see. But put your hands together for him. Rightfully takes the crown home, the Art Spooner, the Unlimited Australian Outboard Championship. The man behind the wheel of Butler Vehicles is Mr. Reece Coles, ladies and gentlemen. So we're now going to go back to our 105 category. I've got it on my calendar as race number 30. Eliminator's back on the water, John, which is good to see. So on my book, I've got them running out of pole number 1. We'll wait and see how they line up. Handfuls out there as well. Time out, another madam just down here is out of nowhere as well. Can't see the Marine Line crew. They might be just in front of the tower here. We'll wait and see. And of course, our second place getter, Art Spooner Unlimited Outboard, Dean Allison, heading back out for one more run for the title.
Multi-man.
So he's towed back to the ramp. And give him a round of applause. The man standing on top of the mainline Dynalog machine, Simon Troy. Give him a wave. He's a hell of a competitor. Currently sitting second spot in the Australian Formula GP Championship Series, and he'll take this battle up with Reece Coles in another few short weeks up there in the big final in Moree.
The boat just didn't look the same boat as it did yesterday. Triple 8 boat, it just didn't seem to come off the line. Yesterday it was just on equal terms with Reece. Whether Reece has dialed it up or another power here on Simon's thing, I don't know. It just didn't look the same boat, unfortunately. There was only one boat until they go in the first corner, but that's enough. That's enough for someone like Reece at this level, you know.
This level of competition, no doubt. Remembering these guys lunched quite a bit of gear when they were down there competing in Adelaide as well. So I reckon they're on powerhead number 3. But making no excuses at all, take nothing away from Butler Vehicles. That was a faultless performance from the crew, but that man will be back. He loves this category, he loves this sport, and he's one hell of a driver. We call him the Iceman for a very good reason. He just does not wilt under pressure.
Correct. But not only do you need a heap of talent and the right gear, you need a heap of luck too to get around someone like Reece Coles, who's been doing it for a long, long time.
All right, the 105 call has been made. Get him on the way. The sun dipping low in the sky. We've got one more race to come after this. The Dargle Gold Cup, King of the River. So my polls say eliminate out of 1, another madam out of 2, 3 is Marine Line, 4 is Handful, 5 Force Roofing, 6 is Time Out, and 7 Out of Nowhere. We'll see if it looks anything like it as they make their way down here for the last time. Big field of 105s. Flag flying high on board the start boat, bring him up to 85 miles an hour, drop the flag down, we've gone racing. Let him go, good start now, boy. Super fast. Tommy Webster. Sitting back in third. Dean Allison needs to keep his eye peeled. Got to find thread the needle. It is pretty tight through there, but they get it done nicely. Handfuls through clean. Big moment for Eliminator. But Madam is out in front. Tommy Webster, Victoria driver. Handful with some blistering pace in a straight line run. Coming up the inside now of Dean Allison. Allison is kept pushing up on the back of Madam. Oh, there's a moment for Handful. Nearly misses the ball. He comes in the back together. And out of nowhere now, charges up John.
Good run up the inside, which has now got past Darren. Darren's up the inside of him again. Got some great acceleration. He's taking it back to nowhere. Straight back to 50 down limits, and Anthony Nips in eliminates. Without his front, it is another matter. And Dean Allison in the F2 tunnelback coming back at him. Making some ground. Only about 2
Yellow flag. One more lap to go. Another batter on the inside. Dean Allison on the outside. Oh, he's got a good run this side. Allison will come out. Gunnel to Gunnel. Out of nowhere, the men from Canberra now worked up to third spot. Handful into fourth spot. Time out. Eliminator coming off the pace in the middle of the track. Desperately on the start button. So Eliminator in the middle of the course. Keep your eyes peeled. Allison on the outside. Another matter. Tommy Webster from Victoria on the inside. They are neck and neck to the final. And it's another matter. Getting it done. Dean Allison. And the third boat home is out of nowhere. Handful racing home in a fourth spot. Time out. Acknowledge acknowledging the stop boat on his inside over for a race finish, mate. That was a pretty tight run there, but take nothing away from the man, Tommy Webster in Madden, mate, getting the job done.
Yeah, after a challenging weekend at best when he went fishing yesterday and at Windsor and missed the start there. But he's been coming back strong all weekend. But yeah, it was a good race. I mean, Allison never put a foot wrong there either.
Yeah, so
he's just catching. Another lap or two might have got him, but I was a little bit worried that everyone didn't see Anthony Nibbs out there in Eliminator.
Yes.
Or missed him.
Stationary, yep. A little bit of spray, buzzed the tower on the way through, but
yes.
There's a man, Evan Ruder's right behind us right now, but hey, what a cracking weekend it's been. Big smiles on the dials. Oh, massive celebrations down here on the bank. They're going bananas, they're going wild. I'm not 100% sure why, but they're having a whole lot of fun down there at Cracker Racing, that's for sure. Don't tell me he shaved the mustache off, is that what's going on? Who knew, mate? Young Mr. Sherry with the terrible mustache has a huge fan base down here late in the afternoon at Dargle. All right, so King of the River and the Dargle Gold Cup, a combined trophy. And that's why the crowd's going wild, because Mr. Hayden Sherry in the wrapped KT is going to throw down out there. He's been super fast. The 5.2 litre is lining up against the best in the business. And don't count the young gun out. The Blue Machine of Butler Vehicles. The engine's only just had time to cool down. They've pumped it full of methanol. And it's back out there. Can the Butler Vehicles machine get this one done? Chris Pugsley's on the boat ramp in the Shenanigans.
So,
this is a quality field. The man behind there, thumbs up from the big owner of Shenanigans, Tim Shannon. We're liking the look of this weekend. But I can tell you what.
Here comes Unleashed down the ramp, and I can see also Reckless.
It's making its way to the ramp. Been asked for polls. I don't have them for this one, but someone's going to be on the inside. There'll be someone on the outside. It's going to be one hell of a race. KT Formula Tunnel Boat, 6 litre displacement, blown alcohol. Brenny Shepherd, the big man in the big 21-footer.
Look how's those gloves going.
Hey, Joy, any chance we can get the poles? Any chance we can get the poles?
How are those gloves going?
This will be the last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a big one. The Dargle Gold Cup and the crown for King of the River. There is nothing left to hold back for. It's the big one. Take it home on the trailer, take it home with the engine in 1,000 pieces. This is your chance to throw down with the best of the best from all categories. Whoa.
Hey, the start boat's gone.
I think we've got a hold on this one. I'll tell you what, Reckless is back. It's all happening. I'm confused, but Reckless is making its way to the boat ramp. And I'm not very good at reading hand signals, but I think the crew from Reckless just gave him the pole 1 signal. So will Reckless run out of 1? I don't know the answer.
Bryony Rigby, if you're around, can you give us some pole positions, please?
I can see the crew on the ramp for Explicit, so is Explicit getting into this one? Well, if it sounds like we don't know what's going on here in the commentary box, that's because we don't know what's going on, but it's going to be amazing. I can guarantee you that. I couldn't be more excited just looking at the field. I can see Explicit now at the boat ramp. Unbelievable F1 tunnel boat, 6 litre, blown alcohol, the Barra Turbo, a KT. This is going to be anyone's race. A massive shout out to the Smith family and all members of the Dargle Powerboat Club. Jono, you've got the poles.
I've got the poles. What a tragedy.
From outside to inside, if you please.
888 got pole position.
No. Oh.
Won't be running, so we're going to start again. Reckless out of 1.
Oh.
Shenanigans out of 2. Trapped out of 3. Unleashed out of 4. And Explicit out of 5. Butler Vehicles out of 6.
I can see the outboard fans down there going, ooh, that one stung. They were hoping for a number lower than everything else. Where did we find, where did Rap Racing, do you remember that one? No, where did little KT get a pole?
3 or 4. 4.
Okay, right, good. So Explicit now trying to fire up down here, and it looks to me like they've got a drama. There's a stick being brought out as he drifts away from the boat ramp. Hang on a minute. Oh, we've got the call for the start boat to bring him through. We've got the call for the starter, so the starter has been given the okay. But we do have a boat drifting off the course, obviously, which is the man in Explicit. The race will start. We have 1 minute left before the race start. Perfectly timed. Here we go. The dusk is setting in. This is going to be big. 1 million horsepower on the water right now, and that is probably no exaggeration. Might be a little bit. This is going to be anyone's run. Reckless out of 1 is going to be interesting to watch. Start flag goes down. Here's the big run. To the lead into the corner, Shenanigans is through clean, as is the KT of Sherry. Unleashed on the outside, Shenanigans out, up inside West Coast. Tate Ramsey, the man from Victoria.
finish for young Blake Sherry.
And Blake Sherry in the KT.
What a race.
Oh, mate, what a run.
Tate Ramsey holding his cool. Hard charging Brett Shepherd. Brett was the one that made the mistake down there, not Tate. Got a little bit loose down there on the first corner.
It was hard to get a read, but to me it actually looked like he made the decision to dive to the inside. Got the job half done, and then just the last second the back of the boat slipped out and he lost his momentum, but that was a huge move for Brett Shepherd. He tried for 2 laps to get around the outside, knew it wasn't going to happen, tried to dive to the inside, but it was not to be. But what a run, and the king of the river, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to come down and mono the crowd. Get around him. He hasn't had the perfect weekend by any stretch of the imagination, but he has taken out the king of the river and the Dargle Gold Cup. Put your hands together and thank him all the way from Victoria, Ramsey Racing Zone, Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the applause rolling for the young gun on board, Brett Sherry.
Put your hands together, everybody, for a very hard charging and deserved winner in Tate Ramsey in the boat Reckless.
So your top 3 in the Dargle Gold Cup, King of the River. One more round of applause. In 3rd place in Butler Vehicles was Mr. Reese Coles, ladies and gentlemen. In 2nd place in the magnificent Unleashed Machine, Mr. Brett Shepherd. And your winner of the Dargle Gold Cup, King of the River 2023, Tate Ramsey in the Reckless. That was some of the toughest blown alcohol racing you will ever see, and a credit to all of those crews. They kept it clean. Brett Shepherd with a big move, looking to the inside run, mate. It almost came off. The big girl belching flames and belching fire, but it was not to be today. I can see him down there. He's doing all the hand signals in the world. Yeah, Brady, it was big, mate. It was the right move. It almost came off, but not to be today. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our race program. John Duvall, I can't thank you enough for what you've brought up here with the commentary box this weekend, big fella. It's been an absolute pleasure being alongside you. We're no doubt going to see you later on in the bar, but on behalf of all the committee and the crew here at Dargle, we really want to say thank you for what you've done for us here this weekend, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. Thank you very much for your kind words. I've really enjoyed it. Maybe you can have it again one time, but yeah, it was a great weekend. I was just your wingman. But,
rubbish.
It was great, fantastic weekend. We had a few ups and downs, you know, but the committee, the rescue guys, everyone got on top of it all. Well, there were major accidents, but no serious injuries and all that sort of stuff, which was great. That's all we can ask for on the weekend with motorsport. So yeah, it was a great weekend all in all, and congratulations to the Smith family and their friends and up Hawkesbury for helping out and pulling off a great event.
There you go, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the commentary superstar, Johnny Duvall, the big bad man up here in the commentary box. Hey, for the last time, on behalf of the Dargle Valley Powerboat Club, all the committee, all the members, the Smith family, our major sponsors, Patterson Belt, CF Moto and Hardwood Resources, I beg your pardon. We want to say thank you so much for being here. This has been a really tough thing to get off the ground. So much work has been done by so many. Our volunteers out there on the water, our race committee, there's a cast of thousands, the crew in the pits, the crew out here everywhere. Tracy Pugsley, I'm looking at you. You've done an awesome amount of work. This has been the Dargle Winter Spectacular, ladies and gentlemen. We can't wait to welcome you back here next time you go racing. Tell your family, tell your friends, and tonight we're going to go down to the pub, share our stories, because we've got a massive fireworks display and a band on. My name's been Andrew Murphy on behalf of Sportsfilm and all the crew here. We hope you've had a wonderful weekend. If you're driving home, make sure you keep it safe, and we'll see you here next time. Given the big wrap up, but he's gone to toe and he's coming all the way down through the pit. So come to the bank and show your appreciation for our Dargle, King of the River and Gold Cup winner, Tate Ramsey in the Reckless Machine. Get around him, mums and dads, boys and girls. They had a tough weekend and he's got the job done. Marge Watson winner and King of the River here for 2023. No doubt he'll be back alongside the Ramsey crew.